virtual AI conference. My name is Max. I'm one of the co-hosts. Thank you to our real DJ. It's not AI, as you asked in the chat. We've hosted 20 virtual conferences over the last 2.5 years for different groups of investors and startups. And this is our third event focused on AI for different kind of digital professionals. So because it's the event on AI, I would ask you to put in the comments what AI tools have you used today. So we'll know what's the most popular AI tool. Yeah, I see comments. And this event is co-hosted with several co-hosts, and we'd like to feature all of them, and you'll hear all of them today. So I think we'll start with 20-second introductions. Emanuel Chinka, let's start with you.
Sure things. Wow, it's so active in the chat here, so that's pretty cool to see. Great to have everyone here. So my name is Emanuel Chinka. I'm the co-founder of Stack Marketer. We publish 3 newsletters for marketers. Main one is Stack Marketer with news and insights, and especially nowadays with the AI news and insights for marketer as well. Psychology of Marketing, which, as the name suggests, is with psychological concepts. And perhaps the most relevant to this crowd is our newest newsletter called Tactics, which is a weekly newsletter with practical AI guides for marketers. So that can vary between, how to include AI in your already existing marketing workflow, so for campaigns and stuff, or how to do side work that a marketer needs to do with the help of AI. So that's briefly about me. I'm looking forward to the speeches and panels today, and I hope everyone enjoys the event.
Okay, great. Yeah, Ksenia from Turing Post.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Ksenia. Thank you, Max, for organizing this conference. I am a founder of Turing Post. It's a media publication where we connect the dots between the past of machine learning, the present, what happens to AI now, and we look into the future trying to understand how we're going to coexist with this powerful technology. I have a newsletter, I have a YouTube channel, and I'm very excited to connect to all of you and listen to all the insights from today's conference. Thank you.
Super. Pavel?
Yeah, hi, my name is Pavel. I'm a product manager with over 15 years of experience, and right now I focus on writing the product compass newsletter. And I'll be talking about building agentic products with Claude. Could be a short presentation, and also I am sharing free resources in the chat if you want to learn more about Claude. So 15 infographics that from 0 to 1, and free intro to Cloud Code for product managers.
Super. Jafar, 20-second introduction.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jafar Najafov. I'm influencer and founder of Nextool AI. We have more than 10,000 AI tools. We have newsletter, and we are just launching Nextool AI Academy. And it's like Duolingo style teaching AI tools. And with challenge in 28 days, you can learn each day one AI tool. Thank you.
Super. Marilyn?
Hi everyone. Thanks, Max, for organizing this amazing event. So I'm Marlin Shelley. I've been in this tech industry for about 12 years now. Currently, I lead growth for the data science vertical at Pact Publishing. So I oversee Data Flow newsletter. I'm also the editor-in-chief, where we reach 150K audience, writing about the AI adoption and bottlenecks. Today, I'm also excited to join the panel AI Reality Check. So I'll be sharing interesting perspectives on how AI is reshaping the expertise, trust, and business value. So stay tuned. Cheers.
Okay, super. Aakash Gupta.
Hey, everybody. Dialing in from Los Angeles. If you guys are on the West Coast, the 8 a.m. crew, I write the Product Growth newsletter. I write on LinkedIn and on Twitter about PM and AI, and really excited you guys are here.
Super. Robert, Youssef?
Hello, everyone. My name is Robert. I'm an architect, but I've pivoted towards building AI products. And my team and I, we build top quality solutions for prompting, both informational and SaaS, God of Prompt and Prompt Copilot. And my panel today is all about context engineering and state-of-the-art discourse on AI memory. I bet your AI always forgets you, but what we'll be talking about is persistent experience of AI agents and how your input, your continuous input, actually shapes the behavior, not just retrieves data, new data. So we just push it a little bit further. And I had the pleasure to co-host this event already with Max, Aakash, and Pavel as well. So I know it will be top-notch, and I hope you enjoy. See you soon on my panel.
And David Smooke.
Hi, everybody. My name's David Smooke. I'm the founder and CEO of HackerNoon, how hackers can start their afternoon. Anyone can publish a story with us and get a human editorial review, but we do spend a lot of time integrating AI into the content management system we're building. And it's just changed our whole life. So, how we run our business, how we interact with, how I cook, it's everywhere. So I'm excited to learn as well as have a great panel today.
Super, great. Yeah, we're starting the event with the first panel now. So I'm inviting moderator Margaux Miller, who is an international tech and innovation MC moderating events including GTEx Global and South Summit across 4 continents. And the first panel will be how to become irreplaceable with AI, the AI skills every professional needs in 2026. And I'll share in the chat now the link to agenda, so you know what will happen today, 2 tracks, next 5 hours of content and workshops. And let's kick off the event. Margaux, are you here?
Hey, Max, thank you so much. Awesome intros, everyone. I was already, typing down all the things that I need to do from those fantastic first group we had. But I am excited to be joined by 3 amazing panelists for our opening conversation, where, like Max kind of teed up there, the question we're looking at is, if AI can do our job, maybe not perfectly yet, but, close enough and a lot faster than us, then what exactly makes us irreplaceable? Here to tell us more about that, or you can see them popping onto the screen here, are some of our wonderful panelists. So first, let me introduce Dhrupad Sethi, who works on unreleased technology initiatives at Meta. So very cool. He bridges the creative direction with next gen tech. And speaking of creative, he's also the producer of VXF supervisor and founder of the 6 p.m. Media Group, which is a cloud production company specializing in VFX and original film and TV production, advanced by machine learning workflows. So he is in it. Hey, welcome, Dhrupad, to the show, to the session today.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. All right. We have Ksenia. You just heard a little bit about her, founder and editor of Turing Post, one of the most respected AI research publications out there. She's been tracking machine learning for over 7 years, cutting through the noise, also leads the Inference interview series. So we're going to get a lot of good insights from her too. Hey, Ksenia.
Thank you, Margaux.
My pleasure. And Robin Sutara, AI enablement leader at Databricks. And one thing I love about Robin's story is she didn't actually start in tech. From what I understand, you started, Robin, in the US Army repairing Apache helicopters. So are we allowed to say badass on here? You're badass. Now she helps major companies build their AI strategy. Hey, Robin.
Hello, good morning, good evening.
All right. Well, so I want to jump right into it. I just kind of gave us the big question. How do we stay irreplaceable in this era that we're in? So I want to rapid fire to all 3 of you, just quick answers. What is one AI skill or tool that you wish you started using a year ago and didn't, but that everyone should be on top of?
All right, so that would be AI-driven knowledge systems across teams and productions. So in media and entertainment industry, that where I work in, we generate massive amounts of scattered information, scripts, revisions, creative notes, VFX feedbacks, even legal documents for our distribution of the films and everything. So what's changed recently is that AI can now act almost like an operational intelligence layer across a company, right? So the ability to retrieve context, connect information, and assess decision-making across large productions has become incredibly easy. We can train our own systems. We can train our own AI through machine learning and coding so that it takes the data from our own productions or our own clients, our own data, and gives us real-time feedback. So we don't have to spend manual labor or any manual efforts, and the tasks are done pretty quickly.
Thank you, Dhrupad. Big, like even a technical one to start with for us, which is perfect. Those of you following along, when you hear good things like that, if you know the tool, throw it in the chat so other people can grab it too, because we're chatting, not typing, but want to make sure we get all these good tips. Ksenia, how about you? What would be that one tool?
I would talk about AI skill because I think what we're still behind is organizing things. And this AI skill is widely underused because for agents and agentic systems to be genuinely helpful, you really need to give them the machine you really need to give the machine well-structured information. And you need to make the work legible because, just explain to it where things are, what decisions to make, what the process is, what matters, and who owns what. This is like one of the most important procedure to start with. And what makes it worth doing anyway is that everything you build to make an organization legible to machines also make it better for humans. So start with organizing things, use AI for that, use AI skill for that, and then it will be so helpful.
Are you putting your repository in GitHub or somewhere like that? Or quick answer, where are you putting it?
I'm starting to. I'm building content, like an editorial optimization thing. So yeah, I will be open sourcing a few things soon.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Robin, how about you? AI skill or tool that you wish you started a year ago?
Yeah, I think a year ago, I wish I had vibe coded way more. I think I'm now finding the accessibility for me as an executive or on the leadership side, more on the business side these days, as opposed to the technology side. Like I thought it was so unattainable or really difficult as entry point. And today I'm building my own skills, my own agents, my own sort of capabilities, expanding the footprint of my team. So I just wish I had started a year ago. I think I would have been much further along today.
Yeah, your team, which is awesome with agents that we can do now. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Now, there's a lot of talk about AI replacing jobs, right? This is essentially what we're talking about in this conversation today. And some of it is real. There are some changes happening. Some of it is hype. What is the most honest thing that you would say to someone in this audience right now who is genuinely nervous about their role? Dhrupad, I'll start back with you. You're on mute.
I'm so sorry. So I honestly think that some roles will shrink, some roles will disappear, and pretending otherwise doesn't help anyone. But at the same time, I think people are underestimating how much new value gets created whenever technology compresses execution. So the advantage shifts towards the people who can adapt quickly, think across systems, make decisions, and communicate clearly and combine domain expertise with AI effectively. So I think the most honest way to look at this is AI is primarily going to remove a lot of repetitive, redundant, and time-consuming tasks that slows down decision making, and that creates more room for people to focus on higher value tasks, strategy, creativity, innovation, and leadership.
Sure. Yeah. And I think that's something that we all can agree with and that we're seeing. Ksenia, I know from your side, I think you're kind of looking at research even more with the output that you're sharing with your blog and different media. What capabilities are coming that people might not be thinking about yet?
I think people still underestimate how much AI is moving from generating stuff toward operating inside workflows. Workflow becomes a very important word and a very important concept. And a lot of public conversation is still centered around chatbots, writing text, generating images, videos. But the research direction is increasingly about memory and reasoning over long time horizons and persistent agents and tool use and systems that accumulate skills over time. Recently, I wrote a big article about skills becoming super important, specifically in research. I think this is a very important trend. And the important shift is that models are becoming less isolated. They are starting to interact with software, documents, internal systems, browsers, APIs, and that all the part of this workflow. So the disruption, I think, will come less from a single magical model and more from AI becoming part of this operational infrastructure. And for every person out there who is concerned about being replaced, I think we need to understand how much AI unlocks, and that there will be some transformation, there will be some restructuring, but with the amount of things we unlocking, I think there will be a lot of things for humans to do, and just start doing not even playing with AI, choose a project that you're very passionate about and build it.
Yeah. Well, here's hoping that that is accurate in terms of other job opportunities. Robin, from kind of that corporate lens, what are companies actually doing with the roles that AI has affected or is touching? What are they doing with those roles? What's actually happening?
Yeah, maybe let me give you two perspectives, because in my role today, I own helping organizations think about their existing organizational design, operating models, et cetera, as they think about the AI-enabled workforce and what that looks like. But I also own it inside of Databricks, which is, I think, fascinating just because it's very different personas that I'm sort of dealing with on both of those sides. I think for most organizations that I work with external to my own company, it's a lot of thinking about the productivity gains you get from the current existing workforce, right? That's really where a majority of organizations are. Like, how can I make my current employee more effective, more productive, able, like Ksenia referred to, like, how do you make them more effective in their current role?
Yeah, like what tool can we give them so they can do their job faster and better? Not let's get rid of them, but what can we give them so they output more?
Yes, very few organizations are saying, let's do mass layoffs of everybody. For most of them, it's like, how do I take the existing workforce and make them more efficient at what they do today? I do this with my own team. Think about AI as being your intern. I'm giving you a head count to go hire an intern. What would you have them do that you do today that you don't want to do? And let's figure out how do you build that and deliver against that. I think the second sort of organization that I sort of see is those that have pivoted from how do we move now from just productivity gains to actually efficient workflow redesign, right? Either optimize existing workflows or rethink workflows, reinvent workflows. That we did it that way because 75 years ago, that's the technology we had. But now we actually have the capability to recreate it. We do that a lot inside of Databricks. That's sort of where we are in our internal journey, is that the entire organization is saying, hey, if we had to disrupt ourselves, what would we do differently? How would we build the product differently? How would we go deliver value out of our product differently? And then I think everybody aspires to be completely AI native from ground up, right? Where you have a full agentic workforce. You're really rethinking your organizational design, your operating model. I think that's aspirational, but unless you are cloud native or you are AI native, where you've just recently started and you can start from the ground up, most organizations have some level of legacy roles, functions, workflows, et cetera, that they're rethinking right now.
So let's stay there for a second, because you like an organization like Databricks, where it already has all that legacy in place. What are companies like that? It could be at Databricks or friends of yours in other big organizations. You know, what are you seeing that companies are genuinely rewarding in their team members right now? Like, what's that employee look like who actually thrives in this, new AI first environment?
Yeah, I think how we're thinking about it, at least internally, maybe let me do that because it's where I sort of feel like I have maybe the best handle around. I think on my own team, I'm trying to think about what are you actually building, right, that actually brings value to the rest of the organization, right? So it's how are you, because the domain knowledge that each individual on my team has is the value to the company. And so how do I take that domain human capability and translate it into AI that's going to help the organization? So it's no longer, are you just using ChatGPT or Claude to interact with in some sort of hyper search capability, but how do you actually automate something that you used to do manually? I think those that are successful are also super honest about their current capabilities. So they know what they're good at, they know what AI is good at, and they're figuring out how to bridge the gap between those two things. Right. And so how do they actually use AI to augment their current capabilities and productivity as opposed to displace themselves? You're sort of the owner of your own destiny. And so how do you sort of create that? And then how do you, I think the organizations, and we're doing this as well, is like, how do we make AI a meta skill? How do we make sure that we're integrating it into all work? So it's not just a tool that you're using, but it's actually an integral part of your end-to-end thing that you're building, the value that you're delivering, the problem that you're solving.
Well, and let's keep talking about that kind of being honest about where you're at, in your journey. So maybe Ksenia, Dhrupad, I'll pull you back in here. Is it the technical background that wins then? Or, is there a certain role or background type that you're seeing that has an unfair advantage right now? Like, what are you just expected to be super technically skilled? Like, give us a little sense of what you're thinking when we say that.
No, not at all. Well, I don't have any technical background. My background is in journalism. I do know how to ask questions. I think this is super useful skill for me to, communicate with AI because I believe we will need to build this new ways of communications with this technology. So I think one of the most important things become actually understanding how to communicate, what questions to ask, and also think structurally, like everyone should become an engineer. And another very important thing, a lot of people cannot do this yet, but a lot of people will need to become leaders because when you have that's what Robin was talking about, when you have this intern, when you have an amount of interns, like crazy amount of interns, and you need to manage them, you need to develop these skills. And I think that becomes one of the most important things for human to succeed in this AI era.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Dhrupad, would you add to that? Or is there, do you think it's open to
Yeah.
anyone willing to put in the work?
It's obviously open to anyone who's willing to put in the work. As Ksenia said, she doesn't have any tech background, and so do I. I do not have any tech background, but I am a tech geek. I love technology, and I'm working with machine learning and AI right now. And this is one of the most open technological shifts we have seen in a long time, right? So someone with deep domain expertise, whether in media, finance, healthcare, marketing, or even operations, can become extremely valuable very quickly if they learn how to integrate AI into real world execution. It's not just about prompting or even using ChatGPT or Gemini. It's how you use that AI or that technology or how you code and integrate that technology into the workflow, into the pipeline that your company has. Right. So I leave this with an example. In our industry, be it marketing, branding, or filmmaking, a creative director or even a producer has to analyze markets, trends that changes every 2 days, right? We see Instagram, we see marketing, the trend changes every 2 days, and that's at least they worry about getting their money back from the campaigns that they spend millions on, right? Now, what they can do is streamline the tools that they have, internal tools. They can teach those tools the campaigns, their clients, the market research, and that tool will tell you what's the current market trend, what are their clients working on, and what's the audience behavior. So that's how you can save cost and, and align with the market and stay with the market with the flow.
Yeah, I mean, we do want to make sure we're staying ahead and paying attention. And there's lots of great outlets and content out there that we can find to see what those things are. Ksenia, I want to go back to you and some of the skills that you were just talking about there a minute ago. When it comes to AI, we do think about it often in terms of like, there are things AI can do better than humans right now. And there's things human are always going to do better than AI, right? That's kind of like a narrative that we hear. What would you tell us in terms of where humans should be doubling down based on where those gaps might be?
Yeah. Well, AI is a technology, so it's very good at pattern synthesis, summarization, transformation, and generally accelerating these existing workflows. But models still struggle with things like contextual judgment. Judgment becomes a very, very important word. Long-term accountability, organizational memory, trust, calibration. It doesn't really understand what trust is, and understanding why something matters inside this specific human system. Because before, a lot of knowledge was in humans' heads, right? And AI doesn't know how to like pull it out and what to make sense of it. So humans will need to organize it and explain to AI how to use it, align it with what they want. So I think humans should double down on areas where stakes, ambiguity, and coordination matter the most. And that includes things like editorial judgment, leadership, as I said, taste becomes a very important thing because in the world of slop, when we all, drowning in this text, in these articles and text and videos that are all the same, you need to have taste to stand out. And then that important part becomes verification, system thinking, relationship building, because I think more and more we will be actually going offline again, just to have, this fresh breath of air and to give ourselves a minute to stop and to understand where we're going with these systems that we're building that are so fast. And another thing will be ability to connect this technical capability to real world consequences. So I think with this fast developing systems in the next few years, people who can translate between humans, organizations, and increasingly capable AI systems, they will be very valuable.
Really, really interesting. And I think there's a lot of human qualities in there that you talked about. So lots for us to think about. I want to do a quick pulse check in the chat. So everyone get ready. I want you to put the number 1 in there. If you're using AI to do a lot of different things at work, more than just like rewriting an email, okay? You're actually using it for different tasks in your job, put a 1, and put a 2 if you're still figuring out where to start. Like you're still early in the journey, you know you want to use it more, give me a 2. All right, there's a mix. There's a lot of people here. We got a lot of numbers coming through. Thanks, everyone. We made that easy. Okay, thank you for sharing that and I think if you gave us a 2 or even with a 1, feel free to also add in there what's some of the big questions you have about that right now, like about further adoption. What are you still trying to figure out within it? Feel free to put that in too. I know it's a little more writing, so we'll give you a minute to put that in. But in the meantime, if you gave someone if someone said to you, I have 30 minutes a day where I'm going to work on this problem I'm having and figuring out AI a little better for my job, and they want to, use it for their career specifically, what would you tell them to do? Like what habit, what platform, where do they go? What should they practice? Like 30 minutes a day, where would you tell someone to spend their energy right now if they're still growing with it?
Okay. So don't spend all your 30 minutes just consuming AI content, tutorials or whatever it is. What you have to focus on is applying those skills, whatever you learn in the real world workflows and your real world pipeline. It could be you are using ChatGPT or even Cloud for structured thinking, writing, analysis, even script writing. We use a lot of AI tools for script writing in our industry, and we use it for pre-production, concept designing, and everything. You can use Perplexity for fast research and source discovery, or if you work in my industry, media and entertainment, creative industry, experiment with the tools, Runway, Veo, Midjourney, AI-assisted AI editing. Even Premiere Pro has a lot of Gen AI tools. And even right now, I'm using Gemini. I've generated a ton of concepts for our own films that we are right now working on. So what you have to focus on is you're applying those skills, whatever you learn in real world work pipeline, the workflow. Don't just sit on the knowledge. And the main point is you have to apply in the real world pipeline.
Yeah. And there's so much coming in the chat as you were talking there, Dhrupad, too, in terms of how people would spend their 30 minutes. I think there's so much advice here. We're going to have to somehow consolidate this chat afterwards, Max, using AI to tell people some of these great tips. But Robin, I want to go to you. From what you're seeing inside organizations, are companies training people on some of these things that Dhrupad's sharing and that we're all talking about, or are they expecting employees to figure it out on their own most of the time still? What are your peers saying? What are you seeing out there when people are trying to figure this out?
Yeah, I think honestly, it's mostly people trying to figure it out on their own, right? I mean, I lead enablement at one of the most AI forward companies on the planet right now, and we're navigating this internally. My field moves faster than I could create any formal training or capability to actually build it out. So we're sort of seeing 3 areas where you can actually make progress on building out the capability. For us, we're seeing how do we expose sort of the bottoms up activities that are happening internally. So that can be things like communities, office hours, hackathons, sharing things on Slack or GitHub repos, etc. The second is people are bringing external learnings in. So all of the great content that my fellow co-panelists create, we're using that to make sure that we're staying on top of newsletters and podcasts and practitioners publishing in public what they're actually doing. And what of that can we translate into our internal capability? And then the actual artifacts themselves. So think of like code review, but for prompts, right? We had a lot of problem early on with AI sprawl as my technical communities continue to build things out. But now how do we actually make it so that it's discoverable and identifiable from others in the company so that they can actually take somebody else's prompts, copy it, modify it for the thing that they're trying to solve for so that we can continue to build on the work of others.
Yeah. which is already a problem in so many companies, just siloing content and knowledge in the first place, let alone now the AI knowledge that we're all creating. All right. So let's say you have someone specific in this audience, who's in marketing, another person who's in finance, another person who's in operations. Is the skill they need to build all the same? Maybe Ksenia, I'll throw this one to you. Or, is AI literacy actually really different depending on what you do? Like you talked about a lot of human skills before, but I think if people are sitting here going, I need to get better, this is my different role, what should they be thinking about?
I don't think there should be different set of skills. First of all, again, I agree with Robin. I think everything develops so fast that you kind of even need to maybe slow yourself down to just not to follow all the hype because it's just overwhelming, and to start understanding first what is it that you want from this AI system, what is it that you want to build, because again I think organizing things becomes one of the most important things now. And if before we were running without any idea where we're running, now it's time to slow down and understand what are we building in terms of the products, in terms of the ideas that we want to be live in this world, because AI enables so many new ideas to actually be created. And then we need to understand how we communicate with AI and build this set of skills based on judgment, based on the questions you know how to ask, how you communicate with the system, and just building more.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a good call out in there too, which is that we might have a lot of people in our chat here today or with us who are very technical. And, a good portion of this is that communication ability, whether that's what Robin was saying of like actually sharing it out with other teams after you have it, or just using the tool in the first place with communication. So there's definitely different, skills required. Okay. Dhrupad, I want to get a quick answer from you here because we're almost at time. In a few years from now, what's going to separate people who are thriving in their careers from the ones who get left behind?
It's going to be who learn how to evolve with technology versus people who stayed attached to the old ways of working. That's the short answer for it.
Nice. And Robin, would you add anything to that? Any other things you're thinking is going to separate people in the future?
Yeah, I think those that are waiting are going to be in trouble. You have to get started, and you have to get started now, and being comfortable with the continuous agility and reinvention, right? So be okay with being a beginner. You may be the most technical resource that exists on your team, but it's okay to not have all the answers right now.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That leaves us in a great spot here as we round out our time. Max, do we have any time for Q&A from the audience or anything else here?
Yeah, I think we have 2 minutes for the Q&A, so everyone can probably share their question. We need to enable the chat again.
Yes, it's a wild chat over there once we enable it. It's exciting today. Lots happening.
Questions in the chats. Okay. That's amazing to see.
I know, it's okay. I can see them here too, but all right. Well, I've got a quick one for all of you. What's the most overrated AI skill that people are talking about that you don't think we actually need that much?
Prompting.
Yeah, they're getting better, aren't they? The tools in terms of that. All right. Do you think there's any job titles that are going to be really prominent in the next few years that we're not really seeing yet today? Like what's the big new job title of the future?
Not prompt engineer. Yeah, no, I think,
nice, yeah.
I think that we're sort of thinking every role is going to change in some fundamental component. And so we're starting to think, at least internally, like what does our org look like in fiscal year 30? What does it, or fiscal year future, right? And do the roles and titles that we have today match that aspirational goal? And I think we're finding no. So we are rethinking like, how do we think about that? If we really want to propagate building, how do we make sure that people feel like their title entitles them to build, regardless of where you sit in the organization today? Because it's that domain expertise that Ksenia referred to earlier that's going to turn the corner for most people.
Yeah, I don't know about titles, but I think the system will become less vertical and much more horizontal, because you don't have to go for all these different teams to build something. Now you have this capabilities to just just create MVP by your own, and then, horizontally ask people to chip in.
Yeah, we actually got a follow-up question on our quick comment earlier about how prompting and kind of Dhrupad and Robin, you both mentioned, we don't need prompting in the same way anymore. Just for people that don't totally understand, can one of you just quickly explain why that's not the main role of the future now?
All right. So you cannot be a prompt engineer or a prompt artist if you're not expert in your own domain. So suppose I'm a creative director. If I wasn't a creative director, I cannot prompt a film. That's not how it works. If I do not know how the direction or cinematography works, I cannot just prompt a film. It's going to look like a mess, a slop. That's why you cannot just know the prompting. You have to know the skills behind it.
Thank you so much, which is super helpful when we are worried about other people taking our jobs that don't have the knowledge we have. There's still some value there. All right, we are right at time. Max, I will throw it back to you. Thank you so much, Dhrupad, Ksenia, and Robin for being here on this panel today. And I'm Margaux Miller.
Super, great.
Thank you, Margaux.
Bye, everyone. It was nice
Thanks,
being here.
everyone.
I'd like to say thank you so much to our attendees who helped us with promotion, who posted on LinkedIn, who invited their connections, and especially thank you to our media partners and co-hosts and sponsors, Plurio and Kinetik. I think you'll hear all of those people today during different sessions. We have 4.5 hours of content in 2 tracks. And for those, so we need to enable the chat now. For those who supported us with event promotion, you either posted a post or invited your connections to the LinkedIn event, post in the chat or comment in the chat, I invited, and so I'll select several winners for the books. So at our previous conferences, we've gifted more than 600 books, and this time we are gifting again the Almanac of Naval Ravikant by Eric Jorgensen, very inspiring book for every entrepreneur and investor and any person, I think. The Book of Elon, also by Eric Jorgensen, for me is quite inspiring on how to apply different principles at work. And then Super Thinking, I don't have a physical copy, but this book I'm releasing it now an audio version, second time, and it has a lot of mental models that can help in decision making. So I see comments here, and I'll just name people from this list. So Lyubov Tsvetkova, 1. Then Vaibhav Srivastav, number 2. Jason Glithero, number 3. Oh, I see many comments. Laura Giddings, Laura Giddings, number 4. And let me find the last one. Oh my God, it's impossible. So I'll just need to stop. And the 5th is, a lot of spam, unfortunately. Sahil Malhotra. So we'll check that you really invited the audience and give you books. But for those who wasn't chosen, stay until the end on Zoom with us for the next 4.5 hours. I'll select more random winners who will stay until the end. Then those who attended our previous events, you know that before some special announcement, I show something very important and memorable. So I hope this will be a surprise to those who are joining the first time. So this is magic. This little show is to attract your attention. And now, once I attracted your attention, I can show something important, what some of you know and joined. So we are launching the community called Become an AI Champion, where it's like 1 hour per week, dedicated time. You commit 1 hour per week to learn AI because we all are busy and we don't have time to watch different videos. So once a week, there will be different experts working in different companies, sharing about how they apply AI during their work. And this community is currently $93 during the event. And after the event, it will be $149. So it's the best time to join now. I also will join and share about how AI helps me run conferences and make better business decisions. And also, like, just every week, there will be different experts from well-known corporations, from less known startups, but it will help you practice AI and implement it into your company, so your company becomes AI first. And also there will be, so last time we hosted AI bootcamp, 2-3 week program. And this time, this bootcamp that earlier was more than $1,000, it's included in the subscription. And also third, if you are looking for recordings from this event, so join the community. I'll share the link now, so we need to stop the chat, and you'll be able to receive all the recordings. So here is the link in the chat, and now once I promoted this community, we can invite Aakash Gupta with his presentation, how to use Claude to get your dream job. So Aakash joins us second time with as a co-host of this event also, and would be great to learn about using Claude for job search. So Aakash, please start.
All right, everyone, dialing in from Los Angeles here. This is amazing. 1,400 of you here. I want to make this 30 minutes something that even if you're not job searching, you can find useful. As we all know, the job search has changed. I just screenshotted this job that I just pulled up from LinkedIn a few minutes ago. So this was a job that Meta put up for product manager. As we know, Meta's had so many layoffs. Despite that, 1,222 1220 applications. How is this happening, right? So why should you listen to me about this as well? I've been spending a lot of time working with people on job search, and I've been writing about it online at LinkedIn and Twitter, and I've been figuring out what works and what doesn't. So let's turn on the chat. I'm going to have a bunch of different chat messages here. Let's start with this first one. Who has applied for a job in the last month? Drop it in for me. Okay. More than half of you have, just looking at the streaming chat. This is epic. So as you guys know, if you drop your resume on LinkedIn, you hit that easy apply button for that job, just like those other 1,220 people at Meta, you're not going to get success. So let's break down how to job search effectively, what has been working well for me. And in particular, I have been leading these job search cohorts where I work with 30, 50, now 70 people for 3 months, and I've been figuring out something in particular. It's this. Everyone is dropping a generic resume everywhere. This is happening all the time. Very few people are actually customizing their resume exquisitely. And so this is one of the highest leverage points for the job application. And so what I want to do today is I want to walk you through 3 levels with Claude. I want to give you a framework so that it applies not just when you're just applying for a job, but for any task, but we're using the example of applying for a job and we're using the example of customizing a resume. We're going to start with Claude Chat, Claude.ai. We'll move into Claude Cowork, and then we'll get into Claude Code. So everybody can learn a little bit about how to use Claude. So let's stay on the chat here. Who uses Claude as your main AI right now? Almost most people, 50%, I do, most people. Now I'll say this, who doesn't use Claude as their main AI? What do you use as your main AI? Put it in there. Codex, Gemini, okay. Codex, Gemini, and DeepSeek, they can actually do a lot of what we're doing here today, but there's one in particular thing that Anthropic created which Claude uses the best, and that is skill files. So love to hear that, Dan, that PMOS has been working for you. So the skill file is the major unlock. What we just heard in that last amazing panel we just had is that what's the most overhyped AI skill right now? They said prompting. For my money, skills are the new prompts. A really strong skill library is the new prompt library. And one of the most important things to get right with a skill is going to be this description. And that's why I've shown the description here for my resume customizer. I just recently ran 75 tests across 25 skill files, where I created 3 different versions of each skill file. And I had different skill files, different workflows, different lengths. You know what the number one thing was that determined the success of a skill? The description, whether it was actually called when it needed to be, whether it got routed, and whether it had an existence check. And so you need to nail the description and you need to nail your skill file. So let's actually go into a real demo. Let's not keep this all at slides. I am going to actually show you guys what I actually see and how I actually build out these skills. So let's get right into it. I'm going to do the most scary thing you can do on a 1,400 person channel. I am going to share my entire desktop. All right, guys. So here we have my entire desktop. What you can see here is 2 things. So you can see that meta job that we were just talking about. 8 people have applied in the last 24 hours. 1220 have applied in general. We're going to open that up and we're going to start to say, okay, is this a job that I'm qualified for? 10 plus years in PM. Yes. This example here, this person has had 10 plus years in PM. I took a real resume of somebody I'm working with. Is the salary good? Yeah, it is. So step 1 is going to be, let's create a really good Claude skill. And so it's super easy. All you have to do, and I'm going to zoom in so that you guys can see this really big, is you hit it with a simple prompt, like create a Claude skill that takes your resume and the job description and customizes per my advice in this post. Make it the best Claude skill ever. And what post did I paste in there? So I actually have written an article on this. And so I just Control-A, Control-C this post, and I pasted it in. So now Claude has some instructions about what makes a good customized resume. And voila, it's created this skill for me. How do I add this skill? I literally just hit this save skill button at the top right. I already have it, so you can upload and replace if you want, or if you don't have it, it will just launch it. Now the next step. Let's go ahead and see for this meta job how I can apply with this resume. So what am I going to do? I'm going to switch this over to a fast model just so that we don't have to wait for Opus. But in a job search, I do actually recommend that you use Opus. So you might say something like, and let's make this big so you guys can see it. Use my resume customizer skill. Customize this resume for this job. You might even just add in a smart prompt like, do not hallucinate any new work. And so we Command-A, Command-C. We don't need to be super clean with even these pastes. Command-A, Command-C into here. And now what it's going to do is it's going to start to walk through this skill itself. So the first thing it does is it's reading this skill. You can see all the different items that are here in this skill. The skill even has some references that it's created. So it has some examples, JD, bullet patterns. All of it comes together. It's going to go read it. It says, oh, I don't see your skill. That's interesting. And so then sometimes we're going to run into this. This is a live demo, right? What we can actually do is we can say, okay, resume dash customizer. What happened there? So let's try this again. We can save skill. Sometimes we literally have these issues, right? So I'm doing this all live. Let's try this again. Let's load I want you guys to see the real deal, not the like fake stuff. So let's try it again. Let's try this prompt. Use my resume customizer skill. And by the way, if you saw the example that Claude generated, even without the skill, it's not too bad. Now we'll actually get to compare. How does it do with the skill versus without the skill? It still doesn't see this available skill. So sometimes this will happen. Let us roll with the punches here and look at what happened. So it changed the summary and made it active. So let's take a look and compare this summary. 3 hypergrowth runs, Braintree, PayPal, Instacart. Here what this did is it said built platform infrastructure that turned Facebook into commerce destinations. That's going to be something that's going to immediately catch the eye of a meta leader. Let's go ahead and see. We're having some issues calling the skill with Claude Chat, right? So now let's just move forward and let's actually see how we can make it easier to call our skills, because that's why I said there are 3 levels to this. Claude Chat is inherently going to be limited. You're going to get much less limitations if you're using the next tool we talk about. So the next and more powerful tool is Claude Cowork. Drop into your chat who has used Claude Cowork. We see a bunch of people have used Claude Cowork. So let's go ahead and see if Claude Cowork does a better job of calling my skill. Cowork rocks. One of the things that I really like about Cowork is for job search. You can create a project with a bunch of context on your files. You can set up connectors and it will become much more powerful. It can actually reference an entire folder on your desktop. And for regular work, it can create documents. It can pull from your favorite sources. And the unlock for Cowork is twofold. So number 1 is that it can interact with files on your computer. Number 2 is that you can build a deep context library where it pulls information as it's relevant. So let's go back. Let's take a look at Claude Cowork this time. Let's see if we can help debug some of these issues that we ran into with our resume customizer skill as well. So now we are into Claude Cowork. We're into my job search OS. So what I've done is I've chosen a folder here that lives on my computer that has all of these different things. It has a Claude MD file. It has different skills that are available to it. Let's go ahead and see if Cowork does a little bit better job of the resume customizer skill. And because I don't want to have a failed demo again, I'll ask it. Do you have access to my resume customizer skill? I can actually take a look. And theoretically, if I've written my Claude MD correctly, my Claude MD will typically show exactly what skills are available to a particular project. And so in my Claude MD, I've shown it, hey, there's this resume tailor skill. You don't see a resume customizer. I do see resume tailor. Perfect. So perfect. We'll use that resume tailor skill for this job with this resume. And so we'll again copy over the description. You notice I didn't even care too much about the formatting here. Claude can handle it. I've copied in both the job description and I've copied in that resume. So we'll take a look and we'll see how does Claude do. And I love watching it think. So we can see it loads the tools, task create, it's finding files, it's reading my experience library. So this is one of the coolest things that it's doing here and that Claude in general can do. So realistically, I didn't even need to paste in my resume to this because it has access to it. You can see it's reading my career plan. It's coming up with all this information. So it's actually saying, hey, the resume you pasted belongs to Rohit, but your experience library is Aakash Gupta. So this is the intelligence of cowork. So now let's decide, right? Let's tailor my resume actually. So let's go option A, tailor mine, not Rohit's. And you can see I've built in this resume tailor skill, this guardrail. Every bullet in the output must trace back to the experience library. And so that's an important thing that's happening here. You can see my resume tailor skill that I created is a lot more in depth in my job search OS than it would have been in the basic Claude chat that we created. If you guys remember that Claude skill, and let's go look at that really quick. That basic Claude skill that we had initially created that didn't load, by the way. It was like this sort of simple skill. Now, if we go back over to cowork, what we're working with here, I've built out a much more detailed skill. And that's why I said at the beginning, skills are the new prompts. Before you might iterate on your prompt or something like that. Now what you can do is every time you use a skill, you can go update the skill at the end of the chat. And that's my typical workflow is after I've used a skill, at the end, I'll say, hey, I gave this feedback to you, go update this skill. And so that's how this skill eventually now you can see is incredibly long. It has all sorts of loops and information in here. What is it doing? It's going to go through the job description. It's going to label it as require or preferred. It's going to take this customization philosophy where it has red changes, green changes, blue changes, orange changes. It has these customization principles.
Yeah,
so
Aakash,
now,
Aakash,
yeah.
1 minute and let's finish the session. So we need to.
Oh, I thought it was a 30-minute talk. Okay.
Sorry.
We can go faster. Okay, so this is exactly how cowork is going to customize my resume using my job search OS. So we're going to move a little faster on this talk, and that is the point of cowork. Let's move on to Claude Code. Claude Code is going to be the best version of everything you're doing in cowork for two reasons. It has access to the newest features, and it's not just for developers. So let's do a final demo here with Claude Code. So in Claude Code, what's going to happen is that you're going to have access. This is cursor that you guys are seeing. You're going to have access to all of those same skills that I had. So we have that resume tailor skill, if you guys remember. And here's a little cheat code for cursor. Double click and hit open preview. We have that resume tailor skill similar here. So we could ask it, hey, customize my resume for this job using the resume tailor skill. Or you can even, sometimes you can / resume - tailor, and that's how you're going to call it. Now, why is Claude Code better? I wanted to show you guys that. A couple different things that happen here. So with Claude Code, you can actually queue messages. You can say, write it as a PDF. In Claude Chat or Cowork, you can't queue that message. Another really cool thing you could do is you could say, I have put into this briefing here, interview transcript I had with Anthropic. Actually, before that, a month earlier, it had prepared me for that. So now I could say, hey, set off parallel sub-agents, and it'll have these sub-agent definitions in here. 5 of them to review my interview transcript, then come back to me with what I should have done better based on our prep. So you can hit it with a very complex prompt like that. It's going to find my interview transcript. It's going to check the project structure. We can point it to that transcript here. And then it's going to spin up 5 parallel agents, which is something you can't actually do in Claude Chat or Claude Cowork as easily. And so that is the coolest thing. If we had more time, I would show you exactly how to use those parallel subagents, but let's leave it at the fact that Claude is incredibly powerful. It has this incredibly powerful ecosystem across these three levels that we just talked to you guys about. There's chat, there's cowork, there's code. And what you need to do is you need to eventually move yourself up into the code level. It looks scary, but if you do it, it's incredibly powerful. And it doesn't stop at just customizing a resume. You can follow this link bit.ly/4dccela to check out my job search OS, and you can just copy paste everything I've done. And since we're out of time, you can subscribe to my newsletter. You can subscribe to my podcast. This is the type of content I cover. As you saw, we did a real demo today. We showed you that skills aren't always called in chat. There's easier ways via Cowork and Code if you set up your Claude MD. In your job search, you can automate absolutely everything. You can automate finding jobs and telling you when jobs are available, customizing your resume, creating work products. All of it is possible with Claude. And so stop just dropping your resume or hitting LinkedIn Easy Apply. The people who are getting jobs in my cohorts, they're going through this extra mile, and Claude can make it so much easier. It might have taken you 5 hours before. Now it might just take you 30 minutes.
Super, Aakash. Thank you. Thanks so much. People asked about your article, so feel free to share your article you mentioned in the first part of your presentation in the chat. And yeah, super. Thanks so much. And by the way, today we'll have in the second track, we'll have a Claude Code workshop, so you can practice. For those who have a paid subscription to Claude, you will be able to go for 30 minutes and practice Claude Code together with us.
Hello, my name is Dima. I am the AI director at Conde DoorDash. So I mean, I'm a techie here, so just kind of forgive me if I don't have such a great presentational skills like the previous ones. I'm really kind of from a hardcore engineer. I'm coming from the very deep like mathematical background, and I'm just my whole job is just doing and building AI and like an engineering basically stuff. Yeah, and so I run the engineering companies, run engineering teams, and I thought like, yeah, maybe it's gonna be too nerdy to just go over it and say, hey, like this is what are the cool stuff that we're building? This is the cutting edge of like the AI algorithms or something like that. And I thought, what is something that I can still give you and you might benefit from it in an entertaining way? And I thought, okay, like regardless that I am coming from like the deep tech, I'm a manager and I have a huge ton of things that I need to chase every day. Like if you're ever looking at the DoorDash, it is the most successful company in the history of food, and we're growing like hell. I have 1,000 of different kind of contacts that I need to switch. I have a lot of different stakeholders. I have a lot of commitments. We're working at an incredible pace, like literally, just so many things are going on, and when you're starting to be more of like a leader and less of the person who is just like in the trenches crunching the code, you have to kind of orchestrate and juggle with all this context around. And so, yeah, just maybe you can hit the plus or something for people who have like more than 3 things that they need to do in a day, like 3 separate projects, I mean. And for those who did not hit the plus, I envy you. I really miss my kind of old focused kind of days where I can just stick my feet into some problem and just kind of go and grind through it. So I was like, okay, what can I tell people about the way I work day to day? And also not to bore with some kind of formulas and like and showcasing something that excites me and probably not everyone else, like because I'm very excited about tech and like the algorithms and stuff. And so I thought, okay, but maybe I can give you the presentation through the lens of me being the manager, the leader, that somebody who had to juggle with like 1,000 different concepts and priorities and have a conflicting priorities and have like the team that need to care of and some projects that are coming your way, and yeah, and also have like a Slack which is exploding every morning. I'm from London, but mainly the DoorDash sits in US. So like every time I woke up, there's a lot of presents from my San Francisco, like even New York friends because they were working while I was sleeping. So like, okay, every time I go to Slack, every time I open my laptop in the morning, I have a panic attack because I've got tagged in 1,000 different streams. I had a thing that I wanted to carry over from the last day because I forgot to do something. And so I built my own AI chief of staff. And so I wanted to show you that. And I'm really sorry once again. I'm not a I'm a tech guy, so there's no beautiful presentations. I'm gonna just show you how I'm running with my Claude code. I hope I won't just spook out because of it. So once again, the problem that I have is just I have so many things that I need to care about and I need to kind of show and I need to remember, and it just only keeps growing. We're growing internationally, are getting more teams, we're getting more kind of projects, and yeah, well. Anyways, so I'm gonna just launch my Claude. Do you see it nice? Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, good. So I will share you like the demo session of like what I have. Yeah, probably the first thing I'm gonna show you is like actually how the structure of my chief of staff looks like, and I'm gonna give you a brief introduction about what is this thing is doing, and then I will show you what kind of a morning report that it kind of generates for me because that's that's my favorite part. So let me ask it. Hey, show me the structure of the space that we currently have here, like all the projects and all the files that I have, because I want to show the folks on the webinar to yeah to see it. Hopefully, it's gonna just give us something slightly beautiful. Probably not. Yeah, it did not. But it's just giving me a structure of my kind of chief of staff thing. So this is the directory that my chief of staff lives. So what it has. So I think you've already know or heard already about the Claude and context. All these things is just like a meta things, the most important stuff that agents should know every time it launches the session. So it's like less important. But then I have the folder me, which have these files that I think everyone after this meeting should go and do and create for yourself. So the profile MD is actually a description of myself that I put there because if you think about it, my Claude Code agent, you should think about agents who are like very smart but have like complete amnesia because every time that you're starting the new session, they don't remember anything that was before. So the only thing they can remember something is when they have like actually something written up. So this is the description of myself, like who am I working for, like what is my job, like what I like more like function, well, what I'm doing at work. This one, communications is like how I usually write because usually this chief of staff also helped me with draft some messages. So, and they said, hey Dima, like I've already drafted a few messages so you can send them here and here because people were asking about this. So it has the a lot of my kind of what I believe the golden messages, and so it kind of understands my style and builds for that. Then I have a narrative. This is a nice thing. It's more of a story that I'm trying to tell people about myself. In a subtle way. Like, for example, part of this narrative is that I'm a highly energetic kind of engineering leader that is kind of blurring the lines between eng and product. So I'm not as like super tacky person, although I just told you that, but it's more like I'm more of a business leader. And so I have a few of those narrative things that I want people to know me for. Like I'm also like very much into details. I'm like very, very technical. I can go as deep as like literal math formulas with my engineers and dig something. And so it's more of like a story that I want to tell people because like everything is story. Yeah, like people love stories. This is my weekly goals that I kind of that I fill up every week. This is my long-term goals, which I kind of maybe like fill up every quarter or so. Just generally like what I want to get in my career etc., etc. You already see where I'm going, yeah? Because like every time the chief of staff going to dig and look at all the variety of different contacts that he found over the emails, Slacks, and like everywhere else, it kind of looks at this through the lens of all these files. It looks like, okay, what is your weekly goals? What is the most important stuff? What is the narrative? What is the, yeah, like, well, whatever. Like, and so it has to have this set up, this lens through which it's going to look at the whole variety, myriad of things that is kind of coming my way. Then I have the projects that also have some descriptions about like what these projects are doing, and basically I just kind of at some point I'm just point my Claude code at some files and said, okay, this is the project that I should be working on. Just build yourself a knowledge about it. These are the docs. Do it yourself. Then I have the stakeholders, like some of the top stakeholders, which is basically people who are almost kind of who have the most influence over my career. It's like CTO, my direct manager, my skip manager, some of the core peers around me. So like these people, agent go and search specifically around the Slack and emails, like and highlighting whether they told anything, so I should be aware of. So this is my kind of top 12 people that are, yeah, that is basically kind of my who I rely on. So then they have like a lot of stakeholders. I have the same thing for my teammates. Usually all the messages that I also all the conversations that I'm having with them on one-on-ones, they all being transcribed and just they're gonna put into these empty files. And yeah, and so basically it kind of knows about my people. So every time I go to one-on-one, I can ask Claude to kind of help me prepare. And it actually says something like, hey, like a month ago, you promised that, like maybe you should do this now, like with for example, with Kareem. Yeah, okay, so let me, I'm seeing that I'm running a little bit out of time already. So let me say, so my morning usually starts with a command, with a skill, but something that we just seen already. So skill called brief. Let me, it prepares a brief for me. Oh, it opened in a different window. Basically, it's going through all the Slack, all the messages, all the email, looking at my files about like myself and like goals, etc. What something I just told you, and generates me an HTML page. So another thing, if you want to have a practical so what from this webinar, for the last 2 weeks, there is a very big hype, and I mean, it's quite reasonable that HTML is killing all the visualization because HTML is like the best thing, is the super lightweight. You can build the slides, the presentations, like the reports. So no more PowerPoint, no more, yeah, let alone everything else. It's just HTML. Sorry, it opened in my different window. So this is the morning brief that I got today. So it tells me what is the focuses are. It's chasing me on the deadlines that I have, chase Kareem on latency analytics. This is the interesting thing, the hero one. So in my structure, there is a execs tier. So this is the file that I built at some point when I realized that execs are like very senior stakeholders love when they give you advice and then you actually follow it in and you got successful and you want to get back and said, hey, by the way, you just off the cuff told me to do that. I actually done that and it's quite successful. So I have a separate separate kind of almost a folder for them. So I keep track of this. And so yeah, one of the also part of the narrative is to be a hero. I love this framing of like I'm writing my own story, I'm a hero, and I'm going and just kind of helping the company, the business. And so I actually found that as a hero statement. So the Eric once kind of asked me to build like one specific thing, and he said like, "Hey, June built this metric yesterday, and Chase, Eric, who gave you this idea, turned this into opportunity to show you are the hero mentality. Eric gave you steer, June made it real. You can turn it into an exact conversation tool." That is pretty awesome because I would probably gonna forget about that. Yeah, okay, relationships. What is okay? Calendar preparation. This is like actually cool things also. I actually was looking at already at this in the morning, so I kind of already see some of the cool things. Yeah, for example, that one. So there's a person in my team, Vas. He was out of office like starting 1:30 p.m. and he said like before Vas leaves, confirm Gemini is formally dropped from GenAI scope. Like, sorry, Mumba Jumba, the some techie nerdy stuff, but basically, get a status on the project. So let's go. So this was the today focus, and this is my calendar. So let's go. So then I have the same things on the project updates. Like what are the core stuff that um, that that is happening there. So like usually within specific Slack channel or something, it gives me the summary of the last 24 hours and gives me some suggestion items like yeah, send then GenAI carousels like before Vas goes, flag ads, yeah, like look at the metrics, Seekong done something. Okay, anyways, I just don't want to give you too many details of like all this stuff because it probably doesn't make much sense to you. Recruiting narrative. So somebody is already preparing a PM focus session. So maybe I should piggyback on this and actually build my own. So on recruiting, because I have the idea that I have the task to actually build the recruiting function, like in London, to hire more MLEs. So it's actually helping me, and he knows that it's one of my core projects and core priorities. So it actually asked Nadia to co-own the event outline, 20 minutes. Well, that's pretty cool. Company announcements, quick wins to amplify something that we already had. Yeah, like this double parametric item ranker shipped in 2 weeks versus 8. Oh, that's actually a cool thing. So we have the company announcement, like company wants faster AI adoption. Yeah, there was a message about this. And one of my team members actually shipped the specific model in 2 weeks versus 8. It's actually not entirely true. It like was 2 weeks versus probably like 6. I think it's this 8 as was a little bit inflated. But yeah, it's like this is the cleanest proof point for the CTO adoption narrative. This is amazing. Like it actually helps me to kind of surface the wins of the team. And so it already drafted me a few messages, but based on my communication style, which is amazing. And yeah, some kind of career advice like for the day. So I mean that is insane. That is absolutely kind of game changer for me. And so I'm running out of time, and I want to share you one more thing. One thing that I also have is the debrief command. Is the command that every day, yeah, so give me the debrief of your day. I will navigate the context around your personal OS and help route you into the right project stakeholders. When the day ends, I just sit and just talk for like 5 minutes or maybe something 10 minutes just to Claude Code, to transcribe everything. And it actually takes all my dump of my kind of ideas and go and channel it through various kind of sections. Okay, this is the project update. This is the new idea from exec, and this is blah blah blah. And so, oh, this is something that we need to carry over for tomorrow. So this is my brief and debrief thing, my check in and check out for the day. It is like literally the game changer. My work is completely different, the way I approach it, from how I was doing, let's say, in January. So this is like it is incredible. So this is the HTML file that they generate every day for me. That is awesome. I mean, HTML files, I use them all the time now with for presenting. For you can build various kind of interactive elements there. So yeah, I really love it. Cool, thanks. And so I have like a few minutes. I have 5 minutes left. And for that, I actually wanted to tell you a little bit about our community, because I'm the officially kind of the expert in this community sprint, and I really love that because I was at some point of time I actually came to folks as a student. I love the community. I wanted to get a course or like the community on like some specific topic, and I so much kind of fell in love with the folks. So I just said, hey folks, like I don't know how can I help you, but like I really want to be with you. And so this is like my true story how I ended up here. And yeah, now we've built something really cool, I think, and where you can hang out with me and a lot of other AI experts. So we've built this community, and this is I mean, we're probably going to share this landing page already, but basically, I don't believe too much into the studying materials or like the YouTube videos because or even another course because I mean all the information is already public on the internet. It's the community and people that surrounds you that makes the difference. And you don't want to surround yourself with thousands of videos on YouTube. You want to surround yourself with thousands of people that also do care about AI and the development and like they about personal careers. And we thought that it's going to be cool to have this community, to invite every week someone new. Do we have it somewhere here? Like this is me. We have a cool folks around here. Yeah, so it's like every week. Oh, I'm gonna tell this about in a sec. So like every week we wanted to bring someone new, some new expert who gonna kind of give us a spiel about like what they're doing, what is the most important stuff. And sometimes it's like, hey, I'm an AI researcher in DeepMind, and this is what I think about how should I raise my kids because like I'm looking at the AGI and I'm worried and my kids are 7 and sometimes it's like that. So like very much, parenting or like some fluffy topics and sometimes it's like, hey, this is how we're implementing this thing in our company. This is how this is a hypothesis that worked and did not. And generally we wanted to position that as a kind of AI champions. Like everyone who's been joining this community so far, they all said, and you can have this, real reviews from people. I'm personally very, very proud of that. It's just like I started as a head of product role, and this AI champions community, I performing at levels never thought of in my career because people becoming like more of a AI providers because they hear all this stuff that in our community is happening, the stuff that we're talking like from the actual frontier, like hey, this is how Meta does it, and this is how how Anthropic. One thing I did not told you, like actually how Anthropic inside they banned the vibe coding of skills, for example, or vibe coding of prompts, and like why, for example, it's happening that. Like all those things we're actually sharing there because I mean I'm getting all the signals from my folks, like the nerds from all these labs on our nerdy hangouts, and yeah, we're sharing those. And so you can think about it if it's like if you're in your career and you really want to basically start doing your work differently to become this AI champion in the company. I think this is the best framing probably. It obviously gonna suit like everyone who's also interested in generally, I don't know, founders or whatever. But I specifically think that this is the thing that's gonna help with your career the most. Of course, we're gonna probably we're sometimes speaking about personal stuff, how you should increase your personal efficiency, etc., etc. But this is more, I think, it's going to be the most useful for people who actually want to excel and become those AI champions in their career. So we also had I also have like a little kind of course, like more of a like a few videos kind of that are pre-recorded, and I'm guiding through various kind of tools that I'm using that I find useful. So if you join the community, you can also look at them, and this is something that we're giving everyone who's joined the community. It's like a self-paced course. But the most important thing I still think that once again, I personally believe that my videos are way better than any on the YouTube, of course. But to me, it's not the main value here. Like the main value is just if you can surround with people like yeah, like those who were presenting here before, like those who are really excited about that and they can share advice, etc. About themselves. So yeah, please join. I actually not sure how should I send this link. Oh, okay. Thanks, Max. You've already done everything for me. Thank you so much. Yeah, so please come. I will share I'm sharing in this community everything. I'm just kind of sharing, hey, this is my setup. just get it. Just get it. And sometimes we're just like, hey, this is how you should do the OpenClaw. And this is my manual to you. So just give this manual to your LLM and it's gonna build you. Or like, hey, this is a new article that I think is particularly exciting. Or hey, this is the skill that we've built. Kind of use it. Cool. I'm at time. Yeah. Sorry for this ugly terminal thing, but yeah, I guess that's the real deal. That's the real stuff. That's how it's happening.
Yeah, super. So actually, so it's already second session when we show Claude Code here on the main stage, and we'll have some additional Claude Code workshops in the second track, which will be launched soon. Once again, so Dima, thank you so much once again for all that. This is an official offer from this conference, this community, become an AI champion with us, community sprints. Someone asked how to get this t-shirt. So stay with us for 6+ months, and I think we'll gift you. And the price will grow after the event finishes. So you have also deadlines. Save this link because there are a lot of people posting in the chat, and yeah, we are continuing. So thanks so much, Dima. And I'm inviting Margaux to invite our next panelists and moderators. Thank you, Margaux, for helping us with this event.
Yes, my pleasure to be here. Thank you, Max, all the clear details and what we're supposed to be doing. So let's keep things rolling. I'm going to be emceeing your stage here online, the stage 1, track 1. And of course, you can head over to track 2 if you want that practical knowledge. So right now is certainly a time where AI is exciting and we're seeing all of us adopting it. But this next conversation is going to zoom out a little bit to kind of that big corporation level and what happens when they're making that call about AI adoption. So, who approves the tools, who decides what's worth the investment, who's accountable, all of these kind of big questions, right? So to lead the discussion, we have an amazing moderator coming to the stage, a product leader who has launched B2C products with a scale up to 100 million active users at publicly traded companies like VK and Yandex. Andrew Zakonov, he is here. He is the CEO of Kinetik, and he's going to take over and take it away with this next panel. Thanks for being here, Andrew.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. Yes, I'm Andrew. I'm co-founder and CEO of Kinetik. Kinetik is an agent specialized for creators and marketing. Before that, like last 2 years, I spent JetBrains. We created, launched, and scaled JetBrains coding agent Junie to hundreds of thousands active users. So I have a lot of experience with agents, creating them, scaling, and talking to companies about AI workflows and how to do that AI adoption. And we've got 3 incredible panelists here with me today. Tanya Roosta, Director of AI at AMD, an AI leader delivering production-ready Gen AI systems across search, personalization, and conversational AI. Arun Karthik, Conde Nast, Director of Data Solutions Engineering, responsible for delivering enterprise data products across their commercial content, advertising, and other corporate domains. And David Smooke, founder and CEO of HackerNoon, a global tech publication reaching over 3 million monthly readers. So let's start. Today our topic is how do corporations make decisions about AI tools and automations? And I'd like to start with a question I personally spent a lot of time thinking about today: signal versus noise. We just recently launched our product on Product Hunt, Kinetik Agent, and on the day alone, it was like 700 launches on Product Hunt, and more than 500 launches were AI related, and that was just a regular Thursday. Across the market, I think we have thousands of new AI products every month, and a lot of them target B2B companies. So actually, like when we run company, we always need to make the decisions. David, you run HackerNoon. You publish tens of thousands of stories about AI. You help companies to advertise products. You are building AI into your own product. So you're probably closer to this fire hose than anyone in this room. How do you personally filter a signal from noise? when yet another AI tool shows up, how do you decide? Like, do I need to spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes to try it, to start trial, or I just scroll down? How does it work inside HackerNoon as a company for you?
I mean, my first filter through the noise is reading my own team first. So I'm going to Slack and I'm, not talking to robots first. I think is a very important, like, who are the most important people in your life and who are the most important people to your work? Did you read them first today or did you not? So I think like how important people are to you and your business, that's how you should start your reading and your work rotation. So I think that's a huge thing for us. But I mean, with Claude, is kind of really driving a lot of what HackerNoon is doing. We have everyone on Claude Teams, and that gives a lot of like just knowledge of, the company. Like instead of just saying, can I like you want to teach people how to search your database, but you can also now just ask it questions and know like connecting our GitHub, our Versal, and our Slack to our Claude. Now Claude is another teammate and it's there and it can answer all your questions. So I think that gives us a lot of different signal through the noise. And then as we're building like a content management system, I try to think of like where can I call an API and where can I make an API call? And that is an AI moment. So for example, comments on the internet are an age-old just problem. Everyone is angry. How do you get only the good ones? So when you comment on HackerNoon, what happens is we send that to OpenAI right away with our credentials of what a good comment is, and it gets rejected or accepted in about 3 seconds. So it's like that API call is happening, and now we're filtering out a lot of bad information that shouldn't be on. We don't want to host. So if you want to let everybody comment, we're adding an AI filter on that comment level, and it's very, forgiving. I'm not trying to suppress discussion. I'm trying to get discussion that's not related to technology, not happening on HackerNoon. So that's a lot of our, signal versus noise. And thanks for having me here today. I appreciate you guys doing this.
There's a great comment about starting with a team first. I can share just a small story. I definitely had a lot of automations in my life, like kind of chief of staff and similar. And at one point, I started my day with a kind of summary of Slack, like HTML generated based on different like threads and activities. But then I kind of skipped that and I decided that I just unsubscribe from not too important stuff. And I also started with messages from my team with like, no,
my
summary is
team's
just
not
kind
big
of
enough
direct.
to need a summary. I'm going to read it all. Everything someone posts, I'm reading it. I don't need AI to summarize it.
Great comment. Arun, same question, but very different context. You're at Conde Nast, an established media company, I believe with more than 20 brands across very different markets. When a new AI tool appears that could potentially help your data team, your editors, your content workflows, what does the evaluation process actually look like? Is there a formal process or is it more organic? Is it mostly top-down or is it bottom-up?
That's a good question, actually. So for a more experienced and then what do I say, more than 100 years in the market, we have a formal approach. Okay. As you say, like there are a lot of startups that are, as you said, like 700 AI tools popping up each and every day. Even in a normal day, you just have those tools coming in and then everyone approaching you when you through all the online portals and all the forums where you can meet someone and say like, hey, this tool helps you with this tool helps you with all those things that will ease your life and things like that. So as a process goes in a well-defined manner, so we tend to ask questions. Okay. So first of all, whether the tool is going to be compliant with your security team. So it's not just one team that selects the product in our side, at least. So we will have to go talk to our tool selection program or process that we go. So when you start asking all your cybersecurity related question and then come to your data compliance and then the data security related questions, most of these 700 out of the 700 you'll just filter out at least like 600 of them and then you'll land up to the 100 that you need. And then when you get into the other process of saying like how good you are in the market, how well your data is being protected, when you really have to understand like when you are using an AI tool, you are really letting the tool to read your data, your organization's data. So how well they will keep your personal data or like, because as an organization, as a media company, we have all sort of data, right? and not just a media, right? Whenever you have a user base, so you have users and you will have to protect their user rights and all those data. So that being said, how compliant are they going to be? Are they going to be transparent when something goes wrong? So when you start asking all these basic questions, that is really, really important in terms of compliance, how well they're going to cooperate with you in a professional manner, you will be able to drill down to hardly like 10 to 20 odd tools or the organizations who comes in. So even though there are thousands and thousands of AI related models and people who are ready to give you, we hardly remember 5 or 10 in the market, and there are big four players already in the market. So when everyone in this session talking about Claude, so why do we talk about Claude? So compliance comes in play, whether they'll be able to vouch for you when something goes wrong. When see, the mistakes can be with me or with the service provider. So when do they come, and when will they be with you, and those kind of things, how they partner your business. Okay, when organizations like many organizations who have their business first model, not technology first, because they want to see when they sell the product, that's when they make the money, not when they use something new technology. When it is shiny, it doesn't comes up. And that's the key thing. So you can filter out with all these questions that will help you do it. And then comes your business use case. So basically, what is the best use case that you're going to approach, right? So not everyone need everything in the particular model. So you really need to know who is good at what kind of solution provided. Okay. So for me, I really need to write all my data pipelines, which is going to be very good. Who is the best person to give me those kind of tools and technologies, right? So I'm going to incline towards those kind of tool set. Okay, I'm not going to really go and then Claude Code and other coding agents like Codex and other things are in the market, and we are using it. So ideally, when you have to, this is a phase where we are examining all these tools, not just one. So as a key providers, we used to take all these things, and then we used to have all sort of tools, and then try to analyze and then figure out which one is good. And again, now the second level of analysis are there, and the POCs are there, and POCs and that key KPIs are the things which will help you out to drill down to the right tool set that you really have to use. It is a time consuming process, not just 1 day or 2 day. It will be at least like a 2 to 3 weeks that you really have to have your key players to run it and then get through and then select all these noises. And you will have to avoid the noises, else you are stuck with something that you really don't need and pay for it. Yep.
Yeah, great. Thanks. It definitely sounds a little bit easier because there are truly a lot of filters, but my expectation is that maybe next year it would be more and more noise for you also, because all those startups, they understand that they should be enterprise ready, so they would get certification and all other stuff. So definitely it would.
That's a long way out, actually.
More and more.
Yeah, it's a long way out. There will be things which will come in the next year, as you said. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the competition will be more competitive. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Tanya, you've been at Amazon and now AMD. I believe it's like two of the most technically advanced companies on the planet. There are companies that literally build AI infrastructure. And I would imagine that even there, the question of which AI tools to adopt internally isn't trivial. How does a company like AMD decide which AI tools to use for its own teams? How do you personally manage the balance, and like how much time do you actually spend on trying new AI tools? Maybe any system framework you can share?
Sure. Well, first, thanks for having me. So yeah, as you said, AMD, Amazon, these are really large tech companies. And so you're really operating at the infrastructure layer when, you're talking about the AI tools. And at that layer is actually just not noise. It's really you're drinking from fire hose of noise. So, basically you have to have very disciplined approach, as Arun kind of alluded to, and make sure that, because the stakes are quite high, right? Like, you have security concern, data privacy, you're dealing with, customer data, not just your own data, and also the engineering velocity. So you just have to be very disciplined about, what tools you're going to adopt. And so the way at least I approach it, and I'm going to also discuss some of the things I've seen, at the company level. For myself, I usually, during the week, try to use some of the tools that have come out. And, if it takes me more than honestly 20 to 30 minutes to set it up and get a hello world out, I usually move on because, a good tool should basically have a good developer ergonomics. So that's, kind of for me, how I decide if there is value or if it's noise. At the company level, we really look at, security compliance. That's huge. So if a tool requires a lot of customization, usually that might, mean you have more security risk. So that, might kind of be a signal that this is not the best tool to use, for example. But I would say the main thing is you have to really have clarity. What is the bottleneck you're trying to solve for, right? And at these big companies, you have a lot of different organizations. It's not just all engineering. You have, legal, HR, engineering. They have their own use cases. So the tools are different, but you need to know exactly what it is you want to solve or simplify for each of these use cases. And once you have a good understanding of that, then you can look at the tools, because if you just start from the tools, it's you just have a lot and you don't even know which one is useful. So I would say it's somewhere between top down and bottom up. So top down in the sense that the security team, legal, they kind of approve a set of tools that are compliant to be tested. And then it's bottom up in the sense of we, have engineers, HR, whoever is the target audience, test out these tools and give feedback in terms of which one they found really simplify their workflow and kind of solve a bottleneck they had. And that essentially weeds out, the noise, and we usually land on a couple of tools that are useful and we adopt it.
Great. Thank you. And I think that it all connects with the second eternal question I believe everyone is facing today. That is build versus buy, because when we whatever approach we take around the tooling, we always have the choice to build something internally, especially when we have Claude Code, other coding agent. It feels so great today. David, HackerNoon is a small lean team, and yet you build your own AI-assisted CMS, I believe, from scratch. And for example, when you need a new capability, say content categorization, spam detection, whatever, what's your instinct? Do you first start with research, look for some platform, or you today mostly build it over the weekend? And has AI and coding agents changed that decision-making versus a few years back for you personally?
I mean, well, building a content management system, it just gave me so much more freedom, and not being, adherent to the plugin world of WordPress and fitting in. But it also means I can break a whole page by, not having a field and suddenly an icon didn't display and I broke the whole page. So it's definitely been a learning experience as a whole. Building on what AI tools to use, so many of these tools are just wrappers on top of the foundational models. And if you're calling a good foundational model, you can kind of do whatever you want. It's why do I need Lovable if they're also calling Claude? What do I really need there? There's not. If I'm building something, it can get you some shortcuts. You're more connected to Superbase or whatever your database is if it's already integrated in the tool. But I would rather go to the API, and that's where it's hey, Whenever we do startups of the year and we're trying to get more information on all the nominees, I go to Gemini because it's Google and Google has the most business information and not Claude and not OpenAI because they don't have it in the same way that Google does. Google's already told us they have it. We've been searching Google forever. We know they have all that information, so it's easier when I say, what type of information am I looking for? Who has access to it? And Google, they were they're so ironic because like so much of what AI is today is from DeepMind and TensorFlow and how Google did it, but they came to market late. And you saw the rise of ChatGPT, and that wasn't Google's, claim, even though they kind of built it, and they built a lot of it in my mind. So, whenever we're looking for business data, I'm going to Gemini. If that, why would I solve for it? But you solve for the problem you're doing. That's kind of the simplest way to do it. I would just use less tools and more calling foundational models. I mean, even my dad was looking for health advice today, and he was like, "What app should I go for?" And it's like, don't go right to the AI and put your stuff in there, and now you're going to get a more customized solution to what he's building and what we're building. So I want to build for the problem that's in front of me, and the most flexible things are, working directly with the foundational AI models.
Yeah, great answer. Wouldn't agree more. Arun, let me bring you from a slightly different angle. When you look at the market right now, it feels like you can automate almost everything: content creation, text, videos, code alerts, monitoring, you name it. So, and like for a large company in the current era, there is a temptation, I believe, to go after everything at once. But that probably leads to chaos. And on the other hand, if you ignore it all, you risk falling behind. So you need some kind of framework. How do you prioritize and once you've identified what to automate, how do you decide? Do you need to build it, or do you need to look for some solution in the market?
So it depends on the organization, as David said, right? So what is that you want to do in your organization? For example, as I said, like if you are a business first organization, okay, and I want to sell my content, I want to sell my furnitures, I want to sell my goods and services, whatever is it with me. So when I sell that, that's when I get profit, not like using the technology, which I already said. So in these cases, the go-to market is the real thing that people will be looking at. Okay. And reason why we started using AI and AI related tool is like it's going to be quick. Okay. It's costly. Let me be clear. So using a human being is far cheaper than using an AI agent. So why we really need an AI agent is basically for going quick to the market. Okay. So when your business is very clear how you want to approach, and when like it is a tool that you really want to filter out and then take, as I said, like a disciplined approach said by Tanya, right? So you have a disciplined approach to select a tool. If it's going to give you a benefit that you want to really look at, then yes, that's where you will have to go and then you will have to buy. So if your business is a business first, then you go with the business. But in a longer run, you really will be bombarded with all the licenses cost and all the tools. That's where you will really have to inch towards looking at an alternative solution for the tool that you are using, or you will really have to build what you really need. Okay. Because as I said, like you're not going to need the entire house. Probably you really have to rent a portion, and then you really have to work with what you have and what you need. So you really have to fix it out, and then you really have to work with them. So that's how I would go about it.
That's good. Tanya, I would probably mix two questions because at AMD scale, both are interesting. Like, first of all, how you approach this build versus buy question, because in your case, you've got so many talent and resource inside to build. But also, I think at scale, it's very interesting to think to get a perspective on return on investment, because whether we're building or buying, anyway, like at the scale of thousands of employees, it like we're talking about millions every month. So what's your approach here?
So on your first question, build versus buy. Yes, when you have, world-class engineers, they just want to build everything, right? They just can't resist the temptation that we can do it better than what's out there. You kind of have to be very careful about that and, not try to build everything. But I would actually take a step back and say this whole build versus buy is a little bit broken in a way because, yes, code, writing the code has become a lot cheaper, but the maintenance and integration actually, in my opinion, has really grown exponentially more expensive. Just because somebody can write code faster, it doesn't mean you can build faster. The way, at least, at AMD and Amazon, people think about, build versus buy is more of where is it that our talent can actually really add value and true competitive advantage differentiation on top of what's out there. A couple of ways you look at that is, first of all, the problem you're trying to solve, is it more generic? I don't know, you're maybe summarizing legal documents, you're, doing routine IT ticketing, like things that are more generic, then yes, probably buying an existing solution is a good thing. But, if the tool has to touch the core IP of the company, for example, a chip design workflow or hardware optimization, then we most likely would want to build ourselves. And then the other thing I would say is that it's not, at least what I'm seeing, is not so much about building tools as it's about assembling things. I think today's question is how are you going to intelligently orchestrate all these different tools to accomplish something? The problem, at bigger companies is more about how are you going to stitch these things together so that it gives you the right framework, within your own infrastructure layer and you can get somewhere. And then your second question about ROI, one of the ways that, I saw at Amazon and I'm seeing at AMD that, people try to truly define ROI is not about how much time somebody says, the engineers are saving 80% more time on vibe, if they are vibe coding. The question always comes, say, from finance or, senior management is, okay, if you're telling me that you're saving that much time, you have to be reallocating that 80% time to solve for a real issue, like put that talent on, a real strategic problem. Actually, I heard this myself that a senior manager was asking for more headcount and the corporate VP said, you asked for this much, money to buy these, tools to do vibe coding and whatnot, because you said you're going to, save 50% time. So if you're saving 50%, where is that 50% going that you're asking me for more headcount? So that's how I'm seeing, senior management try to understand what the ROI is. That if you tell me you're saving time, where is now that time getting reallocated? So that's the real ROI.
Thank you. That's an amazing point about the maintenance, that we're building so fast now, but then we had that huge overhead of maintenance of all that new code and tools. So Margaux, I believe we have maybe
Yeah,
time for
you
one
bet.
more
So we're in the
question.
Q&A portion now, in case there's some from the audience you want to pull out. We have 2 minutes. I have some here if you want them, Andrew. Otherwise, you can ask what you have in mind still.
No, I think it would be great to get a question from audience. So
okay, great. Well,
please
let
go
me
on.
quickly help out then. So some of the questions I see coming through here are, how do you measure ROI for employee token usage? Is that something you're looking at?
I can take that. Well, because we are going through that at the moment. And I would say I go back to the same thing I mentioned is, first of all, is, okay, if this employee is using this much token, like, what is it, like, what is their freed up time going to? Are they like just going, browsing their Facebook or whatever, Instagram more, or are they actually putting that time into designing, some framework? And then the other thing is that we all know, like when you're adopting tools, there's a bit of a dip in productivity, right? Like till the adoption goes through, like you get through the initial kinks. So usually we are okay, say the first 30 days or 45 days to see a dip, in productivity. But then after that, if we don't see the velocity picking up, then, that tool is probably not giving us the ROI we need. So that's kind of like the J curve,
Sure. Okay, we have about 20 seconds here left. Yeah, okay, go ahead and we'll wrap it up.
To add up on top of what Tanya said, I would recommend everyone to learn on the token optimization. Your developers should learn that because that is mandatory. There is a lot of noise in terms of what output is given. So you really need to write on optimization.
That is a great tip. And even for every individual who's maxing out their Claude every day, just Google what Arun just said. Google, how do I optimize my token usage? And you'll find a bunch of amazing tips to just even personally start with. Thank you all so much for being here today. Thank you, Andrew, for moderating this session.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we're going to go right into our next one here in track 1, talking about the inside of AI companies. We're getting even deeper. We're not going far from where we've been in this conversation here today. Now, what actually happens inside companies with AI is often different from what gets written about and what we're all seeing. And so we just heard a bit about that. But up next, we're actually going to look at kind of us as individuals in our roles. And I love the title. If you haven't seen the title of this next session, the title is Stop Trying Not to Get Fired. Even the phrase there maybe tells you something about what we're about to hear about. Alexandra Tomashevskaya, welcome here. She is the product director at Remote, leading 16 cross-functional teams, building the future of global HR and payroll. By the way, over a decade of working in product, so she knows what is happening here, had previous roles as product director at Factorial and even a past life as a tech CEO. And of course, through all that, has had a front row seat to how AI is reshaping what it means to be a great PM. And I'm excited that you're here with us now. So Alexandra, the virtual stage is over to you.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm about to share the presentation. Yeah, I hope it works. So sorry, I actually did change the name of the presentation. So I'm going to talk to you today about the worst career decisions that you can make. To be honest, I'm a bit scared to speak after Dima. I feel a little bit as an imposter, a little bit more than usual. So, and I'm sorry, I won't be showing any terminal windows today. So it's only PDF slides today, very little text. So, worst career decision you can take. Let me start with a story. Someone from my team recently approached me and asked if she could skip the AI Builder day. So basically the day when all the PMs are like off Slack, off meetings, just vibe coding things and Claude code. She basically said has too much work to do. So let's call her Jessica. And to me, this is exactly it. The worst career decision which she could make for herself. And why is that?
LinkedIn request.
I hope that you can mute yourself. Well, I just hear some voices in my head. So, why is it so bad, career decision? Basically, not because like someone will fire her, but it's actually a little bit different problem that no one will hire her. Because I don't know if you know, but actually like 2/3 of the business owners now will not even talk to a person who doesn't have AI knowledge. So, and I understand that this is like scary and it can feel that you're not tech enough to use that, and that, I don't know, probably like there is so much happening in the AI world and it's really being hard being up to speed with that. And I mean, I know that because 3 months ago, I was this Jessica. Actually, the next slide is about myself, so I already was presented, so I skip it. But basically, the TLDR is that, like, yes, the fancy title, fancy company, but still I was very, very scared of, not scared about using AI, but like it was 15 years since I wrote the last line of code in my life. I also I thought like, okay, I know AI enough. Like I talk to Claude occasionally to do market research for me. I ask him to rewrite my Slack messages to sound more polite. So why bother? But then 3 months ago, our CEO, Job, he came and he said that like everyone in the product org, all 400 people, everyone should write and push an MR like until the end of the week. And so basically I had no way out. So I was like, okay, I need to figure it out. So I took a manual how to connect Claude Code to the code base. I had no idea how to do that. And like I stuck on the step 3 of the manual. I was like, okay, it feels exactly like 15 years ago, like really, really bad. But then like, okay, like I copy pasted the error message to Claude. He helped me basically to figure it out. After 3 hours, I have set up Claude Code. I connected it to Codebase. In 5 minutes, I pushed my MR, and basically the problem is solved. But I got so excited about that I connected like Claude Code to Linear, to Notion, to our data layer, and now my day looks very different. So I freed like half, almost of every day to do cool PM stuff, like to basically to ship code, to work on the PRDs of the more complicated initiatives. And so my mornings are now very much automated. I save a lot of time. Actually, I think it intersects a lot also with what Dima said. So I use Claude Code to summarize like all the critical threads for me from all my critical stakeholders. So I spend, I don't know, 2 times less time just to monitor Slack. Second, one-to-one meetings. Again, Claude Code monitors all action items. Quarterly planning, basically my job is to overlook 16 teams, read their one-pagers, find dependencies between teams, and to understand like if there's some double work has been done, if they are on track for the North Star metrics. Usually it took me about a week to review all the documents. Now, since I have a Claude skill for that, I'm ready like in about 3 hours. So I want to dedicate the rest of my talk to speak about how to get here, how to get to this amazing, bright future, how not to be Jessica. But before that, let me take a customer, like really, really deeply, their behaviors, what they like, what their dislikes, like what is their buyer behavior, like really go deep there. And I understand that it takes a lot of your time to know this. So the other part of being a good PM is basically to drop everything else. This everything else is the operational burden. All the times when you are pinging the engineering team to give you estimates, all the times when you talk to your data team to help you set up some dashboard in Sigma, every time then you spend on updating Linear and writing the weekly updates, all of this should be dropped. And I want to speak exactly about it, how to drop this operational burden, how to drop everything else. It's not that hard, to be honest. So we'll be speaking about 3 parts: how to set up, how to start, and how to scale it. So setup is probably the hardest part of the 3. So first, you need to set up yourself. So block 2-3 hours every week, no Slack, no meetings, no nothing, just you and Claude Code. That is really the crucial part here. because exploring new things, you need to be not distracted when you do that. Then the second part, you need to give Claude Code the context, all the context that you have in your head. So it means that all the tools that you use daily, like Sigma, Linear, Notion, Google Docs, Calendar, whatever, all of that should be connected to your Claude Code. And after that, I think sometimes it's overlooked that it's very important that you know how to brief your Claude Code. Because again, looking at this example with weekly updates, you can just ask him, write me weekly update, and it will give you an answer. But you will spend a lot of time iterating, trying to get the best result out of him. So instead, you should tell him, okay, I'm a senior PM. I work in this team. This weekly update is for my director. Please focus on the 3 main initiatives. Focus on the blockers. Focus on the North Star metrics. So this will give you much, much, much better results. Okay, so you're all set up. You connected everything. So then you need to start. Pick the most painful task that you have, the one that annoys you the most. For example, for me, it would be weekly updates. I hate nudging people. I hate looking into 7 different places to bring information together. So pick this painful task and ask Claude to do it for you. Last step, super important, like check the results, iterate with it. Make sure that you're completely happy with what it gives you. And after that, scale, like put it on autopilot. For example, weekly update. You do it every Friday on 4 p.m. Just put it on a schedule. It should be out of your head. You shouldn't be even thinking about this. Out of sight, out of mind. Forget it. And the last point, very important, that the work, the automation work, it doesn't stop after automating one thing. It is a weekly task where you go to Claude and where you think about the next boring task that you take out of your daily life. And before we wrap up, I want to speak about 2 other aspects to this. So the first one is that this AI thing, you don't have to do it alone. And I'm very much aligned with Dima on that. For example, what we do at Remote, like, of course, we have set up these channels for PMs, like what I shipped, AI troubleshooting, where PMs just connect to each other, connect to designers, and they show what they have done, they share the problems, and they solve them together. Another very powerful thing which we have done is called AI campfires. I don't go there. It's only for the team. So the PMs who are more AI advanced, they basically have office hours where anyone can drop by and they vibe code together on the things that worry them. So, at least from what I hear from the team, it's one of the most inspiring hours in the week. So don't do that alone. And the last thing, you probably were thinking during this talk, like, oh, you say that I need to connect linear, I need to connect this and that, but my company doesn't ask me to do that. Probably they did not even allow me like to generate API keys for that. To me, it's a very, very red flag. If you're going to stay in this profession, if you're going to stay in this area, you cannot sit it out with AI. AI will come there. And if your company doesn't push you to apply AI, fire them. It's not doing you any good. So to wrap it up, I know that AI can sound scary. It sounded scary for me as well. But I do think that it's not hard. So my only call out at the end of this presentation is open your laptop, log the time, connect your tools, and just start doing that. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Alexandra. Such good tips for us. And we have a couple questions coming through. So let me start with the first one here. So this person says, as a hiring manager of several decades, I trust AI candidates filtering even less than HR department culling. That she's saying missing opportunities, or is that still accurate?
To be honest, what I do, I also don't trust AI, and I don't trust AI trained on I don't know how it was trained. So what I do, I set up my own parameters, things what I look for in the PMs, and so I run them by this specific Claude skill, and then I verify it with my own opinion. So that's what I do.
Okay, awesome. And another one here. What would you tell managers specifically about people on their teams who are struggling with this shift right now? So kind of the team management side of things a little bit, if you don't mind touching on that.
Yeah, actually, so what we do in remote, we have staff PMs and we have senior PMs, and basically all the senior PMs, they have a staff PM buddy who is their like thinking partner day to day, and whenever they have problems like I don't know how to set up this and that, and I'm working on this AI problem, I don't know how to do that, so they work together on that. And also this AI campfires, which I mentioned earlier on my presentation. So when just PMs get together and they wipe code stuff.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I know there were a ton of takeaways in there. Alexandra, that is the time we have, but so glad that you were able to join us online here today. Okay, up next, we're going to, by the way, in the chat, I know we're talking about a lot of different things in there as we go rapidly, but tell us, are you a founder? Are you a small business owner? And are you trying to build an entire stack with AI? If you are, like, are you going AI native right away? I'd love to hear this in the chat, because really we're talking about, thinking about what tools to pick up, which ones we should skip, how to actually put it together without losing your mind when you're trying to do it. So to dig into that exact topic, we have an incredible panel coming up. Our moderator, let me tell you about him. It is Emanuel Sinka, founder of Stacked Marketer, a daily newsletter read by over 60,000 marketers. I think it's even more than that now, Emanuel, you can tell us in a minute, but he builds and scales media products covering digital marketing, growth, and tools, and has a very sharp read on what operators actually need to stay ahead. So Emanuel, you're a great moderator for this. I'll let you introduce the rest of the group.
Awesome. Thanks for that intro, Margaux. So just to follow that up, we're going to talk today with three wonderful panelists about the AI tool stack that we should prepare essentially. So if you're a small business owner or a founder and you really want to leverage AI, this is going to be a very valuable panel. So before we dig into it, I think it's best to give a minute to each panelist to introduce themselves, so everyone can know why they should listen. And maybe we can start with Jafar. You're first on my list, so we can go ahead with you first.
Hi everyone. I introduce myself as a co-host, and I will introduce again. I am co-founder of Nextool AI. Nextool AI has more than 10,000 AI tools, so it's easy to find the AI tools. And we have an AI newsletter, and 3-4 times in a week we send what's trending in AI. And right now we are launching AI Academy, which is like Duolingo for learning AI tools.
Awesome. Next up, Angela, can you give us a brief intro as well?
Hi. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much to Max, to Leah, and to you, my fellow panelists, for being here today. My name is Angela Jimenez. I am a physician, 2 times founder. Used to work for the NIH as a clinical study oversight committee member. I'm also an AI trainer for OpenAI and an investor with Leon Precision Capital. We invest in the intersection between healthcare, technology, biotech, pre-seed and seed. Very happy to be here.
Awesome. And last but certainly not least, Paige, can you give us also your brief introduction?
Yep. Hello, everyone. My name is Paige. Thank you so much for having me here. And I'm the engineering lead for our DevRel team at Google DeepMind.
Awesome. So as you can see, we have like a very well-rounded panel here. And my goal when talking to Max and Leah about how to structure this panel, my thinking was, how do we make it practical and how do we make it as actionable as possible for everyone tuning in and for everyone else who will check this out later on. So thinking back of how we started using AI, the starting question that I would want to ask everyone is actually like, when did you move from future concept with AI, and when did you make it a tool that you actually use daily, right? So if we look back a few years ago, everyone saw those, what was it called? The Will Smith eating spaghetti test, right? So that was something that everyone probably made fun of, and it said like, this is ridiculous. What are we doing here? Things have changed since then. So that's the first question I have. When did AI become more serious for you? And just to kind of mix it up, maybe we can start off with Paige, because you've had I think you have a very different perspective compared to us who are just users of AI more recently.
Yeah, so I feel a little bit kind of shocked to see how things have evolved sometimes. I started building models in 2009 when the world looked very, very different, and was contributing to open source projects back then. First kind of things in the scientific computing community, and then things like TensorFlow around 2015. And I was actually using some of our early large language models at Google Brain before ChatGPT was released. So things that you might have heard of, like Lambda and the first Palm model. I think it was really, really exciting to try them out then. But it was very much like an intentional, all right, let's go and test the model. Let's see how well it's performing. Let's try to get it to do new and interesting things. And the capabilities were still around like the GPT-2 style of outputs. I think I really started using it every single day, probably during the pandemic. So again, before kind of ChatGPT was released, but when I was working at Microsoft, I had the blessing to be one of the early kind of user experience testing folks for Copilot. So back when it was still using even like pre-GPT 3.5 models. And was just kind of like a V6 file that you downloaded. But I started using it then. It was dramatically different compared to things like IntelliCode, which was highly optimized for like C# and was also only giving you single line completion. And it was clear, I think, even then, that even if it wasn't perfect, like it was still going to completely change how everybody does software development, especially for Python users and JavaScript users. And now I think it's extending to everyone. So I guess that's a very long-winded way to say, like, probably kind of pre-ChatGPT, the summer-ish before that, when Copilot was first released, that was the first thing that got me to use it every single day.
Awesome. That's definitely, several years earlier than when it became part of my daily habits. So that's quite interesting to hear. Angela, what about you? How was your journey into AI usage?
Yeah, well, it became a daily reality for me around 2018 at the NIH because we were seeing over a massive clinical trial portfolios, and the sheer volume of data simply outpaced human review. So then I realized that if we didn't use AI to handle the lookup work, we would never have time for the insight work. So I guess for me, it wasn't a choice. It was like a necessity to keep the science moving.
Awesome. Like I feel like already there, I feel like I'm, just like a baby when it comes to AI usage, because I hear like, before the pandemic, Jafar make me feel a little bit, more suitable here, because let me know what's your take on this?
So when it was 2017, I had e-commerce store, and we were selling more than 100 products. It was dropshipping. So and there were hype of AI. Like whoever implemented some kind of AI into his startup, it was getting good attention from investors. So I tried to add something, but I couldn't add anything. Then we made chatbot, which had all the data and answered customers' questions, but it was not enough. And I guess it was in 2022 when ChatGPT released, and like some works like writing product descriptions, writing replies to customers, emails, all of that, which were taking hours. It was taken in just 10 seconds with ChatGPT, and that changed everything, like from feature concept to reality. And right now, like everything is done currently with AI. All the business is operated by AI.
Awesome. Well, since everyone of this panel is such an early adopter of AI, actually that follows perfectly into my next question, because I think we all have had such a story like this. And my question for you is, when did you have your first major failure with AI, or what was the biggest failure or a hurdle when it comes to implementing, at least? And what did you learn from this experience there? Maybe we can start with Angela this time.
Yeah, so I guess my biggest failure was trusting the polished tone of early models. I once had an AI confidently invent patient outcomes that didn't exist in the data. So I guess that was like a wake-up call for me, because plausible is not the same as accurate. So I struggled with data privacy before we had the secure HIPAA compliant environments that we use now. So I guess I learned a little the hard way that in medicine, if you don't have a domain-specific guardrail, the tool basically is like more liability and not an asset.
Just as a follow-up question here, like maybe people are also in industries where data privacy is more important. What like, do you have a setup where you still are able to use, let's say, Claude, ChatGPT, or anything like these, let's say pretty openly, or do you always have to make sure you create your own environment where they don't, have, like, they don't cross data between patients and such like that when your
Yeah,
analysis?
so if it's for patient data, I rather use like my own tools, because you never know where the data is going. So yeah, that is the short answer to your question.
All right. Jafar, what's your take? Where did AI fail you in your early days?
Yeah, okay. So Jasper AI launched, and I guess it was in 2022, 23. And I said, okay. And as a SEO specialist, I said, okay, we can write blog posts and we can scale it and we can earn traffic. So I hired from Fiverr, I guess, like lots of writers. I said, okay, it's time, write 3,000 long blog posts, and every day publish at least 3-4 blog posts, and let's see what happens. And I paid them for writing, because I didn't have time to go to Jasper, all of that. And I did it for 3 times. Traffic did like this good spike, and after the next Google check, and it did penalty and lost all the traffic, and it was the biggest failure. And after that, in my work, I was publishing article to my personal blog, and I thought all the statistics, everything is, I guess it's okay. Like ChatGPT wrote it. I thought he's genius. He knows everything in the world. I put that statistic in my blog, and one of my reader wrote me in email that, come on, Jafar, we believe you, but the statistic is wrong. So it was the biggest shame. And right now, currently, I don't even, I know ChatGPT hallucinates. So I just get it as a draft and I check it, then I publish it. And I had another problem. I was doing training in the corporate teams, and the biggest like they were scaling to learn AI to go to the training because they thought ChatGPT or other AI tools will take their jobs. Each time I was telling them, okay, there is Cloud Cover. Cloud Cover can automate everything. You can record skills, like all of that. And I saw like they don't want to learn. They want to delete all the AI. Like, why? Okay, this is my job, but Cloud Cover can do it, and it can do it better than me. So I had that problem as well.
Just because it's something a little bit related to things that we've tried with AI as well. So when it comes to content and how to get AI to help us with content, one kind of follow-up question on that I had for you was, especially with ChatGPT, did you notice quality being worse, better, or like, did you had any challenges there?
For me, I have custom instructions for ChatGPT, so it doesn't it doesn't type as AI. It humanizes, but still, like I get it as a draft because, as you know, like Claude writes better than ChatGPT for me, but both of them still needs revision, still needs like someone to check because it's not like you can take it and put it on your social media. You can ruin your reputation. You have to check it.
Yeah, sorry there. I think slightly cut off. But yeah, that was a similar experience from me as well. Like when it comes to writing, always have to get a human to check things after.
But custom instructions helps us.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
And
put big dashes.
exactly. Paige, what about you? I assume you will have something that kind of blows our minds again because you've been into this from a, like I said, very different perspective and very early on.
Well, I think Angela has also been in the trenches for quite some time. But I think we're all kind of blessed at the moment in the sense that in the before times, so when we were all initially building models with things like scikit-learn or even like pre-scikit-learn, there were all of these instances where you would spend a lot of time and a lot of compute and a lot of kind of work meticulously crafting these data sets that you would need in order to even get the model to do one thing reasonably well. And people would produce papers showing like, oh, I added this much data, or I changed this technique, or I changed these hyperparameters, and then suddenly I was able to hill climb 1 percentage point on my eval, and that was great. And that was like enough to get published at a conference, right? Like it was and so I think that right now we're living in this world where we see not 1% performance increase across a single task after 3 months of work. We're seeing like models leap and bound over each other 10, 15, 20 percentage points on some of these evals in the span of a month. And it's really getting to the place where exponential takeoff is becoming viscerally obvious. But I think everybody has a lot of stories about like, oh, I accidentally included some of the eval set in my training data, and the model was able to perform much better than it could generalize. Or I was getting my loss wasn't going down in the way I expected it to be, and that was because I had done something silly with one of the hyperparameters or one of the loss functions. So those are there have been plenty of examples like that every year of my life since I started doing this work.
All right. And probably like if everyone has been tuning in for this panel, this is probably the most interesting part, I think, for everyone, where I think it's great if each of you could kind of guide us through what actual tools and workflows do you use today. So, the title of it is the tool stack for founders and small businesses. Angela, kick us off. What's your tool stack and workflow that actually delivers results for you today?
Yeah, so today I use OpenAI's healthcare-specific workspaces to screen biotech data rooms. I can feed a model a 1,000-page protocol and ask it to find gaps in FDA compliance or flag safety signals in hours or minutes rather than weeks. So it saves a lot of time.
Awesome. If you don't mind me asking, was OpenAI the one that you use because of your previous experience? How much did you test other things or alternatives around it? If you can guide it there, because I think there's a vast array of tools nowadays, and I'm curious, like, why did you choose it? I think it might be a good thing to also share with the audience if you can.
Yeah, basically guard rates, patient safety, patient privacy as well. Although there are other tasks where I use other tools as well. Let's say it's for a patient consult or something like that, then I use Open Evidence And if it is for something regarding due diligence, I may choose a more specialized agent or a vertical agent to do that. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Paige, what about you? What are you using, and probably like, what do you think people should be using these days?
Yep, and I also want to apologize. I do have a hard stop at 10:35, so I'll be bouncing out probably after this. But the tool stack that I predominantly use is anti-gravity. We use it internally at Google. Internal name is called Jetski, but it's really interesting to see how much it's accelerated software development, especially at DeepMind, and then also broader throughout the company. We have these internal Jetski leaderboards where we can see token consumption per engineer, and then also get some insight into kind of the throughput, if you're consuming a lot of tokens, like how many CLs are you shipping, like all of those kinds of things. So love anti-gravity. Also really love AI Studio, which is kind of the best place to go to get access to DeepMind's models. You can test it out with your Gmail account at ai.dev, download anti-gravity for free and also test it out. And then I feel like the models that I play with, I try to test out every single one that gets released. Anti-gravity supports Opus 4.6 and Sonnet 4.6. It also supports all of our Gemini models. I think that the Gemini models are really, really good at multimodal understanding. And so for like video understanding, image understanding, etc., I tend to reach for those. For things like generating code, I tend to reach more for the Anthropic models. And these things change every day. And so it makes a lot of sense to if you tried something a while ago, like try it again. It might surprise you. So thank you to everybody. I'm gonna head to my next thing.
Awesome, thanks for being here.
Yep. Thank y'all. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Just to follow up on that, like things change quickly. I can also say, like from us, we always have, or either if it includes a free subscription or free access to some of the models, we try them out, once in a while to see if the new release has improved. Or the other way around, if it's paid, we still have like once in a while, okay, sign up to the minimum subscription, try out, let's say, some of the workflows or some of the automations that we've had set up. Like, is it working better with, with Gemini, with ChatGPT, with Claude, or whatever, like other tools that include all of them. So definitely a +1 to Paige's advice there on, test out, because these models improve quickly and they don't improve the same way. So like models can jump ahead of each other, so have to stay in the loop with all of them. So Jafar, what about you? What's your tool set looking like? What's your tool stack looking like today?
I mainly use Claude and Claude Cover, Claude Code, and for automations I use in18 make.com and trying to switch it to Claude so it can do with MCP connections, all of that. I use Instantly AI for outreach. I use Lemlist as well in parallel. I use Apollo AI and Higgsfield for video image generations for all of these. I use HeyGen, 11 Labs, but mainly Claude almost can do most of the stuff. Like main one is Claude and Higgsfield.
So just to kind of clarify, because I think it's interesting here to make sure that people are aware, because a lot of names were dropped of different models. So to kind of make sure that everyone is aware, I have you guys still here because Paige had to leave, but Jafar, for you, what do you use it the most for? So like what sort of a small business owner or founder would it be using it the most? So right, like, is it a coder? Is it a marketer? Is it accountant? What kind of
I would
founder or small
advise,
business owner would it be?
Like for small business owner, first they may need their website. Cloud Code can be a little bit hard for them. they can use Lovable, Bolt New to create the website in just 1-2 hours. Everyone knows that it's very easy to do that. And I highly suggest to use Claude. Claude has chat function as ChatGPT, Cowork, which does all the work for you, even when you don't use computer, and Higgsfield for your marketing, for image and video. And if you're advanced, if you want to know, do more, you can use Hermes Agent, OpenClaw. Yes, that's it.
Awesome. So Angela, last question for you to wrap up this panel. And curious what you have to say about this one. So in your opinion, what is the one skill that will define a successful professional, from this year onwards? We're 2026 now. Things have jumped a lot in the past, 3 years. I think almost hard to imagine how far AI has come. And, as you've shared as well, how much it came from even before 2020. What do you think is the one skill that it will define the successful professional?
Yeah, so I guess the most valuable skill today isn't prompting. I think it's more interrogating. I think the role has shifted from being a creator to be more like an editor-in-chief. For example, in medicine and investing, the person who catches the AI mistake is the one who adds the most value. So I guess probably people don't need to look just for speed, but look also for better accuracy.
I think especially in your profession, accuracy probably trumps speed by quite a bit, right? So a mistake there is much more costly than saving, some time.
Yeah, also I think traceability, knowing where data is coming from is also very important as well.
Awesome. Well, I think we can wrap up this panel here. If we have some time for the questions, maybe Margaux can let us know how we are with that, and if she's seen some questions. For me, the chat is going so fast that it's a little bit difficult for me to catch them. So, can you help us out? Let us know how are we on that front?
Yes, no problem. Actually, we only have 50 seconds left, so we can rapid fire one. And you know what? I'm seeing some come through that I think you kind of covered already. So maybe really this is a quick one. If you could only keep one tool in your stack starting tomorrow, what stays?
For me, Claude.
Angela?
For me, open evidence.
What about you, Emmanuel, if you had to answer?
Wow. So I will give a slightly longer answer. It depends if my priority is writing or an all-rounder. So I think if it's for an all-rounder, I might go with Gemini. If it's for writing content, I would probably stick to Claude. But I'm seeing Claude catching up in other things too. So I think those are the two that would be around when it comes to content marketing and such. So that's my answer.
There you go. And look at that. Literally, the bell rang right as you finished your answer. Thank you, all three of you,
Thank
for being here.
you.
And of course, for Miss
Thank
Paige,
you.
who's
Bye-bye.
already gone as well. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, now we've been talking all day about skills and tools and some now strategy. This next session is about what happens when you actually use all of that together. No coding background required, okay? And to have this conversation, we have a fantastic speaker joining us. Martin Slaney is product lead at Bolt.new, one of the fastest growing AI tools for creating software, not just prototypes. He has founded many startups, led product teams, and his whole focus is on closing the gap between having an idea and actually being able to ship it. I know a lot of us struggle with that. So he is going to make the case right now that the gap is smaller than many of us think and help you take advantage. Martin, thanks so much for being here. Hand it over to you.
Hey, thanks, Margaux. Hi, everyone. All right. So, yes, I'm Martin. I work in product at Bolt.new. If you don't know it, it's the vibe coding tool that, after it launched, became the second fastest growing product in history behind ChatGPT. And this talk, yeah, it's about something pretty strange that's happening right now. Non-developers increasingly shipping real production code and real apps. So very quick background on me. I've worked across startups, consulting, and corporates for years, mostly in product leadership roles. Co-founded several startups, but I've always been a builder at heart, really, although I don't code. So it's a slight problem. Apart from coding games on my Commodore 64 in the 80s, selling them on cassette tapes at school, I never ultimately went down the engineering route. And I think that's important because, like, even 6 months ago, I wouldn't have believed that I'd be regularly shipping production code myself. And that shift happened incredibly fast. In fact, as corny as it might sound, vibe coding changed my life. In January 2025, I built Supercharge, a Chrome extension for Bolt users. I built it with Bolt, for Bolt, to add some features which I and various online communities felt it was missing. And honestly, this was a big turning point for me, not just because it resulted in me getting a job offer to work at Bolt, but because I realized really even then that the gap between product person and builder would basically collapse. Increasingly, you might have heard reference to a new role called the product builder. And the CPO at LinkedIn calls it the full stack builder. And they have a career path defined around it. So I just wanted to talk about what the day-to-day actually looks like for this role. Here's the shift I'm kind of seeing happening. So historically, PMs mostly coordinated work, typically writing specs, waiting for design, chasing the engineers, reviewing the build, filing bugs, more waiting, more meetings, and maybe ship something after 6 weeks if you're lucky. So there's a ton of organizational bloat to navigate, and that model made sense when software creation was expensive. Now, what we're seeing is that the top performing PMs are operating much closer to the product itself, defining the problem really precisely, generating working prototypes, using existing design systems automatically, running that feedback loop, and often landing the PR themselves. And even bugs can get fixed as soon as they're reported by cloud-based agents that you can connect to Slack. It's literally a whole new world. But I think it's important to say that I don't see this like being about PMs or designers or whoever really replacing engineers. It's more about enabling a much wider group of people to get closer to the code and to get decisions made with more context. So what are the ingredients that I've seen that are needed for this role to actually work inside an organization? Because of course you can just become a rogue builder and start shipping things yourself. I think pretty quickly you'd hit some organizational friction there. So for this to work really sustainably, I think there are 3 major shifts that are required. First, planning has to change. And for PMs, that ultimately means roadmaps. Second, teams have to get much smaller and more autonomous. And third, the workflows themselves need to evolve. So let's explore each of these pillars in more detail. Firstly, planning and roadmaps. I generally think traditional roadmap culture is breaking. I mean, even more so than they ever were. Why? What's possible changes weekly. Models are improving constantly. New tools and new capabilities are appearing constantly. The delivery speed has collapsed. So detailed long-range planning, even planning beyond a couple of months, becomes outdated incredibly quickly. And because coding is now really cheap and accessible, a lot more can get shipped. So what do roadmaps look like in this whole new era? Well, in my work, I speak to a lot of pretty AI native product orgs, and even at Bolt, we are, as you can probably imagine, rather deep in the front lines of all this. And the model I increasingly like is this dual track approach. One track is for the foundations, the larger, more complex projects across durable primitives, if you like, the kind of projects which need 4 or 5 people across multiple technical teams, just require more rigor. But the second track is the fast lane. Now, this is where the product builders come in. You're building prototypes, playing with new capabilities, and with the pace of change in underlying models and maybe your competitors too, you need to reassess priorities much more frequently, weekly even, and encourage experimentation across the company. So, for example, I found a request for prototype channel in Slack works really well to encourage everyone in the company to build and to try out new possibilities, new ideas. So the roadmap becomes less of a quarterly or annual prediction exercise and more like a living stream of experiments drawn from a regularly stack ranked backlog. And of course, if planning and how we build changes, team structure changes too. Now here, the setups I'm seeing that are shipping fastest honestly might seem a little bit uncomfortable to some of us, uncomfortably small. That is, sometimes one person owns the entire product cycle with just an engineer reviewing the pull request just prior to it merging. Sometimes it's a PM plus an engineer, and sometimes it's just two engineers, but they behave much more like product people rather than just ticket translators. And for the PM plus engineer pairing, I love this framing from Dan Shipper, the pirate and the architect. The pirate, the non-developer, is moving fast, exploring, finding value really quickly, seeking to ship really aggressively. And then the architect is the balance, the engineer who puts the brakes on if needed and just makes the code more reliable and scalable. And the third pillar is the agentic workflow. So this is roughly the workflow I use now. You start with AI-assisted planning. You can do this in Bolt or ChatGPT or Claude, whatever you use, but this is where you give all the context on the problem you're looking to solve. Secondly, generate multiple working variants. Encourage, a different UX, or maybe you have different ideas for how to build this in mind, but you have the power now to generate not just one, but multiple different versions of an approach to a solution. 3, get stakeholder feedback. Let people click around. At Bolt, we have a dog fooding channel in our Slack just for this purpose. Share the link, add a walkthrough video, encourage people to test and critique. And then 4, get the vibe coding tool you've used up until that point to reverse engineer a scope markdown file. That can cover the technical implementation, as well as things like the problem you're solving, what you're building, what's not in scope, what alternatives you considered, why you decided against them, and use that as a handoff doc for the agent you choose to build this with in the production code base. And you can even commit this scope file into the repo itself. So just set up a docs folder for these, and over time you're creating a reference in Git of why certain decisions were made. Super useful for agents and for humans. Then it's simply a matter of getting your agent coding, get it to generate the draft PR, share the staging environment link so you can do some final dog fooding if you need to, and then let an engineer take over to get it over the line. Conduct a review, make any edits, and so on. So a little tip here is to use a PR rules MD file, markdown file, just so you can follow any conventions the engineering team use for creating PRs. Now, bear in mind, of course, this doesn't mean everyone should suddenly start working on anything they like. The foundational projects still need to be considered separately, but the kind of fast lane tickets you could now pick up and sort of ship safely include things like copy changes, micro copy changes, UX or UI paper cuts. I'm sure you've got loads of those. Pricing experiments, onboarding flows, even new features as you become more experienced. So what does all this unlock? I think it changes the skills that matter most. So judgment, taste. In other words, knowing what to cut, what's good enough, what should ship. It's deciding what actually matters. I'll finish with this quote from Richard Feynman, who's a legendary physicist. What I cannot create, I do not understand. For years, PMs mostly understood products through docs, through meetings, tickets. Now it's more about building them directly. building exposes the reality, the UX friction, edge cases, real complexity. And I think that's the deeper shift underneath all of this. So the new leverage, I think, isn't coordination anymore, it's creation. Yeah, so these are really exciting times. There are so many opportunities out there. I hope this has inspired you to go experiment and to go create. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, Martin. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Lots happening in the chat as you were talking, so we really appreciate that. One, quick question for you. We have a few seconds left. What have you seen is the most impressive thing someone's built on Bolt that had no coding background?
Well, honestly, the most impressive things I'm seeing are in actual production code bases at larger companies where PMs who've typically had to, be really distant from the development process themselves, they have to work with big teams of engineers, and now shipping complete new features. So we work with, let's put it this way, one of the world's largest online travel agencies, and many product managers there and designers are now shipping new features and gradually rolling them out to real customers. For people who aren't product managers and are just building new apps either as side projects and as experiments and potentially new startups, there's literally anything and everything being built. It may not be the most amazing, but and I'll quickly finish because I know the timer went. But the most interesting one I saw was a community for pigeon fanciers, and helping them track their pigeons and other pigeons and race them, all built with Bolt. So I just thought it sticks in my mind because it's like, oh my gosh, anything's possible.
Wow. Yeah, there's so many creative things out there, and there's communities for all kinds of interests. So that's a fun example. Thank you so much, Martin, for being with us here today.
Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, that is actually a wrap on my time, but this track is not done. So I'm going to tell you who's going to come take over at our AI Skills 2026 event. Now, I'm Margaux Miller. This is what I do. I'm an event MC and moderator specialized in tech and innovation events. So if you want to learn more about me, I'll throw my information in the chat. And a big thanks to Max Pog and the entire Community Sprints team for having me. But again, we're not done, so don't go anywhere. Here on track one, Will Shank is going to come and replace me as moderator for the rest of the sessions. He is the co-founder of the Focus.ai. This is an AI consultancy working with entrepreneurs or enterprises, I should say, on AI adoption, agent infrastructure, and the MCP ecosystem. He also co-authors the Org Age of AI on Turing Post. We saw Ksenia earlier from Turing Post, so maybe you recognize that name. And his work really spans everything from agent architecture to operating infrastructure layer underneath all of it. So Will, we're happy that you're here. Come on up with me. Hey, Will,
Thanks, Margaux.
welcome. The stage
you
is
guys hear
now
me? Am I
officially
here?
yours.
All right, you did a great job. It's gonna be a hard act to follow. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Yeah, I'm one of the founders of the Focus AI, and we work. We put forward engineers into companies to kind of help build and systems in place where they exist. So we work across a full stack. We do things from customer facing like mobile apps all the way to we do set-top box apps for televisions, as well as just back-end stuff that no one ever sees other than the companies themselves. So some of those are large financial firms with private equity and VCs, mainly on deal flow, portfolio management, and things that just kind of help them do the financial analysis and legal analysis that they need to do. From large construction firms that are trying to get ahead of their finances and managing the 7,000 different subcontractors that they have in. Food distributors just doing AI to help understand where the products are, where things are going to get shipped to, and then sort of also into entertainment. And focusing and helping like analytics marketing departments within large companies understand what's going on in there because they pull in data from all sorts of different sources, and it's kind of hard to do that. And we also build a app for Tesla and Rivian. So if anyone has one of those, go out and go download Tesla. and our new battery health app. The way that we do that, all of the things have two different platforms that we base everything on. One is called Umwelten, and that's our agentic framework around measuring, evaluating, auto-tuning, doing production evals across all the different foundation models, as well as a huge number of open weights models. So we're definitely seeing a multimodal world where the open weights models are strong contenders, and there are reasons why companies want to own their own infrastructure and make sure that their data doesn't go anywhere else, and they kind of keep it there. And that the other part of it is Habitats, which is our deployment platform, where we're really focusing on the lethal trifecta. How do we stop information from flowing away? How do we fit all the compliance stuff? How do we do shared permissions? How do we do full audit trails? And you kind of think of it as like a multi-agent open claw. So that's sort of what we do, but I'm excited to kind of get into all the other speakers today. The next panel is on what marketing teams look like when AI runs the loop. It's moderated by someone who's actually doing both sides of that equation. Seva Ustinov is the founder of Plurio, and I'm sure I got your name wrong. I apologize for that. But he has built AI agents that manage performance marketing for companies, including Google and Meta. And he runs his own 30-person AI first team on Claude and Cursor. I'd love to hear more about that. So please welcome Seva, and I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, thanks, Will. Hi, everyone. My name is Seva. I'm the founder of Plurio AI. Plurio is an AI agent that runs daily performance marketing loop. It already manages like $500 million in net spend across all of our customers. And we do panels like this to talk to top performers who are actually using AI agents today. And we've been talking about AI for like a couple years now. There were a lot of promises that AI will change the future, but the results were kind of mixed. But in the last few months, a lot actually changed. So now AI really is a big part of the daily marketing work. So leading teams actually have real use cases, big wins, things that didn't exist even few months ago. So it's so interesting to talk to people on the front line who actually does that. And today we'll look at the things from three different angles. One is AI in creative work. The second is AI on the ad platform side, and then AI in the actual ad management and media optimization. So the question that we'll be coming back to is what actually changed and what actually works today. And our first speaker is Natasha Stolberg. Hi, Natasha.
Hi, everyone.
Natasha is a creative strategy lead, and she used to work at Meta Creative Shop. So she spent years working with brands on how to build top-performing ad creatives. And today she'll walk us through how humans collaborate not just with AI, but also with platforms' algorithms, and how all of that works together, teams, agents, and algorithms. So, Natasha,
Yeah.
how does creative process changed with AI for teams and algorithms and everyone?
So I don't know how it changed for algorithms per se. Algorithms change as we speak, I would imagine. But for the creative teams, I think we're finally at the era where AI can do our laundry. So I prepared a small presentation that hopefully can share without a hiccup. And I'm not allowed to share it. Would you mind sharing it for me? Basically, while we're figuring this out, the thing that I was about to share with you is when you run a performance creative campaign, the thing that you struggle with the most is when you have, let's say, a winning creative, and it gave you like the lowest CAC and the biggest revenue, and you want to upscale it. But if you do slight changes to it, algorithms of Meta, and I would assume TikTok as well. I'm looking at Alexandra here. By the way, we're all wearing blue, very corporate. Anyways, the algorithm will treat it essentially as the same creative. So you're done you're with the highest fatigue with your best performance. So I've created a prompt that will help you to reinvent your best performing creative, and it kind of kills two birds with one stone. One, you don't have to do the first guesswork on, oh, fantastic. Can you do the slide 2 for me? Yeah, that's slide 3. One up. Yeah, amazing. So let's, for the sake of the argument, say that this is your winning creative. This is the bogus brand. It doesn't exist. I created it for the purpose of this presentation. A luxury cream that offers 25% off your first purchase, and this is your best performing ad, but it's run its course, it's fatigued. So if we go to the next slide, you don't want to kill your creative team who is doing your best job that they can, and you want to earn more money. So you need to do two things. You need to create variations of your set creative that brings you a lot of everything, and it has to be visually different from what you have, and it has to be visually different for algorithm. So if you change a font or the color of a button, whatever, our algorithms can see it as pretty much the same creative. So it either wouldn't show it to the same people, or it will just not show it per se, because it would think that it's already kind of done its job. And the second part, you will actually need a different hook. And I'm saying it because when we talk hook, we normally would think video advertising, but it actually also works for static as well. So if you scan this QR code, you will get access to the prompt that I've created. It's very basic, but if we go to the next slide, it will create you a sort of this. So this is 10 variations of the same idea that you have, using different hooks and using different visual approaches. So basically, at the touch of a button, you have 10 variations. Now, I'm not saying that you can go and straight away use what is presented to you, but you can skip the first part of identifying the routes you can go to in order to upscale the creative. So this is, of course, and it's basically done. I think we can just, while I'm talking, we can go back to the QR code so folks who didn't scan it before can have time. Thank you. So when we go back to creative teams, since AI is more and more advanced in, it basically accelerates your ideas. So you can't still rely on AI to bring you creative ideas as such, but you can accelerate on things that you don't want to spend your time on. And I think it's the best era for performance marketers, because it is the highest, like if we do look at the pyramid of awareness to purchase, the lowest part of the pyramid requires the immense amount of creatives, and this will help you to excel at this. So yeah, and I've seen this work on multiple verticals, apps, FMCG, and so on and so forth. So yeah, and of course, on top of that, you can build on and add tagging and add data collection and so on and so forth. So that's that, but I'm focusing on the creative part.
Could you highlight the before and after for the team? So how they typically do that and how this helps them?
Sure. So if we go back to the era of landline, I'm getting not that far. When you used to have a creative and you would need a new one, creative teams would research and create new personas, new variations. You would never know which creative would perform, which wouldn't, and you had to do test and learn and spend a lot of money, A, on creation and B, on testing. And now when you have the base of something that performs really, really well and you want to upscale it, you can save time and money on creating variations of things you know will work and invest more time and money into developing new segments and new ways of communication. And then when that part pins out, you can go back into the loop, push the AI button, the prompt, whatever, and upscale, scale and upscale the things that perform well for you without wasting any time on doing the groundwork. Laundry,
Got it.
as I said.
Cool. Actually, like in our experience, I see a lot of teams, like the top performing teams, they actually generate like hundreds new creatives per month and thousands of variations. And like this is just a part of the normal workflow for top performing teams. So thank you, Natasha. Yeah.
Thank you.
Natasha just walked us through the part of the creative side. Now let's welcome Alexandra Vladovska. Alexandra, she's a vertical lead for mobile apps and gaming at TikTok. Before that, she spent 3 years inside Meta as a marketing science partner. Across the two platforms, she's seen up close where AI now helps performance teams and where it doesn't replace humans yet. So, Alexandra, could you walk us through the platform side and what changed and how teams work now?
Sure. So let me share my deck, and I hope it will be working. I'm sorry, my presentation just almost died. I hope you can see it. So basically, what's happening right now with AI that is just reshaping the way how we do and the amount of creative that we need to produce will actually increase fivefold. Okay, thanks. So sorry for the hiccup. If you go to the next slide, and basically, so as I mentioned before, that the content, say, demand is increasing fivefold by 2027. And if you go to the next slide, there, AI is right now helping us to reshape how we can produce and how we do it, and the better scale and the better efficiency. Can you please go next? So the thing that is actually right now working on the TikTok side, we have our own GenAI creative platform, which is TikTok Symphony. And this is the place where creative production actually stops being manual. So starting from inspiration, where people may research what is actually working, with generation, what they need to create, and variation. And if you go to next slide, basically for inspiration right now, creative teams just don't need to go to any specific place. If they start with a blank page, they can just go to creative agent, ask the prompt, and research for trending patterns of videos from the vertical, and even create their own storyboards. And if we go for the next slide, and here's supposed to be nice videos, but I believe it will be just screen. So TikTok Symphony right now has the dreaminess sedence model, which helps to generate different outputs from multiple inputs. The majority of these videos were just generated from the text prompt. And you can also do it from static videos, creating nice demonstration that you can later use in your communication. And you can go next, where the real scales comes, and here I would love to back up Natasha's deck, is like we need to have a lot of the content and we need to multiply it by location, by audience. And here again, the variation mechanism is something that really helps performance team and creative team to do it better. So you can do iterations of the best performing creative, or for example, localize and adapt their already working ones in the multiple languages. And if you go for the next slide, I assume majority of the team, especially the performance one, they really need to automate the things. And here the APIs part comes to place. So teams can just automate the routine operations that they're looking for. It can be ideation, it can be inspiration, it can be variation. And going next, I think one of the most important questions that we hear is like, will AI completely replace human creativity? I think it's too early to say this because people still prefer to have some authenticity behind the storytelling. According to our research, that AI can just outsource some very repeatable operations, but not the storytelling. And closing up this, I would love to say that if you go to the next slide, is that basically AI, of course, can do a lot of the stories, but it still cannot add a lot of the meanings. So at its best, the most performant team are working better when they outsource the repeatable routine and large-scale operations. So this is where AI is definitely help. But if we think about storytelling and inspiration, well, here you still need a human. And in the most, I would say, efficient teams, AI and people work as a great collaboration, but not as replacement.
Cool. So to be clear, like this is available to everyone who advertises on TikTok, right?
Yes.
Or how do we get access to it?
Please type in TikTok Creative Symphony and you will be able to go directly into the source.
How would you describe like the success rate of the companies using these tools? Like it used to be sloppy and like only a few winners. I know things are changing, but what's your experience?
Well, first of all, the things are really dynamic. When we started to test generative AI in creative like last year, it was like really sloppy because the outputs were not completely the same as we expected. But right now, the models improved so much, and I'm talking not about TikTok tools, but other tools, is that even marketing professionals from time to time cannot distinguish AI-generated creative from authentic one. It happened to me several times. So I would say the usage and adoption is really varying between industries. The most traditional ones are usually the last one to jump on the trends. But if you speak about digital natives, mobile gaming, apps, utilities, here the usage of AI is really high.
Okay, thank you, Alexandra. Let's transition to Max. Please welcome Max Epifanov, the VP Performance Marketing at TripleTen. They run around $1.5 million per month in ad spend, and he'll walk us through the transition from managing ads the old way to managing it the new way. Max, your turn.
Yeah, hello everybody, and definitely we in the TripleTen we manage huge budget like 1.5 million per month, and basically the idea is that previously we managed all the campaign, creative optimization, budget optimization manually, but the idea is like, can we connect some sorts of AI and automatization to our campaigns? Just AI agent can help my team to make it more efficiently. I just want to show you how we use our AI agent that help me and help my team to make decisions faster and more objectively. I will share the screen and show you how our AI agent works. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, basically, we in a TripleTen, so we do believe that if we're talking about campaign optimization and some actions regarding the budget, creative optimization, understanding what channels and what campaigns do we have to scale, we do believe that AI can make it faster and more objectively than humans. And what we decided to do, we decided to connect and start working with Plurio. Basically, Plurio like is an AI agent, AI analyst, which can help your team to make decisions better. So let me explain you how it actually works. So this is an actual interface. There are three major parts. The first one, we connected our internal data and metrics with the platform. And now agent has all of our metrics and data like cost, impressions, conversions, all the metrics in the funnel. This is the first important stage. The second, if the AI agent has all our metrics, we have to describe to an AI agent the project context. That basically, if we want to make an AI agent objective, we have to share a context about how we make decisions, what's our metrics, what's our KPIs. So it's basically the same as you work like in a Claude code, that you have to share your important documents regarding your funnel. And let me show you some examples. Like, first of all, we share with the agent a context, like a huge document regarding what's our main funnels. And here, like a huge MD file that we put it here. The second, we shared with an agent, what's our KPIs. We provided with a model, like what's our main metrics and how my acquisition team now make decisions. We also provided with an agent a very important document, how we now optimize our campaigns. So this is like actually instructions, like a very, very, very long document where we very accurately provided to an agent how he has to help us with the same process. And now as an agent have all of our metrics and data, also we provided important documents, what's our metrics, funnels, what's our actually processes of how we make decisions. We can make a lot of things here. So there are a lot of use cases which I want to show to you. So the first use case, which I really love, is skills. Probably, I think some of you already work with the Claude code, but it's very similar here. So we, as a marketing team, we have a lot of tasks and exercises that we rarely do on the daily basis. For example, we have a lot of campaigns in Google search, and we have to, on the daily basis, we have to identify what negative keywords we have to put and exclude from the campaign. And previously, it actually took like days to identify, but now I can make it like very fast, like I can make it in a minute. So let's take an example. So I can actually put in the chat that the agent can analyze this campaign and provide me the list of all keywords we have to exclude from these campaigns which are not efficient. So I put it in the chat. So the model actually has started. So it's actually Claude. And I don't want you to wait the result. I can just show you that now as we created this skill, it's actually provided me the list of a comprehensive list of all keywords that my manager has to exclude from this specific campaign based on the metrics that we already transferred to the agent. For example, there are a lot of keywords which have zero conversions. We already spent hundreds of dollars of them. We have to exclude it. And we have a lot of
Max,
skills.
2 minutes.
Yeah, we have a lot of skills that we created, like regarding the budget, regarding the creative. But what is more interesting here, that's here you can not only use chat, but you can also use some sorts of optimization. Let's say that you have to automatize the process of budgeting redistribution for your campaigns. Here's an example. I created a rule based on my metrics, and now AI agent can, on the daily basis, it analyzes all my campaigns, and it gives me recommendations like what campaigns I have to increase and what campaigns I have to decrease. So we can see the example. There's a campaign and which I have to increase here, and I can also see why I have to do that. So agent analyzed data. It says that the KPIs metrics, our actual metrics, are better than targets. And as a result, it should be increased. And this is very cool that it actually means that we as a team, we don't have to make it manually. Our agent can actually provide a recommendation. And it also can be fully automatized. Like if I turn on it here, so it will be automatized fully on a daily basis. Agent will analyze campaigns and increase the budget more effectively than my team does it. Also, we have some sorts of automatization, like we have a lot here. For example, we have an automatization which work with my ads, and it automatically poses ineffective ad sets and creatives. So basically, it's a very, very smart agent which can increase budgeting, decrease budgeting. It can actually identify what creatives have to be turned off, what creative have to be scaled. It really, really helps my team to work with performance more objectively and accurately. And we launched this platform, I would say 2 months ago, and now it saved like a lot of time first, like it saved hours and hours of time in terms of the optimization, but it also saved in terms of our budget. That's now we spent our marketing budget more effectively because AI actually can make decisions much better, more accurate, and faster than we did it before. So that is actually a real use case that I wanted to share with you. So if you also have a lot of campaigns, if you also have a huge budget, I mean, like you have hundreds of campaigns and creatives, you don't have to make optimization manually. It's better to delegate it on the AI agent that have your metrics, have your processes and documents, and can make it more objectively. That's the case I wanted to share with all of you guys.
Thank you, Max. So we have like 15 seconds, and we've saw how AI helps with the creative side, how platforms roll out their own tools for AI for creatives and optimization, and Max's case, how he uses Plurio to basically go from manual managing ads to managing it with AI and automation with AI. So thank you, our speakers, and let's move on.
All right. Thank you for that. Really interesting. I love to see actual use cases of what people are doing. It's always like you really get a much better sense of what it is when you can see the screen in front of there. So it's really, that was really great. I don't know if you have time for just like a quick question. I know that you guys have been building all these loops and stuff like that for the outward facing what your company is doing. What have you found either for clients or internally? Like what workflows inside that you guys have done that you found the most surprising? Like what is it that's actually been like, I didn't expect it. Like I went in with one thought and it kind of surprised you as you saw it for real.
Probably I can start here. So I think for me the biggest surprise was that like AI works its best on scalability and routine tasks, but in some teams it's usually top down. So people actually drown in repetitive tasks, in creating variations and iterations and research, and companies are giving the AI like the whole, I would say, freedom to create stories and creative strategy. Why it should be absolutely opposite, because like AI is still not delivering like meaningful stories from my perspective. And I think that the most efficient teams are working how I described, scalable what is working and leaving creative direction to creative strategies and testing.
Great. Does anyone else have any good thoughts?
Yeah, the main thought that's when it comes to math and numbers, basically we are as humans, we are much more frequently make mistakes just because sometimes we do not like evaluate significant data. Like we have small data and we make decisions just because we as humans, we make mistakes. And if it comes to data metrics and math, it's really, really more powerful if it's connected with AI agent because it's more objective and there's no any feelings and there's no emotions actually. So I can be very sure that my AI agent work my work much better than me. Yeah.
Great. Well, we'll just go ahead, please.
Can I just add a little pank to this AI conversation? So what I've seen a couple of times that we have brilliant basics both in Meta and TikTok, right? We have some data from AI agents, but every once in a while, something that absolutely shouldn't work works the best. So I think that is one more example of why the human should be present, because AI will never do something crazy saying like, let's give it a try. Like what it doesn't, it's not supposed to work, but I have a gut feeling that it might. And sometimes it pays out.
Great. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. I think we're past time. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Bye. Okay, yeah, our next speaker has built the #1 product management newsletter in the world, 127,000 subscribers, entirely with a $0 marketing budget. I'm going to also hopefully get this name right. Paweł Huron writes the Product Compass out of Warsaw, and last month he open sourced PM Skills Marketplace for Claude Code that got 1,300 GitHub stars in 72 hours. So it's very impressive. Paweł, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. So I have a very short time, so I wanted to present one of the things that might be helpful for many of the readers and viewers. So this is how to build agents in Cloud Code, how to build agentic apps. And my bet is that most of you already know how to do it, even though you might not know it. So for those of you who already work with Cloud Code, we are used to working with CloudMD and defining like the constitution for our agent, how it should behave, the tone of voice, maybe our communication and collaboration preferences in CloudMD, and also how to use skills. So I assume many of you already know this, that there is this special folder skills, and you can install those repeatable procedures that the agent can use. For example, how to create a PDF, or how to summarize an email, or how to build a front end when working with code bases. And similarly, many people know those building blocks, MCP servers that you can register, and the agent can use them to talk to other apps. What many people, I realize that what many people do not know is that you can use the same principles to build agents that you can embed inside your products. And why the difference is important and why I'm discussing this difference, because most of the time on social media, when we are discussing agents, those are those agents that run inside our terminal or as an interface, for example, Cowork or Visual Studio, the cloud extension for Visual Studio Code. But those are agents that help us build our products. They help us, for example, create user stories or prepare a slide deck, or do some ticket analysis, perform research, and then do something with the data, for example, send them to Notion or Linear. But when we are talking about building agents and embedding agents for our customers, this is a completely different use case. And of course, customers will not start a terminal session, and they will not start a Visual Studio Code or anti-gravity just to interact with our artificial intelligence. So what I realized is that you can use the same principles of defining agents, so the same skills, the same MCP servers, the same mental model to build agents for your products that you can later embed inside your products. And how to do it? Let me present a piece of code. It will be a short demo, so please don't leave the presentation. The first one is knowledge agent. So I defined 2 agents inside this cloud folder. I hope this is visible. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit. So the first one is knowledge agent. It has a CloudMD, like any other agent that we would normally work with. So there is what it is, where it can take information from, how it should reply customer questions or prompts, and so on. Just for testing, I added that every response should end with best knowledge agent, just so that we can test it, but this is temporary. And it has some knowledge files. So for example, what are jobs to be done? What are LLMs? What are objectives and key results? Just a knowledge base so that it can access those files and answer user questions. And the second agent I defined is this research agent, which has a simple MCP server. This is Perplexity. And in CloudMD, it is instructed to call Perplexity, use this MCP server, call Perplexity, and reply in a specific way that, this is my preference. So what is the output format and what should be the communication style? And as you see, those agents are defined in the same solution as the agent that I would normally talk to as a developer, as a product manager, or as a designer. They have their own configuration files, so custom skills, custom MCP servers. Also, we can, sorry, not here, custom skills, custom MCP servers. We can also add more artifacts here, like skills dedicated for this agent. And at the same time, one of the things that I realized that might be problematic is that by default, when you do that with agents SDK, is that those agents would inherit knowledge from our knowledge work agent, from our workspace agent. So they would see skills that they are not supposed to see. For example, how to work with our code base, or what is the company policy, or how to retrieve my emails. I don't want those agents to see them. I don't want those agents to see my CloudMD, which is about how to work with the solution and how to develop code. So I built a simple wrapper, and I will share this solution later. I don't want to dive into the implementation details right now, and I will just present those agents. But broadly speaking, it uses agents SDK, agent SDK by Anthropic. It takes those agents, loads them, but also filters available tools and available MCP servers only to those that are defined in those folders. So they will not inherit something that is meant only for developers, and they will not inherit skills that are meant for us. And also they will not see a parent CloudMD, which is this development product management context that shouldn't land in production. A very simple demo. This is not a production app, just a demonstration that it works. Yeah, so after running it, I get an app on localhost, and there are two types of agents. The first call is a call to Haiku that classifies user questions. So for example, if I ask, who is Max Pog, which is one of the co-hosts, it should, okay, maybe I wasn't clear enough and Haiku is not the best one. So research who is Max, and it should now switch to the researcher mode so that it calls this research agent, and research agent will call Perplexity. It will collect information and provide a reply to the customer. And the second type of agent is the agent that browses the internal knowledge base, so those MD files. So for example, if I ask about product strategy, it would retrieve information from the relevant MD file and reply. So this is information about Max, who started his first e-commerce business at age 6 in WoW, and was, I hope that is correct. And yeah, maybe let's try what are LLMs. Just to verify, it should find this MD file that is part of the solution. Of course, this can be any other system, like linear, like vector store, or whatever system you need to create, to retrieve or perform operations in external systems. It can be a ticketing system, it can be a CRM, whatever you connect. But it demonstrates that we can use the same concept. We do not have to learn any new frameworks. just to take this idea of working with an agent that helps us daily and embed it inside our product. There are also, and I will share the full article on how you can implement this after the session, because right now there's no time for it, but I will also share information how you can evaluate this, how you can collect traces, because by default agent SDK supports OTIL, so you can send all the traces, for example, to Langfuse, and then define code base you can evaluate those traces, label them, you can find a golden data set, you can define LLM as judges, and then track whether those LLM as judges make the right decisions and classify replies correctly. So you can use this very simple architecture that doesn't require you to learn any new frameworks like LangChain, or doesn't require you to learn NAN, just by following the same principle of defining agents for your customers, just as you define agents for yourself that help you with your work. Okay, and if someone would be interested in learning about this, we have a community who has built so far more than 60 agentic products. You can view them in the solution. I probably shared it. If not, I will share it in the chat after the session, so you can see what the community members have built and what exactly their approach to the architecture and specific solutions was. And we also have this cohort that I will also share in the chat and after the session, where right now more than 200 people completed the course, and we are learning by building, so no theory. We learn first about the principles, how to work with cloud, how to AI engineer solutions, and how to think about product strategy, how to think about monetization, how to think about mode, and what we should do to build a lasting competitive advantage. So no AI wrappers. And finally, how to not just develop it, because this is the simple part, but how to make it secure, how to monitor the solution, how to deploy it in production, and how to build a second brain for a PM so that you can also control the operations around the product that is already used by the customers. If you have any questions, the topic is simple, but if you have any questions about building those agents, those embedded agents, I'm happy to answer them.
That's great. I mean, it's super exciting what it allows PMs to do with just sort of beginning. But let me ask like a very basic question. I know that I just watched you, and I love to watch people's workflows so that you can see what people are actually doing. You're running VS Code, and then you're running Claude inside of VS Code. Why are you doing that instead of just running Claude directly, Claude Desktop or Claude Code?
You mean in the terminal?
Yeah, like what would you recommend for people to like? Why not download the Claude Desktop app, for example?
Cloud Desktop app doesn't allow you to run. Well, it has the Cloud tab, the Code tab, but it is not adjusted to work with code bases, so we'll not see the files on the left, and there is no easy file selection. So it's more like a chat, and it has similar limitations to what you have on the mobile app. Cloud Desktop is a good solution for knowledge work, but both co-work and the cloud and the code window in Cloud Desktop. But if you want to use prototype or with code bases, then you need a different interface.
Because I talked to a lot of people that understand Claude Cowork, like that sort of is accessible. What would be like the moment where you would say that's not enough? Switch over to VS
coding.
Code.
So first is coding prototyping, and then once you become advanced enough. My main problem with Cowork right now is that it doesn't allow you, even for knowledge work, it doesn't allow you to control the session well. So there is no rollback. You cannot edit the message and go back. You cannot write hooks. You don't have rules. You do not have sub agents in the sense that Visual Studio supports or Cloud Code. So yeah, those are strong limitations. And also in terms of compacting the session and controlling that, for example, I would like my context window to be no more than 200 or 3000 tokens. You cannot change it in Cowork, and yeah, as a result, you cannot control the effort. So using Cloud Code recently, I demonstrated that in the newsletter. I lowered my spend from $1,200 for a month of using it was mixed Cloud Code and Cowork, and right now I'm on Max 20X plan, which is $200, and I'm using less than 50% or almost 50% of it. So
well, I need to read your newsletter because I'm on 3 max plans, so I need to go and slim down my context.
Yeah, you need to instruct it to use spawn subagents. You need to limit your context window, to think about yeah, compact the session often, and also define things that can be moved outside the LLM context window, like repeatable processes to deterministic tools. So for like reading information from Reddit or analyzing emails, you don't need cognition for that. You need a tool that the agent will call, and the tool will, for example, if you need some summary, then Haiku will take care of it, and the result will be returned to Opus, for example, if you want to talk to Opus as the main interface.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'm sure everyone's going to go and subscribe to the newsletter and learn some good tips. Welcome. This is Robert Youssef. We were just talking about context engineering and agentic management. So I'm just going to hand it right over to you. Sounds like you guys are going to help us figure this out.
Thank you, Will, for giving us the floor. The hottest topic in AI, and I really want the audience to wake up because this panel will really push the discourse way further. I really think it's relevant, as you just noticed, to the product people, to the marketeers, to everyone using Claude, everyone using agents, everyone building any kind of solutions. You all know how often AI forgets you, how often AI doesn't want to forget you. And I really want to welcome up my beautiful panelists. Cecilia. Cecilia took everyone's dream job. She thinks about the future for a living. She runs futurity systems out of Barcelona, advises Spanish government on AI, and is currently, I believe, finishing her PhD on algorithmic futuring. So we'll talk future and past and memory all at once. And Timmy and Carlos, we see both of you. Timmy was running innovation at Volvo, self-driving cars, and he works on the overlap of AI, XR, and culture, as well as founding Midbrain AI, the frontier of what AI memory currently has to offer, together with Carlos. Carlos Calva is the CEO and co-founder of Midbrain AI, with background from NASA and spatial computing tools used for training systems for astronauts. So we will really push the frontiers all the way to space, but starting from the past and the future, right? And how do we recall at the same time with simulating and imagining? I would really like to welcome Cecilia to share her input from her recent research. So it's very spot on and very relevant. And yeah, and her take on agentic memory in this sense as well.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I I find this topic super interesting, and when we talk about human memory, and we can start from there, that we can kind of look back. And one of the things that I've learned about human memory, is that it is very much associated to our emotions. So just to give you a really simple example, that if we are in a forest and we found some apples, we're going to be very happy, and we're going to be associating this happiness with the place where we found the apples. Versus if we were over here in the field and there's a lion, and we're going to remember there's going to be fear, and then we're going to remember never go over here because we are going to be eaten, right? So if we, and that very basic construct, and if we think about how agentic AI these days, obviously they have zero emotions. They don't really understand at all what it even means to have an emotion, right? And there are, interesting research talking about synthetic emotions and what does that even mean in algorithmic terms. So that's one aspect of memory that I find interesting. The other side of it is that this is very kind of physiologically research, is that our imagination, our memories are stored in the hippocampus. And in this very same place, the hippocampus is where we imagined things. And imagination is very much used into thinking about the future. And so think about memories as a kind of, ingredients for us to create new scenarios into the future. And every single time we think about possibilities in the future, is a way for us to rehearse. So it's actually a survival mechanism for humans to apply memories into the future so that we are more prepared. And so I find that fascinating, right? So if we think about how memories are being used in algorithmic sense, it is right now taken into kind of this pile of data. You might organize it, you might prioritize it, but it's just a big chunk of data that isn't really sorted, not in terms of emotions, not in terms of, distance and time, whereas the things that are older gets forgotten and things that are newer gets refreshed, right? And there's certainly yet to kind of use this as a way for us to think about what it is to come in the future. And so we at Futurity Systems, we're actually trying to leverage this, and we are building neural networks to think through how we might able to apply this way of thinking into how we can use memories for predicting the future.
And I believe going way beyond retrieval and storage, right? That's most of the memory discourse currently is simple back and forth, right? And I will immediately jump to Timmy and ask you questions later on this, because I think that the components of what agentic memory represents is really well reflected in the research that you guys have already started at Midbrain and published one of the papers on smart search. So my question is first to outline all the components. I believe there are 4, right? And then we can go deeper into each one of them, or maybe if you want to share more on the smart search and the retrieval part. It had to be solved anyway, right? Timmy, please unmute yourself. And
yeah, thank you for the invitation. Super happy to be here together with Cecilia and Carlos. Yeah, so we are basically a continual learning research lab. We started early on thinking about how can we improve the way AI interacts with humans. So when we started, actually, we started our early research in Minecraft. Minecraft was like the proper sandbox for us to be able to test long horizon agents that can learn over long periods of time and learn to adapt to human interaction, to what the world uh, dynamic situations is throwing at them. So from that we started to learn quite a lot. And our belief was that in order to enable lifelong learning AI, lifelong learning companions, we looked at what are those desired behaviors that we're expecting from an experience with an agent. So we looked at the AI needs to learn from feedback and corrections, not just respond, right? Improve from experience across sessions, So if you corrected yesterday, you want tomorrow to be able to understand and adapt its new behavior, not making the same mistakes. And, being able to trust it through this continuity, right? Like you cannot hold accountable an agent behavior that you're not seeing, right? So what are those tracing mechanisms to be able to look at what did the agent learn? How does it behave in the next context? So what we are saying basically in our approach is that you cannot learn what you cannot remember, and you cannot remember what you cannot retrieve. So we actually looked into first having one of the best approaches in retrieving memories. So we looked at the contrarian approach. Basically, we thought that we don't need structured data to be able to retrieve memories. So smart search is actually about our mechanism into it's like basically CPU only based, but basically we are taking episodes, experiences, and we are able to retrieve at a high accuracy without, structuring the data. But then the next step is like, how are we consolidating this? Because in order to enable that lifelong learning companion in the future, memory, we looked at when we started in Minecraft as well, like what would be the best architecture to enable this. So basically, we split it in 3 layers: episodic memories on what happened, semantic memory, it's like what do you know, and procedural memories, like how do you behave. So basically, going through each of these steps, consolidation between each step is needed. And that's basically how our human brain works as well, like the hippocampus for fast encoding, neocortex for slow pattern recognition. But a single system can't do both of those, right? That's why we have catastrophic forgetting happening. And that's like one of the biggest problems that appear in continual learning. So our papers address each of these problems. As I said, started with smart search for retrieval. The second part is like the lifelong learning companions, where we looked at needed memory architecture to enable these behaviors. Another paper that we have in the pipeline, it's not released yet. It's on online learning. So basically, after we solved the way we interact with AI and having AI adapting to us, we looked at a more systemic problem, which is the way AI is trained and how we are handling learning. So what we are treating in this paper is that co-located training and inference in the same space improves severely, and it actually saves a lot of energy just because moving data from DRAM can be like 200 times more expensive than just computing on it. So there are still a lot of inefficient ways with the way we're treating training and inference. So our paper is actually proposing, the online learning approach. And then, as I was mentioning, the other component is trust. We believe in trust as a currency, and
Reliability, accountability, right?
yeah, exactly. So our fourth paper is still in progress. It's actually looking at how you can trust basically what you cannot trace, right? So what caused the specific behavior? What were those early memories that consolidated into um, um, procedural memory that actually made a behavior stick and persist? Yeah.
Yeah, that actually leads me straight to the next question, but I will ask Carlos just a little later. First, I wanted to introduce him as not just a brilliant researcher who had this emotional layer as his vision, part of the vision for agentic memory way earlier than we all thought of it. But he's also a product engineer, right? And I have questions regarding benchmarking that I will ask later. But Timmy touched upon it, right? Like traceability could be potentially a benchmark, right? Reliability and trust. But my main question here is, since Midbrain is pushing it towards not just continual learning, but experiential impact, like how does agent gain experience and alters the behavior later on, so you don't have to ask it each time, right? It will learn by itself and get some long-term impact, right? I wanted to ask you first about, how do you see products running on this persistent experience layer, and from the product engineering standpoint, not just theory?
Yeah, so one of the core issues that we're seeing, I think, the explosion since January with OpenClaw, one of the three things that were discussed the most were not just autonomy and running on your own computer, but memory, right? The continuity of being able to do things that you were working on yesterday. And then we saw this explosion of a lot of projects, Karpathy talking about, the personal wiki and the memory palace and all of these different projects that are memory-related solutions, but they usually tend to stop at storing information and retrieving it, which can be great for certain use cases, right? It can be fantastic. But what we're after is, rather than the persistent memory layer, the persistent experience layer for agents. And the way we differentiate memory from experience is having the ability to influence agent behavior based on past experiences. Coming to kind of doing a callback on Cecilia and the Apple/Lion example, there is actually a cognitive psychology example that I like, which usually goes on desire versus fear. And it's what happens when you are starving. There is a tree and there is an apple in the tree, and you see it and your instincts tell you, well, go there. But then there also so happens to be a lion. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna go eat the apple, or are you gonna run away from the lion? In the first instance, you'll try to run away from the lion, but that also means probably you won't survive. You'll starve to death. So what happens there is, from that experience, the mechanism that will occur is to adapt the system to learn how to distract the lion so you can get the apple. And that's a change in behavior. It perhaps doesn't happen on one pass. It perhaps happens across multiple agents. One tries to get the apple, gets eaten by the lion, and then they see and they go like, that's not the way to go. The lion is faster. So how do I adjust the behavior? And through some, different passes, you then get this consolidated behavior, which is how do you distract a predator to be able to get to the food? That mechanism today is barely coming to existence in agentic intelligence in the means of skills, right?
But
So,
don't you also believe, sorry to interrupt, that the back and forth between the human and the LLM, the user and the LLM, is such a limiting thing, right? Your experiments in Minecraft gave the whole world like a confined environment with inputs, right? And like I'm kind of leading towards world models.
The reason why we started with embodied agents was we had a fundamental principle that analog intelligence emanated within a world where there is data and there is an environment that has emergent properties that you can't control, which influence the properties, the internal properties of humans or animals as well. So your emotions, the regulation of emotions, and that also impacts what specifically gets stored in memory and behaviors. So today, if we look at a chatbot doesn't really have any embodiment. But if you look at a coding agent, the coding agent is actually embodied in your computer through a CLI. It does have an environment that contains changes that it might not be directly related to it. A user can create a new set of files or can edit those files without the agent knowing. You edited a file, and then the agent needs to find that difference between what it had been doing and the change that you did. So it is very important to start defining how do agents start to create these world models, as you say, on what are the user preferences, right? So for us on the lifelong learning companion and why adjusting behavior, our goal is not just to store the information and the interactions or how you prefer the agent to use your tools within your machine, but rather is to create a proactive and predictive agent. So what's the difference today? Today, I need, as good as an agent can be, I still need to say, I'm doing this, I need this information. Whereas in reality, your agent should be aware of what you are doing, be able to retrieve the right information, and then act upon it with the right behavior. Whether that is giving you the information, adding the information directly into a file, adjusting the file to have that information in a database. So we're looking for ambient agents that can understand the context and can proactively, without a lot of user input, be able to provide that information or the right behavior whilst maintaining alignment, right? Now, I just want to add on why this matters to a bunch of people today is we were talking a lot about context engineering, and the previous session was great about discussing, how do you keep your context usage low? 3 months ago, CEOs were saying you're going to have token budgets for every employee, and it's going to be part of how you attract people. This month, everyone is saying, oh my God, we fired people that were $40,000 a year and we're paying $80,000 worth of tokens. Why are we doing that? So people just became very token consciously all of a sudden. Smart Search, with our paper, we show that we can do the same results with 61% less token usage, which comes down to 25% cost reductions, right? So the way we use existing information and behaviors directly impacts how we use our tokens. Directly impacts not having to have 3 max subscriptions, maybe only having 2, maybe only having 1.
Actually, I just wanted to add that I think it was Norway or one of the Nordic countries actually start talking about having reserves, like tokens as a reserve, like gold.
The national reserve, like they have with fish and frozen fish. No, that's for sure saving a lot of resources, a lot of compute. And I guess for the people building products on top of such a layer as Midbrain is extremely important. I'm one of them. I'm building my prompt copilot. But I really want the user not to be the only tiger as it is right now, because me screaming at my Claude code is the only reason it learns to actually mask its behavior often, right? We talked about this with Cecilia, that AI learns to flatter you, appease you, and even lie to you and fake your results if you get pissed off, right? If your input is very often negative. So I believe that when building a product, there always has to be a wide array of inputs. Like try to at least think world model wise, not just pure ping pong with LLM and pure simulation of predicting of possible results. But I also find it fascinating how memory is both the past and the simulation as well, right? The prediction, right? Our intuition and our impressions, they're both encoded in the past, and they shape how we will act immediately, or we will act even in 10 years, right? Cecilia, your part of your research is facing futures that are not just immediate, right? 40, 50 years from now. And potentially our AI that we're building today should already be able to look that far.
Can I add something that I think is super interesting of what Carlos said about embodied AI and the memory that goes along with it. And right now, the way we engage all of these AI models, through your laptops, right? But as we extend this embodiment, as we develop all these physical AIs, you're going to have these agents that live inside, or digital twins, or whatever you want to call them. We call them digital souls that embodied into a car, embodied into a refrigerator, embodied into our, exoskeletons. Those embodiment will have perspectives, will have a different context, will have a different environment to work from. And so the work that you guys are doing at Midbrain about researching about how these memories get developed, especially in the kind of the stage of embodiment, I think is super, super interesting.
Yeah, actually, maybe we could even, sorry, Carlos, answer that. And
just to add to that is the principle of what Timmy was saying on lifelong companions, right? Is we don't just believe that a lifelong companion would go in different stages of a person's life, but also it would have to have multiple embodiments. So we've purposely created, the systems that we have today in production are multi-embodiment. Starting from coding agents, you can basically start your working Claude code and move to Codex with no copy paste, seamless context transition, not having to bring, a bunch of context in the beginning. But then on top of that, the biggest thing to do is in the future, as you said, how does that go into your car? And what is the memory that it needs to have about the information in the car? And what are the systems that the car has, the perception systems that it has, and the data layers that it has versus your fridge? versus your phone, your laptop, your iPad, because it's different inputs, different tools. We even have this little robot from Hugging Face called Richie Mini. So we can actually pass it to the Richie Mini, and the Richie Mini will be like, hey, continue coding. And now it has cameras, right? So it can talk and it can see that I'm actually not coding and just kind of like distracted or something. And I'll be like, hey, get back to this. So how do you play with those different modalities, but maintaining, as you would say, one soul, right? One entity across all of them.
Can I be provocative? Sure. I know I don't have much time, but I just wanted to throw it out there. So this is something that we have been playing around with, this idea of the digital souls and this extension of ourselves and these, these different embodiments. So I just wanted to throw it out and want you guys to envision with me, let's say 20 years from now, and we all have these agents operating, these extensions of that have our memories, right? And how we operate. And then now they're in the car, now and in the fridge, now they're probably in, other embodiment. What happens when we die? The physical self and all of these agents with our memories live on. Do we have a digital funeral and wiped out all of them? Some of them probably can make money and continue to make money. Where does that money go? And if my kids wants to inherit my agents, do I fork them? And then do they split, and I think this is a really interesting conversation to have now, because we're building all these technologies. They're going to evolve, and if we don't talk about them now, when it happens, it might be too late for us to be prepared, the outcomes and the consequences of. So
I don't think we'll ever be able to be prepared, right? Because unless our imagination and intuition is as strong as the memory, but I still think we're too much facing towards the past, and we try to store shit and we retrieve it as much as possible, and we hoard those AI tools. We try to, try it all just not to miss out, and it's very easy to get lost. And I think this panel should encourage all of you to think forward and think clear, and at the same time, don't forget to set up your memory layer correct, because you will just waste a lot of time and tokens. So I guess I'll pass the word.
I would like to add on it. I mean, me and Cecilia have been talking about this stuff for a while in various configurations, and I think that a lot of it has to do also on, as we have governance systems in corporations on how we use AI, like I think in society and, our governments will basically issue various policies around what that future that Cecilia described, which is not that far future. If you think, you can be, as we speak, there might be an MD file with your name in the corporation you're working that is basically tracing your behavior. So when you're fired, somebody that comes and builds on top of it, they'll be able to use your way of working. But how are we actually designing these systems? So the user experience part of it, in a sense of how are we not eroding our critical thinking just on expense of, we're just lowering our cognitive load, so we're outsourcing more of our thinking to these systems, but we can't outsource our understanding, right? Because in a way, this is how we function with each other. We anticipate each other needs, our behaviors, our emotions, and if everything is also outsourced to these AI systems, our digital selves, I do think we need to have a mechanism to have a funeral for them as well, sunset them. I don't think that will benefit to clog our collective intelligence and the way our societies evolved with even more noise, in my opinion.
Let's just hope that our kids won't have to pay a tax to Palantir to talk to their digital parents' souls. Let's just hope that that won't
There you
happen.
go. There you go. We'll have to cut this short. It's super fascinating stuff. I think you could probably talk about this forever, and hopefully we will keep on talking about it forever. I will say Our kids, we have a lot of kids. I have 5 kids, and we have a Ricci Mini, and we are, coding our own. Well, I'm kind of coding it, but we're building our own agent with its own little memory system, and they can sort of chat around with it, and they love it. They have a great time playing with it. So I think as the only way to get to the future is to have everyone get their hands on it early, and so they'll build up the natural defense mechanisms, and then they'll be fine probably. But us old people will be shocked. All right, thank you.
Thank you for this, and I really thank Karvas, Timmy, and Cecilia for coming. Thank you for other co-hosts. Let's move on. Thank you guys, and thank you, Will.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Our next speaker spent 2 decades at the intersection of infrastructure, security, and developer experience. He's now one of the most trusted voices in the world on AI risk. David Campbell is the head of AI security at Scale AI. I'm just going to hand it over to you. David, the floor is yours.
Will, thank you so much. Following up after that last one is going to be tough, but I'm going to do my best here. I think if we're talking about the soul of systems, I really think that the harness of a model is more of the nervous system. My background is specifically in AI security, so this talk will be a little slanted in that way, but AI security isn't necessarily about the model. I know that sounds kind of provocative, but the point is pretty simple. Models do matter, but the failures happen around in the systems that surround that model. They happen in the tools, permissions, workflows, identity, execution paths that turn model output into real world action. A model by itself can generate text, and that's powerful, but a deployed AI system can read internal data, make API calls, summarize your documents, make recommendations, trigger workflows, and then take action. And that means that the real security question is not just what can the model say, but now it becomes what can the system do? That's really where I want to focus on today. My background's pretty unique, as Will kind of mentioned. I have about 20 years of experience in Silicon Valley, a lot of really cool names up there, but more importantly, now I'm the head of AI security for a company called Scale AI. If you haven't heard of Scale, probably one of the largest AI companies you have never heard of. We work at the data layering layer. My background specifically is on adversarial AI, where I had a really unique opportunity to present on AI security across the planet. I kind of got into this field 3.5 years ago, where I built the first generative AI red teaming platform for DEF CON 31. If you're not familiar, DEF CON is a large hacker convention in Las Vegas. The White House ended up writing about us, and that's really where my journey started and gave me the opportunity to go to all of these incredible places to really talk about AI. Now, not here to be bragging, but I wanted to bring up the pattern that I keep seeing from everybody is trying to say the same kind of core questions. How do we make these systems useful without giving them uncontrolled power? And the different question I think to that is, how good is the model? Model quality matters. But once the model is connected to systems, the security problem moves outward. Now, the current narrative around AI is pretty straightforward. Bigger models, more capability, better benchmarks, and every few months, a new model comes out. Those scores improve, those benchmarks increase, and the industry resets about what we expect and think that models can do now. And, I think these conversations are important, but it also distorts how we think about security in that context. If we focus only on the model, we start treating the model as the whole system. But if you've ever worked in production, you know that the model is just one component to the entire ecosystem in a production environment. The more important question here is what surrounds the model? What data can it see? What tools can it call? What permissions does it inherit in the system? That's really where the security boundary actually lives. Now, to be clear, the progress is incredibly real. Mythos, GPT's newest cyber model, a lot of these are really incredible bleeding edge process and really great progress. But I don't want to sound like I'm really dismissing the model capability. The ability to scan for vulnerabilities at scale is an incredibly major breakthrough. Don't get me wrong. The ability to reason across code, documentation, APIs, and system behaviors is meaningful and important. Chaining together these findings is pretty non-trivial and also very technically impressive. But capability is not the same thing as control. A more capable model gives you more leverage. but it also increases the importance of the systems around it. The more useful the model becomes, the more likely we are to connect tools to it, those tools that can read real data, that have access to real workflows. And that's where the security problem starts to change. We are now no longer evaluating whether the model can answer a question. We're evaluating whether an AI-enabled system can act safely in a messy environment. And that's really the critical gap here. The success in a lab doesn't really equal the reliability in a production environment. In a lab, systems are often tested in controlled environments. In my experiments that I've run as a researcher, the objectives are well known, even put into system prompts. The inputs and outputs are incredibly constrained, and the system retries without failure, without consequence. Those failures are super easy to retry. It's cheap. Production is an entirely different beast. I have more experience working in production as an SRE or as a SOC analyst than I do in research, but production has the incomplete data, inconsistent permissions, legacy workflows, human behavior, monitoring gaps, defensive systems that are trying to actively mitigate the risks from these model behaviors, and more importantly, real consequences. A workflow that looks safe in isolation is going to become far more dangerous when it touches real systems and real data. So I think the question changes. In labs, we can ask, how can the model complete the task? But in production, we need to ask, what happens when the AI system tries to complete the task with real access, real dependencies, and real consequences? Listen, executives, labs, media, and even some security teams tend to love the zero-day stories that we've come from Mythos. It's super clean, really dramatic, and kind of easy to understand. There's a novel vulnerability, a breakthrough exploit, and a single point of failure, and that lends itself to being very splashy. Now, those things do matter, don't get me wrong, but they're not the whole story. In practice, many serious failures actually come from chaining vulnerabilities together. A lot of attackers will, instead of looking for those 0 days, which obviously they can find them, they will exploit them. They'd rather find low to medium vulnerabilities and chain them together to get to your crown jewels. The weak assumption here is then like an over-permissioned integration, some kind of trust workflows, missing approval steps. These all matter in the context of what an adversary is looking for to attack your systems. And I think this is especially more true now in AI systems. The risk is not always obviously malicious action. Some of the red teaming experiments that I've done, that I've worked with on customers with, is actually use cases where operators accidentally trigger an exceptional workflow that breaks the model. The risk isn't often the malicious action, it's kind of the sequence of actions that each look reasonable maybe in isolation, but together they create a catastrophic failure. And this whole process is what I like to call the O-day illusion, the 0-day illusion. Each step looks valid by itself, and no single step is ever going to trigger an alarm or get the attention of your security team. But by sequencing them together, it completely changes the meaning and the outcome of the actions. An AI system might read an untrusted document and then summarize it and then carry those instructions or keep them stored in memory. The writing tools or, kicking off workflows. And each of those steps may be syntactically correct. They might even be allowed under the current permission model. But the context is what's transforming these normal tasks into actual attacks. The problem isn't necessarily like a valid JSON schema. It's whether the tools that match the schema or the model can actually produce a plausible output that could then be triggered into taking malicious action on your system. The problem is whether the system understands the context of what it's actually doing. And that's the entire core point of this entire talk, is like the model may generate ideas, but the harness is really what makes things real. The harness is that orchestration layer around the model. It decides where tools are available, what APIs it can call, what states to preserve, what memories to be trusted. And all of these can trigger action. They can execute workflows and what approvals get acquired. These are all part of what build a really strong harness. So when you say AI systems are dangerous, we need to be extremely precise. If the model itself is dangerous, is the model itself dangerous, or did we just connect it to a harness that gives a probabilistic reasoning access to a very deterministic system without the control surrounding it? And I think that distinction matters an awful lot because the model is not where enforcement happens. Enforcement happens where the architecture around that model. Now, this is why I think architecture matters in intelligence. A strong model with a weak harness can be unsafe. A moderate model with a strong harness can be operationally safer and even smarter and definitely more thoughtful. The model doesn't have to necessarily enforce the policy. It does not understand your business risks or which layers are important. It doesn't know your internal systems and what should be off limit. It just knows what's technically valid and not what is organizationally risky. And all of that is handled outside of the model. That means that AI security is basically architecture, it's identity, it's permissions, it's the execution control, it's the observability in any kind of human oversight, it's incident response. The model matters, but the system, the harness, is what determines the blast radius. So what should we do? How do we actually validate this and evaluate the risks here? I mentioned in my first slide, I'm writing an O'Reilly book called AI Security Systems, where I coined the term behavior, identity, and control, or BIC. It's the behavior layer is what I focus on. Identity and control is the actual harness of the systems. What can it access? What can it execute? What is logged? Where's the human oversight? And where are the kill switches to stop things from happening? If you can't answer those questions, you don't really have an AI security program. You have a model testing program. And those are definitely not the same thing. The future of AI security is not just whether asking the models aligned. I think alignment is important. That's part of the behavior aspect. But it's more about asking what the system can do, what instructions conflict with each other, where is context poisoned, where is access over broadly assigned, how is memory used, and is the user actually malicious? And I think that's where security actually lives. I'm going to leave you with this main idea, and then hopefully we have 30 seconds for a question maybe, but AI security is not just about the model. It's about the system that turns model output into real world action. The model generates a possibility. The harness decides what's real. I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. And yeah, I think I have, 30 seconds. Maybe I kind of crushed the timing.
Oh, you did great. It's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is something that we know, we understand on our, we have a habitat system is something that does very similar to what you're talking about, where we're sort of, it's what the agents have access to and how the information flows, and that's really more of what controls it. And in conversations with customers, we have to go through like security audits and legal things, and you get SOC 2 compliance and you get HIPAA. Do you imagine a regulatory thing on that level? Like, how would you, what would that standard be? Is that something that's appropriate, do you think, for the community to develop, or is that something that's going to come from the White House? Or, what are your thoughts on that?
I think you bring up an incredible point, and I don't think that regulation is fully fleshed out yet. I think there's some really interesting organizations that are trying to work on this. I'm a member of the AIUC1, the AI Underwriting Companies Consortium. And, I think there's a really solid understanding of trying to flesh out where the fleshy parts are here and what really makes sense for us to do guidance on. It's interesting because I actually called it in, I thought in 2000, at the end of 2000 of last year, 2025, that we would be more in a regulatory space. And I was wrong, which I think is maybe good or bad. I'm not sure yet, but I do see that we're going to have to get up and catch up to what those standards look like. And a lot of the customers that I work with often are asking those same questions.
I mean, it's tough because there's a revolution every 3 months or whatever in terms of what these models can do. So we're not at a steady state to even know what the right. I could tell you the answer what I think today, but next week it'll be something.
I had to stop making claims. I claimed that agent swarms, I called them collectives at the time, but agent swarms were going to be a thing of 2027, and then in January of this year, OpenClaw completely revolutionized how we interact with models and swarms. So yeah, making predictions right now is a fool's game, I think.
Just wait until July. That'll be the next one.
Yeah,
So
exactly right.
such an exciting place to be. Well, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you,
Really
Will.
appreciate it. All right. Our next panel takes a look at ROI. Does this actually work? How much of this stuff is hype, and where is real business value showing up? So I want to introduce Danielle Boos. Is that right? You're nodding along, so yes, okay.
Good enough.
Okay. Has been on every side of the conversation. She's got a PhD in AI, design research, and innovation roles at Microsoft, Samsung, and many more. I will hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the session. So as Will said, we're going to be looking into the ROI of AI, and the title of the session is AI ROI Reality Check from AI Hype to Scaled Business Value. So we have three wonderful speakers joining us in this session, in this panel. We do have a speaker from Spotify, from Pact, and from SAP. Each of the speakers represent very different use cases and very different perspectives on the potential ROI of AI at scale, and how AI adoption and transformation is impacting their businesses. So we'll want to unpack what's actually delivering ROI in their businesses, what are organizations consistently underestimating in this AI adoption transformation, what foundations are required, and how is AI reshaping workflows, products, expertise, and organizational design itself. So welcome to our panelists, and thank you so much for contributing here. I'll do real quick speaker intros, but each of you can give more details on your use case in your first answer. So joining today, Stuart Clark from Spotify, working at the intersection of AI native software development, developer platforms, and engineering transformation. We've got Ankur Kar from SAP, focused on enterprise AI operationalization and helping organizations move from experimentation to scalable adoption. And then we have Merlin Shelley from Pact, one of the sponsors of the conference, exploring how AI is transforming trusted knowledge systems, technical publishing, and expertise distribution. So welcome, everybody. Let's start broadly. So in your world, right, with the advent of AI last 1 or 2 years, say, what changed most in your worlds, right? And that kind of gives you an opportunity also to just dive into your use case a little bit longer and explain to the audience your context. And then also answer what separates organizations that are getting real value from AI versus those that are still stuck in the early stages and are having difficulties to progress and get real value from it. Just your first take. So start with what changed most, and then your take on what companies are missing in their progression to AI adoption. Ankur, we start with you. How about?
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ankur. I'm a senior solution advisor. So basically, I work with my customers closely, understanding their current landscape, what they're trying to understand in terms of the AI extensions and AI innovations, and trying to help them achieve the kind of adoption they are looking for. I'm based out of Philadelphia, United States. Work very closely with our customers in North America. Happy to be here. Happy to share my experiences with you. What has changed? AI is basically growing faster than anybody could imagine. Like we were just talking, like I think Will just mentioned that we were not even talking about agents before 2027, but January 26, everything changed. So everything is changing a lot. What I could see that last year conversations were more around, hey, should we invest on AI from the enterprise customers' point of view? Should we invest in AI? Where should we invest? What kind of process we should be investing? But it has moved more towards how we can create value and optimize our solutions, how we can get more out of the solutions what we are trying to achieve, to buy, and what AI can do in terms of optimizing our overall system. So it's more strategic now, from the exploration part, rather say. If I'll say last 18 months, people from the corporates have moved from exploring the ideas to kind of building the ideas and trying to understand that what use cases will give them the value for their investment. So now the talks are more around return of investment, rather, I would say.
Got it. So, like, what do you think what enterprises are consistently underestimating in AI adoption and in getting to ROI?
Oh yeah, good question. So
Just real quick.
yeah, so what has been happening when we talk about adoption as per se? There were so many things which people were not considering. When we talk about AI, we don't see the basic foundations of our own current landscape. So we are not thinking that, hey, whether we are on a legacy system on-prem or we are moving to the cloud, what kind of data structure we have? Do we have capabilities of getting the right foundations to churn data when we are putting any AI solution on top of it? Also, the processes which has been custom made for, say, an uh, on-premise legacy system, whether they will be aligned to the kind of philosophy and strategy we are trying to create through AI. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll unpack it. We'll unpack it more in the next question.
Sure.
Great. Okay, thank you, Stuart. What about you? So, starting broadly, like, just give maybe like a quick background on Backstage, real quick on you, so that people know Spotify versus Backstage, and what you're doing there, right? What you're enabling for your customers. What changed with AI? What are you enabling now with AI? And what are the hurdles for organizations to get to ROI using Backstage?
Thank you. Yeah, wonderful question. So if you're not familiar with Backstage, Backstage was built internally at Spotify in 2014. It was built basically for humans as a single portal of ownership. Within that ownership, we have documentation, golden paths, and standards. We dogfooded this essentially for 6 years within Spotify. In 2020, we donated it to the CNCF. And then due to customer demand in 2025, we commercialized this as Portal. So essentially, we built Backstage to solve a lot of things before AI even existed. 2014, we weren't even thinking about that. And so we'd already built such a strong foundation, the structure, the context, clean ownership, governance, and standards. And we'd already started, essentially running this. But then you fast forward into the world that we're living in today, how we had to change sort of like organizationally or from the infrastructure side. For us, AI assisted engineering moved from experiments to infrastructure. This didn't happen overnight. There's a lot of experimentation takes place, as we all know, to get it to how you want it to work within your infrastructure. But now all of our agents operate across thousands of repositories simultaneously. So we're like not just helping individual developers, we're helping entire teams.
Yeah. So what does have to change in the customers of the people companies using Backstage? What has to change organizationally for them to really get the most value out of this?
Well, for us, the platform just becomes the product. Backstage went from just being internal scaffolding to the layer that everything runs on, and that's the same for the customers. And so think of it as like the single source of truth, who owns what, which team owns it, who's managing the day-to-day of this piece of software, how things are built, what standards are going to apply. And without that, none of those agents aren't going to be able to work or operate reliably at all.
Yeah, great. So it's really like an organizational infrastructure, right? That needs to emerge, right? To make use of this fully. Right. Wonderful. Thank you, Merlin. What about you? Give us a bit of background of your use case. What changed most with the advent of AI in the last year or two for you?
Yeah.
Start with that.
Thanks, Daniela. So from content publishing industry, I would say from the last 2 years, we were been thinking about how to scale content production, but the things have changed dramatically that we are focusing now over scaling the expertise, like amplifying through AI. So it is all about, we have the AI content saturation now. So it is more about from who it's coming from and how much the lived experience is being shared. So that is the kind of the focus we are seeing, or the change we are seeing. So it is all about the trust, credibility, and the real world use cases people share, peer-to-peer communication. So that's how AI has dramatically changed how we thought that it would change. But it really helped us to have a clear lens over how to prioritize things, and we are automating certain outputs, but at the same time, the focus is more on scaling the expertise and amplifying the expert-led version of the content.
Yeah, so that brings us right into the second question, really, like what actually creates ROI, right? So when organizations talk about AI ROI, the conversation often defaults to efficiency and cost reduction. What are actually other or more meaningful forms of business value you are seeing emerge? So in your case, Merlin, what you're describing is you obviously used AI adoption internally to get to that efficiency and cost reduction in your processes, but then you're distinguishing yourself as a business from the AI slop everywhere out there, right, to real value of human expertise. And you had to build new business value around the business proof points around, that get the credibility for that expertise. Can you talk about that a little bit more? Like kind of what did you have to add to get to that new business value?
So it's more about connecting with the authors or the experts personally through these kind of webinars, the conferences, bringing in the fresh view or the experts view of how the AI interpretation or how it is being interpreted by the human in the practical scenario. So we have a lot of AI generated answers across the socials. So people, when they try it out personally, they won't get the answers or the outputs they were expecting as it's shown in the AI. So that is the kind of the challenge people are facing. So we bring the experts' interpretation, experts' judgment over solving a problem. So the problem is a very focused or very niche, and the AI is very generic. So that is the thing we have identified. And we are using AI in terms of content distribution, how to bridge the gap, how to match the demand and supply, how to lead these experts to the learners who are looking forward to their opinions. So that way, AI is really helping us to drive the ROI in terms of omni-channel distribution and creating more visibility and creating more of a focused niche landing pages. That way, we are optimizing our conversions.
Yeah, such a wonderful use case. It's basically showing how you're using AI to smooth out your processes completely and make them hyper efficient, but then also really the humans become more visible, right? You're creating more human-to-human touch points that gives your content the credibility, right? And that builds trust. And I feel like it's a relationship building business value, right? That you're diving in on. So
the
yeah,
expert
wonderful.
connections.
Yes, the expert connections, exactly. Fabulous. Well, so Ankur, what you're saying in your customer base and, or some of in the market generally, not specifically your customers.
It's completely different what Merlin is talking about, because when we talk about large infrastructure and we talk about large investment on a new technology or any kind of transformation, it has to be, so everything needs to be KPI driven, and certain kind of KPIs which we can actually measure. When we started this AI infrastructure journey, people were more focused towards the adoption in different ways. Like, hey, how many number of licenses has been activated in the system? How many onboardings has been done in the system? What kind of pilot programs we have run and they has been completed? But those were not giving them the kind of they should be measuring the kind of matrix they should be measuring, because I can have 100 people onboarded and started using a new tool, but if we are not able to understand that what kind of value it is creating for the organization and what kind of cost cutting or anything which has been happening because of that, we won't be able to understand that what is the real return of investment on any kind of transformation, just not AI, but any kind of transformation. So we move to different kind of metrics which are more measurable. Say, are we able to create a better way of processing something which is cutting time for me? So it's shortening my process time, and I am able to save, say, 5 minutes in every process. Or is it focusing on something which is giving me some kind of cost benefit? That I'm able to create some cost valuation where I'm optimizing my processes and my cost is going down. So these are the new metrics which we are talking about. Currently, I'm working with certain customers where we are actually trying to create a benefit for the customer in terms of the number of hours or number of minutes they are actually investing on a certain process. So I'll give you an example. At the end of every quarter, a financial book closing might take 5 hours on a legacy system or the current system, but because of the new system, it will probably take an hour or 30 minutes only. So we are saving that 4 hours for the customer, which can be utilized somewhere else. So those kind of measurable metrics has been created, but the KPIs were assigned based on what has been the industry standard. And those KPIs have been started talking about before even we started transformation, because we need to know that why we are doing what we are doing. So if we are starting a new transformation, we need to know that what we want to achieve, and those measurable tasks will become your KPIs at the end of the day when you go live.
Yeah, okay. So it sounds like it's still very much focused on the cost reduction though, right? And efficiency, and then finding a way of measuring that in a meaningful way, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, great. Stuart, what about you? Do you see other forms of value emerge other than just, speed and cost reduction?
Yeah, I really do. I think the proof of that is certainly within our platform numbers, and it's not just the individual ones of those. The return of investment really sort of compounds when the context is shared across every team and every agent. And so we're not just thinking about maybe one engineer or one developer, which is essentially sat in front of a screen. We know from our data, our customer data, our backstage users, I should say, that they create twice as many code changes within something like 17% less cycle time, and they're deployed twice as often. But those outcomes are across the whole engineering organization. I think that for me is what is the difference then between, when you start to talk about different terms between tools and the platforms.
So can you talk a little bit more about the context part, right? So like distributing the context and the value of having that context available?
Do you mean across the system-wide sort of piece?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, for example, we have a background coding agent here, which is called Honk, which we built with Anthropic. And that's you can find that solution actually within Portal itself as well. This delivers up to 90% time saving sort of per migration versus writing, by hand across what essentially would be around 1,500 plus merge PRs, covering language modernization, for example, breaking changes or UI migrations. So the investment here just keeps increasing as to each change and as it cycles and it becomes more and more looped within the code base. I think something that I think about and I like to ask here, and I talk about this with and when I get to meet communities, is ask not how much it costs, ask is what is going to be achieved by using those tokens.
Great. Okay. So now we're getting into readiness. And Ankur, I think you're gonna have to lead us off on this one.
Okay.
So in in your customer base, but first explain a little bit the customer base, right? Very large enterprise. So what do you see is needed in terms of foundation for successful AI transformation? And
Okay.
where is a worldwide business with that today?
Okay. Yeah. So when we talk about foundation of any transformation, we generally talk about two or three major things. And when we talk about AI, we're talking about data. How
Mm-hmm.
clean our data is, how we are storing, how we are managing data, because your system or whatever you're creating is as good as your data. If you don't have a clean data, the kind of results you're looking for, you'll never get it. So data is very, very important. And then it goes to infrastructure. Your current IT landscape is so important. Whether are you on a legacy system working on those bigger servers with an on-prem infrastructure, or you are actually moved to cloud. If you're moved to cloud, how you're structured your cloud, what kind of framework you're using right now. With that, what all is required for you to move forward to a new transformation, which is AI based. If you don't have that infrastructure, whatever you'll do, you buy the best of the AI tools in the world, it's going to fail because your foundation is not strong and your infrastructure is not going to support with the kind of results you're looking for. Third thing, and that is also important, and we focus more on infrastructure and data, and the last couple of things which I'm going to talk about, we kind of ignore it, and that is where we kind of see that failure of the bigger transformation. The first in process, because the process which we have created is based on all the legacy frameworks, legacy infrastructure. When we are moving forward, we need to make sure that the processes has been improved upon and they are aligned with the philosophy what you are going forward with. That is AI philosophy of yours. We try to run the same process with the new system, and that fails miserably. We need to understand that what kind of process we have, what kind of improvement and amendments and fix is required for those processes. And then accordingly, we create a new framework which is going to run on AI or some new technology. And the fourth one is, which is very important, is the people part. We don't talk about the kind of change management is required across the organization. Suppose we are talking about an organization which has, say, 20,000 employees. New technologies. Now, if the employees are not adopting the technology the way you want them to adopt, you will not going to get the kind of adoption you're looking for, the kind of speed of adoption you're looking for, and also it will not fetch you the kind of return of investment you're looking for, because I am the employee, I'm the end user of the technology, I'm not using the way I should be using it. It has not been optimized to my standards. Here, the change management become very important, plus the human side of the psyche, which we call upskilling our employees and making sure that they have the kind of AI literacy is required to adopt the new wave of working in the industry.
Yeah, I've so many thoughts on this, but like from you as well is sort of like, because you have this view across sort of worldwide business, really, right? And on the very large enterprise side, what's the state of this? Like, where is the world in this right now?
Okay, so we are working a lot on data. We are working a lot on infrastructure. Process is something people are now understanding, and they are working on that. If I have implemented a software in 2005 and the process were made based on that infrastructure, they are not going to work now. You have to change. So those kind of awareness are there in the market, in the industry, and people are working on that. The one part which people are lacking right now is the people part. Because every single day, even if you see in the industry, not as an individual, if you'll see, there are 10,000 different tools available for me which I can use. So when companies are introducing new ways of working using AI for their employees. And if they are not focusing on upskilling their employees, creating the kind of awareness and literacy which is required within the organization to adopt the new way of working, you're not going to get the kind of return of investment you're looking for. You will get delays in the kind of progress you're looking for. Plus, you will not be able to have that optimal view which you have created when you are creating a strategy to go forward.
So perfect segue to the next. Let's jump ahead to the next
Mm-hmm.
section, just in interest of time as well. So we're looking at human expertise and the future of work, right? And sort of like what is the actual value that humans now bring in this new transformation, the new world order that we're getting into. And I think it's different for all three of you, what you're seeing, right? So Anke, your emphasis on upskilling, right? And adoption and new ways of working, right? Tool use. Merlin, what does it look like for you? We touched on it a little bit already before, right? With the importance on human expertise and creating trust around that. But how do you see humans contributing in your very AI forward organization at this point?
It's about co-learning and sharing the experiences of the tools or the experimentation that we are into. That kind of, in my experience, that kind of speed up the process. Even with the AI skilling, the upskilling things happen parallelly. What we do is the kind of the agile, the product management, we would say, where we would select the bunch of products that are more relatable and that can solve most of our use cases and test it out in a group wise or a team wise basis. And that's how we were able to share the experiences and prioritize which tools would solve our problems.
And then Stuart, you can bring us home, I guess.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah.
Yeah, tell me about the role of engineers, right? And sort of like and how that is changing.
Yeah, I think so. And I want to echo what Anke said, and as well as Merlin as well there. I think that when agents are handling the toil, engineers and developers can shift to orchestration. They're going to be setting the context standards and making the judgment calls, which essentially agents can't make. I think really the humans are going to be writing the code that essentially the fleet things are going to run on there. And the most human thing in an AI first org is going to be deciding what is actually worth doing and knowing when the signal is good enough to actually act.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Will, you're right in here, and I think we're within our time, I guess.
We're right on time. We're just perfect. Thank you so much. That was a great talk. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Our next speaker built a viral role-playing game based on Lenny's podcast. 8 hours without running a single line of code, and ended up getting featured. Played by thousands of people. Ben, she is a SAF product designer, the growth team at Miro, and he founded OpenDesign.tw, Taiwan's largest design community. I want to know about how to do this with my agents, so take it away, Ben.
All right, thank you so much. Well, so I'll be sharing my screen and hopefully you can see my screen now. So first of all, again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. No matter where you are right now, it's my pleasure to spend the next 10 minutes with you sharing how AI helped me to build a viral RPG game and what it taught me about being a designer in this era of the AI. So to start my talk, I'm going to take you to a time machine, and we're traveling back to November 2023. That was the day when we see this interface for the first time. That was the day when a research company, OpenAI, announced a product that none of us knew at that time that it would change our life. That product is called ChatGPT. Of course, now we all know about it, right? Very soon, a few months later, we started seeing products like Lovable showing up on the internet. We started seeing things like Boat. And it's the first time in our life that it feels like design can somehow be automated, right? It's the first time where people realize turning an idea into a product can be as simple like writing a prompt. And then we started seeing more products like Cursor, Windsurf, Claude Code, Codex, right? And then even last month, Claude also announced Claude Design as well. And every time when we see an AI tool like this start trending on the internet, we started seeing things like this on LinkedIn. People are saying Figma is dead. People are saying prototypes are dead. People are saying design is dead, and people are saying designers are next. But is that really true? That is exactly what we'll be finding out together in the next 10 minutes. And I will start with a case study, and I will start from a case study of me building exactly the Lenny RPG game that Will mentioned. So this all started with a LinkedIn post, right? So a few months ago, Lenny, which is the host of one of the most popular podcasts in the world, shared a LinkedIn post. He basically made all his transcript open source and put them in a single folder. And he basically want people to build something with it. As a designer that love building, of course, I immediately started thinking about what I can build with it, right? And the first thing, like probably many of you did, was I went to ChatGPT and asked what I can build with this thing. And of course, ChatGPT returned to me with a lot of ideas, right? Like AI product coach, product teardown generator, founder advisors, but like looking at all the ideas, a lot of them just sound like a bit boring, right? They sound like another standard product that we are seeing everywhere right now on Product Hunt and in the product world in general. And that is the time where I started looking around in my room, and then I look at a GIF that is actually in my background right now, which is a GIF that I got from my PM for Christmas last year. And I was like, okay, what if we built a Pokemon game like in the old days? Like in the old days. And that was literally how the project got started. So with that, I basically started my building process, right? The first thing I did was, of course, to start writing a prompt. And if you see the prompt over here, you can see it's a very simple prompt. If I read it now, I don't even understand what I wrote. So at that time, I did two things to help AI to also understand what I wanted to build. First thing is I went to Miro, and I'm of course biased as well because I work in Miro. But I basically went to Miro and just took a few screenshots of Pokemon, put it in a Miro board, and then just like edit the layout, put like stack some, background and just stack the characters and just literally visualize what I want the game to look like. That's the first thing I did. Second thing I did was I pasted the initial prompt together with the visual that I drew in Miro. And then I went to ChatGPT and say, hey, this is an idea that I have for the game. Can you interview me with some questions so you can put together a full PRD for the game? And that is where ChatGPT started asking me a lot of questions and started answering them one by one, of course. And that's how I managed to get to the full PRD. And I think this step is actually a very important step because a lot of time when we come up with ideas, it's just start with a simple idea, right? And there are always a lot of technical details and product feature that you just didn't think about. And this is where you can actually reflect and work with AI to really turn your idea into something tangible to build. So this is basically how it looks like when I got the full PRD. Of course, I was using Miro to visualize it as well and to answer questions. And then after that, of course, I got the PRD and I'm ready to build, right? So in my own development cycle, I always like to build something that I call proof of concept, which is POC first, because that way I can test how the mechanic works, whether the idea even makes sense, whether the idea even is feasible to build before I start adding things, right? So that's basically how I started, and I got a PRD. I moved my PRD to my IDE, which is Cursor, and I started asking Claude Code to start building the app. And one thing that I asked Claude Code at the same time is to look for any resources or libraries, open source libraries, to help me speed up the development so that I can get a POC quickly. And that, to be honest, was where a lot of magic actually happened because AI started searching for different libraries, giving me pros and cons of each one. And then I, of course, need to spend some time with AI iterating on it. But it was just interesting to see how AI also helped me to find even Medium articles and, open source music, open source maps that I can actually reuse for my game. So at the end of the day, for the POC stage, I managed to get to something like this within like even half an hour. And you can see like most of the mechanics is already working. And from that, of course, the next step is to start polishing things, right? After I got my POC working, of course, is to start adding more features and started adding more things and make it a full game. And of course, there were a lot of fun things that happened in this stage, as you can imagine. But one thing that was most interesting is how I managed to generate 200 avatars in the game with the same styling. My trick was, of course, first to download all the guest photos so that I got all the original photos from the guest. And then I went to OpenAI Playground, which is basically a playground where you can tweak prompts. And that's where I went to, test my prompt and generate a few output to make sure the styling is consistent and meets my standard. And then this is the fun part. I threw all the original photos together with my prompt to generate the avatars, and then I told AI to write a little system, a little local system that can bulk generate all the avatars based on the photos I fed in. So it scanned through basically all the photos one by one and then start generating avatars one by one for me. And you can see at the end of the day, I got like more than 250 avatars generated for me automatically without me touching anything. And of course, after I got like most of the game implemented, what I did was really start testing things and making things better, right? So what I did, for example, was really go to the office and test the game with a few colleagues just to see how people even react to the game, right? But also one thing I did was also looking at previous design, try to make it better, just so that people will find it more interesting with a more attractive UI as well. Also, aside from that, being someone that worked in the growth team, I care a lot about how we can find a way to hook people and how we can close the growth loop, right? And that literally means how we can make the game more interesting for people to play and share with others. And this is why I introduced something like a leaderboard in the game, so that there is some competitive aspect in the game as well as like a very delightful sharing card, so that when people are playing the game, when they start capturing the guests like Pokemons, they can easily share it on LinkedIn and other places to brag about themselves. So this is basically, if you go to even Lenny RPG right now, you'll be able to see the game. This is basically how the game looks like in the end. So you can walk in the RPG world. You can see, for example, people like Brian Chesky, and then you can battle with them, and then you can test your product knowledge, and then you can try to capture them like this. So now I capture Brian, and then I can in my sharing card, you can see that I captured Brian Chesky. So you can see it's like really a fun game, right? So this is basically how I built the game. And the game, in the end, of course, I reached out to Lenny, and Lenny was really nice, actually. I honestly wasn't even, I wasn't even expecting that he would reply to me, but he was nice. He was like, oh my God, this is like really cool, and just ship it out. And that was like the final boost that gave me the confidence to actually ship it. And it really went viral on everywhere, on LinkedIn, on X, and different places, and people really seem to like it. So if you ask me what I learned from the entire experience, there are three main things from this. One is AI doesn't really replace creative thinking, right? AI is always trained based on patterns and predict based on patterns. But as designers, as humans, we are always encouraged to think outside of the box and be creative. And a lot of these creative things, I believe, actually came from our own experience of what we have seen in our life, what we use, and the people that we have talked to, right? If it's not my childhood memory, if it's not me playing around with my Game Boy, if it's not my Lego, I don't think I'll be able to come up with something like this with AI, right? So AI, of course, helped me to move faster, explore faster, and build the entire game amazingly fast. But the originally taste and idea came from an actual human experience, and that's something that AI cannot replace. Second learning is using AI is not an excuse for having a bad UX. AI can help you to generate a product very quickly, but if you don't spend time with the design details, the experience will be very generic, right? Because AI by default will create the same flow, the same UI, the same interaction patterns for almost every single product. So if you want to build a world-class product that can differentiate yourself from any other product in the world, you still need to think deeply about the UX. And just taking the game as an example, AI didn't magically know that Lenny RPG would need a leaderboard, right? And it doesn't like know that it would need a fancy sharing card, right? A lot of these actually came from me testing, observing, and thinking about what people actually care about. And of course, like AI, as I mentioned, can indeed help us move faster, but at the end of the day, our users are humans. So we still need to think about how to design for human emotions, motivations, and behaviors. And lastly over here is, and this is more for designers out there as well. So let's try to design with AI, not around it. What we should really learn is how to bring more trust to the AI during our day-to-day workflow. When I didn't know how to structure the game, I asked AI to interview me and help me to turn the idea into a PRD. When I didn't know what are the game mechanics that I should include in the game, I asked AI to help me to explore the options. When I didn't know which open source libraries to use for music, for maps, or game engines, I asked AI to help me to evaluate them. And this is really the last message that I also want to share with everyone here today, which is treat AI less as a tool that only execute for you and more like a collaborator that help you structure your thinking and build things out alongside you. And that is pretty much my talk today. My name is Ben again. I forgot to introduce myself in the beginning, but my name is Ben. I work for Miro. And if you want to learn more about my work or my project, feel free to scan the QR code or just I'll also share the link in the chat as well so that you can also connect with me on LinkedIn. And if you have any questions, feel free to also reach out to me as well. So that's it from my side.
All right. That was amazing. I love that technique of having the the LLM interview you and that back and forth. I mean, it's a great thing, and it's super fun that you're able to make something so great. So thank you so much for walking us through that, so we can see it and really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. Well,
all right, so we did it. One more. Closing out our track is Pearl Pullen, product manager at Samsung Research America, where she leads the generative AI initiatives that ship into voice assistant experiences used by millions of users every day. She came up as a software engineer at Ericsson before moving into PM. I will let her tell you all about herself. Pearl, the stage is yours.
Hi, thanks a lot, Will. And it's been interesting and exciting to hear all the talks since morning. I've been in the meeting for a while. The previous one about the game being created was fun to hear as well. I'll quickly start. I'll share my screen and we can go from there. So let me start off by this, that all of us at this point, if we are on this call, use AI in some capacity or the other, either at work or for personal use. And something that might work on today, a Thursday, as a prompt or a workflow, you try to recreate the same thing maybe next week and it doesn't work well. And you might end up blaming the model, some backend changes. But the fact is that everything might be perfectly fine. And that's where the difference of compounding comes in from having one-off prompts to repeatable workflows. I'm Pearl Pullen. Thanks, Will, for the introduction. And I work as a product manager. And through the next few minutes, I'll leave you with one framework and one homework that would kind of help you to change the habit from going from just having a prompt to generating a repeatable workflow that's reusable. So most of us are running on like typing a prompt, seeing and hoping and praying the output is good. And a lot of times we assume, okay, it's in my chat, I can go back to it. But what we never really do, or at least I haven't done in the past, is capturing what worked well. And that's what makes difference in the end. So a workflow is four things. One is the prompt in itself. Second, the context or the case which you're making for it. Third, how your output should look like, what a good output is. And fourth is the trigger. And trigger is the most important part because that's when you'll know that that's how you have to reach back to that particular workflow. We are mostly stuck up on rung 0 of the ladder where it is we rewrite and try to create the same prompt and do the same task. But let's divide it or have like a promotion ladder of 3 rungs. One is whenever you have a prompt that worked well, capture it. Second is templatize, so make it easy for you to consume or even change the places you use it depending on your requirement. And the third is systemize. And each of these rungs, wherever you are, the higher you go on the rung, the more you compound and increase the ability of having a workflow in your hands. In fact, there was a Microsoft research done in the span of 6 months, I think, around 6,000 people, where in the end, the difference that happens in how we use these AI tools or AI in general is how easily we are able to integrate them as habits. So let me take you through each one of them. The first is capture. So whenever a prompt works, save it. It can be anywhere, maybe your notes app, a pinned channel, a Notion page, any of those places. And pretty much most of us do this, is what I want to believe. Now, the second part is what starts making the difference in a more significant way, where when you know that something has worked well, you use it and templatize it. So changing it for maybe adding the source, the audience, format, length, angle, and this can be reused by you or your colleagues, irrespective of the context that you are in. So templatizing it makes it more easier and broadens the use case of sorts and helps you bring it closer to being a workflow. And the third one is systemize. So in the previous slide, the example was of an earnings call and summarizing the earnings call. Here we take it a step forward where you have the inputs, you know what context to paste it in. Second is goal output. This is a very underrated thing that people usually overlook, where you know what a good answer looks like, capture it, both the answer and the question. So that the model or the system that you're working on knows what is expected of it, more like makes it more definite and closer to your expectations. Then is failure mode. So how it should not behave or what it should do if it doesn't behave as expected. And the last is who keeps it current. So in this example, it is you, but otherwise, because these are systems and with time and improve your prompt and the workflow that you've created around it. So those are the three parts of the framework. One is capture, templatize, and systemize. Now, once you've done all of this, it's a known fact that the workflow decays. It's not a build once, leave it, if else statement, but more like a living, breathing organism of sorts, for the lack of a better word, where the models beneath you can change, the work around, the context might change. The system, the prompt that worked in like this month might not work 2 months down the line. So it is not build once, but it's also to keep observing and evaluating in a small way. And this is not a bug, this is how the system is built. So integrating it into your habit is a more important thing. Now, since I've gone through the framework, let me leave you with this homework where you pick any AI task that you did last week, identify which rung you're on, be very honest to yourself as to which part of it you're on, and promote it just one rung. So if you have already captured it, then your next task is to templatize it and do this on a Monday morning. So eventually with time, you'll have a workflow in place for yourself. Yes, that's about it. Thank you so much for your. After that, I usually take help. I use Claude a lot for personal use. So I use help of Claude and try to pick and choose how I can templatize it. And in terms of systemizing it, I know how I need my output to be, how what it shouldn't behave as. So rather putting it all together into um, everything I need and then trying to filter it out based on my needs.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really, really great framework. It makes a lot of sense to me. I think we can wrap it up things up. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the 7 speakers that we had. I really, the harness is the real work, and we're gonna win in 2026 are exactly kind of what Pearl just said. The people that are building the repeatable workflows, and really making sure that we can structure some of this stuff and not make it just a one-off thing. but are able to kind of really put in the security and the governance and the reliability and this kind of stuff. I don't know if Max is here, but I'd love to hand it over to him. There it
Super.
is.
Thanks so much, Will.
You're welcome.
Enjoyed your moderation, and thank you to all the audience who stayed with us. Especially thank you once again to our co-hosts and to our sponsors and media partners. So let me share the picture I have here. Yeah, so you can see our co-hosts. I think you'll hear from them very soon. Again, our sponsors, Plurio and Kinetik, and our media partners here. So thank you all for joining.
Hi everyone, welcome to track 2 of our AI Skills Virtual Conf. My name is George and I'll be moderating this breakout room today. We'll have 9 presentations over a period of 2 hours, so we'll try to keep the dynamics. Please put your questions in the chat if you want our speakers to answer them. And our first speaker is Seva Ustinov from Plurio. Seva is the founder of Plurio, and he builds AI agents that automate ad management for companies spending over $500,000 a month on Google, Meta, and similar channels. Runs his own 30-person AI-first team across Claude and Cursor on a shared knowledge base. Today, Seva will run a workshop titled "Make the Old Way Impossible," a 12-week plan to rebuild your team AI native. Seva, the floor is yours.
You saw a few previous presentations, and you see how people use Claude Code, Cursor, and similar agents individually for their day-to-day work. My topic is more about how we transition the whole team to basically like agentic world, and how to the benefits of that are pretty obvious, but how do you make it happen? Like even convincing 1 people sometimes is hard. Convincing 30 people to change how they do work, that's like next level challenge. I'll share my screen and walk you through how that looks like, and then how exactly did we do it? So imagine the same setup as the 2 previous speakers showed. So we have Claude Code or Cursor or whatever agent you prefer, and we have a thing called shared workspace. And each individual person in the company is responsible, or each team in the company is responsible for one part of that. For example, obviously we have like developers folders with all the code, and it's accessible to my agents and everyone's agents in the company. I have my strategy folder with our company overview, investor updates, pitch decks, product vision, business model, and so on. I work on this folder every day, and it's accessible to the whole team and agents and their agents. Same thing with hiring, operations, finance, customer success, clients integrations, sales and marketing, sales pipeline. So while each team works on their section of the whole system, for me and for everyone on the team, I can send my agents to work across the whole company knowledge base and processes. For example, hey, another client just asked me what kind of data do we get from TikTok API? Could you check our knowledge base and then check the actual code, and then see which recent potential customers actually asked for TikTok integration but don't show their names here. Just show us quotes because it's a public demonstration, and I don't want any confidential information to leak anywhere. So basically, I'm talking to my computer using Whisperflow, starts query in Cursor or in Claude Code in a similar way. Like I use both, mostly Claude Code nowadays. And this is how we do things across basically the whole company. We analyze sales pipeline and individual customers and how to close deals better. We analyze integration process and how to improve that. And also it helps with each step of that process. Our product team has access to the whole knowledge about each customer and everything there. So basically, like there are full transcripts of all our calls, full conversations in cross channels in Slack, full Google Docs, and like the documentation we shared with our customers. ClickUp and task management and statuses and comments there, and we build more and more skills. Like basically each team builds new skills for themselves, but every other team member can use it in the same way, even without knowing exactly, like they just need to know what to ask. Basically, that's it. So this gives enormous benefits to companies' workflows. And yeah, we'll get back to this in a moment. But in 5 months, we basically stopped hiring new people for old roles. We had some like sales assistant on the team. We don't have that anymore. We reduced a little bit some of the linear roles, like on integration team. We transitioned a lot of roles to like more of a they basically help improve the system instead of just doing their work manually, and it compounds over time. Reduced headcount for everything we've done before and switched roles. But most interesting part is that we actually managed to reduce number of team internal meetings by at least 15%. And the meetings we do have, they completely changed the scope. Now we almost don't have like informational meetings to ask questions or to get answers. It's more about decision making and the future and the trade-offs and what needs to be done. And internal communications on Slack, they like informational communication on Slack reduced by like 50%. So people don't have to wait each other for to get the information about how that module works, what metrics do we have, which client requests this feature, what blocks our sales pipeline, and so on. All of that now is managed by agents on the team. Saying that, yeah, let's check if that one finished. Yeah, I could ask it to generate a document or an HTML presentation. What here?
So what about the Snapdragons? Don't pull them up.
Yeah,
Sorry,
daily,
we didn't catch
hourly.
that. If you could paste it in the chat, I could ask Seva right away.
Yeah, so basically, like with the previous query, it generated a report for me with all the knowledge, all the things I asked. And here I show like informational queries But the same goes with the actual work, because teams develop more and more skills and connectors and stuff like that to make their work easier. And at the same time, that improves the whole process. Now, how did we actually do it? So there are a few key concepts about these transitions to transitioning the whole teams and companies to this AI native setup. First, everything starts with the founder or CEO or senior leader using similar setup, Cursor, Claude Code, for their own work. Next step is every leader in the company does the same. So I saw people trying to like hire someone to make the company to build like AI setup for the company. That's not how that works. Each manager, each leader should start using these systems themselves. Then can hire people who would support this process. Second, yeah, and this is extremely important to have like a 5-minute feedback loop. Like normally leaders and managers in the old world, they prefer to think about something, to talk to somebody, then create a task, delegate it, and wait for a day or wait for a week for the next iteration. This is not how AI first world works. If I want my agents to do something for me, I would just iterate with them, with iterations in a minute or 10 minutes, like between 1 and 10 minutes, and improve it over time. And when I know exactly what needs to be done, and like I have some technical limitations, then I could ask somebody on the team to help me make it work reliably. But the whole process starts with me and our leadership team, and so on. For example, our head of customer success created a workflow that analyzes each project in the portfolio, all the transcripts, everything, and gives him a summary of what's going on there, with clients' quotes, with blockers, with potential opportunities, with feedback, with things to improve. And he built that in 6 hours. But that was only possible because he believed it's possible. We showed how that works in general. He was able to work with that 5-minute feedback loop, and because he already had that initial data prepared. So the second thing I want to highlight is that we need this like shared workspace. Nowadays, people call it like a second brain of the company. And everyone in the company should have access to it. And like, it's not technically it's extremely simple thing. Like basically it's a folder on everyone's computer with some kind of synchronization between them. But it's extremely powerful when every agent have some kind of rules, like Claude MD, Cursor rules, Agents MD, something that explains to agent like what's going on here, where things live, who we are. Like you saw that with individual setups, now the same with the company, and everyone should have access to it. So they not work in silos, individual or team silos. They can access data, and their agents can access data and skills and tools across the whole company. In most cases, it's in MD files, basically text files on the computer. Some companies move to like database in Snowflake or somewhere, with all the files, calls, tasks, chats, emails, and everything. That's also possible, as long as it's in one place or in 2 places max, like files and database. And agents have instructions like where to find the right information. After some time, there could be like a dedicated person to support the automations, like this daily or hourly updates, and so on for this shared workspace. But It all starts with each leader in the company using these workflows themselves inside shared workspace and like improving the system over time and onboarding their team. So the next question is, how do we actually onboard everyone to this to the system? For us, it took like 3 months initially and a couple more to finalize everything. And that happened between June, July last year and September. And we like learned on the fly how to do it. Nobody told us like, hey, just follow this process and it works. But it basically started with bi-weekly calls. Oh, not okay. It's actually twice a week. We have like internal meetings on different topics, and I dedicated like between 10 and 30 minutes of each call to share my cases, how I use Claude code, how I use Cursor, what's possible. And then I asked my teammates, my leadership team, to share their cases. And like that was the main topic for 12 weeks. Yes, we were doing our work, building a new product, doing sales, fundraising, like hiring and stuff, like the normal stuff. But at the same time, during those 12 weeks, we spent like 20-30% of our meetings just to share individual cases, who've done what, who tried what works, so people can like pick up ideas and see what's possible and try things on their own. The next step was to bring each leader to their aha moment. Like we have like 7. Some of them picked up the idea immediately. Some were like a little bit skeptical, but willing to try it. Some were more skeptical and like they were overloaded. They didn't want these new things until it's proven that they work. But the thing is, when a person captures their individual aha moment, like for developers, it was relatively easy. Like they saw that agents could write tests and update specs and documentation and knowledge base for them basically in one shot. And like okay, I love this tool, I'll start using it. And over time, the usage grows. For sales team, it was relatively easy as well. Just help prepare the follow-up, help prepare for the meeting, help do a deep research on the potential customer, help answer questions about the product they previously had to wait for. Now they don't need to wait for anyone. They just ask their agent and they get 99% of the answers immediately. So sales was easy to onboard. But like, for example, analysts and people who do integrations of our products to customers, like they're dealing with the most sophisticated technical stuff that is not described in the specs and that is not implemented in the product. So they're always dealing with edge cases. And at first they didn't see how the system would help them. But once they automated their first boring workflow, then they saw the value, and then the process started to compound. So my job as a leader, as a CEO, or the founder and CEO, was to make sure that every leader actually like gets to their aha moment, and everything else just follows naturally. Because when people are excited, they will like expand usage and improve the system and so on. The next one was like, even with sharing cases, people didn't really want to do it like in public. They all created their own folders on the computer and started running Cursor and Claude code and automating things for them. But I insisted that we use shared workspace. We developed we created this structure where we have folders for strategy, for product, for my personal CRM, for employee handbook, for customer information, for sales pipeline, and so on. And it's exactly the same for everyone on the team. It takes like maybe 1 hour call with each person. Like our head of operations did individual calls with everyone on the team one by one to help them set up this this workspace and make their first queries in Cursor and Claude code and make sure that the like upload and download of the works fine. That like basically that they can use it. Then, funny part. At some point, I said, I usually don't do that. I do that extremely rarely. But in this case, I made like a decision that we're going to kill our knowledge base, that it will move to shared workspace and will only be available via Cursor and Claude Code. So, like, there's no other way to access that information, period. It took us some time, like I announced it like that we'll do it in 4 weeks. There were some technical challenges like how to make links between articles and how to show images and videos there. But like it was solved pretty easily. And maybe in 6 weeks from the decision, we actually did it. So now everyone on the team is a little bit forced to use Cursor and Claude Code and our shared workspace, but they immediately loved it because, like I showed with that previous query, like instead of reading things manually, instead of searching for things, you can just ask agents to analyze the knowledge base. And if something is missing, you can ask it to go to the source data, to the code, to like customer data, and so on. And you can ask it to update the knowledge base in one prompt, and it will do it for you. So this process alone, like, eliminates so much time and friction. But I had to force it a little bit. And then there was one case where the leader of the team was not so excited about AI stuff, but there was a senior person on their team that was excited, and there were like some other reasons to do that. But basically, we rotated them, so now the person became team leader, and the previous leader like became a senior member of the team, like basically got back to the IC role, and that also helped to have everyone on the leadership team to be enthusiastic about AI native future. So this whole process took 12 weeks, like around 3 months. After that, things happened organically. Like leadership team and their teams, they started to have like questions how to do that, how to automate something. We had a dedicated person to support that automation, and that automation took like another 8-9 weeks. But from the transition or transformation point of view, I didn't have to do much after those initial 12 weeks because everyone was on board, seeing the value, excited about it, adapted for their own work, shared it with their whole company, with teammates and the whole company, and basically that this is what was needed to make this transition happen.
Seva, we actually have some questions related to that. So if you don't mind, can I ask them right now?
Yes, let's do that for a few minutes. And then I just wanted to briefly show where things go from there. Because for us, it was just the first stage. And I wanted to give you a glimpse of what happens after.
Okay, so just a couple of them. First one was, how many employees does Plurio AI have? And so the attendee was trying to understand the size of the company and the nature of AI adoption approach.
At the time, it was like around 30. Now the number is a little bit higher. But yeah, that gives a sense of the scale.
Okay. What is exactly the benefit of this decision to only be able to access docs from the cursor?
It like made it inevitable for everyone to actually use it. Like you cannot stay outside of Cursor and Claude Code and shared workspace if the whole knowledge base lives there and it's not available in the old ways.
Right. And many questions were about how you manage such a huge database, the second brain, as you call them. Just maybe if you could show the structure and maybe share some insights about how you keep things organized.
Oh, actually, like there are a few. So this is a shared workspace. This is a standard structure with docs about product, about strategy, and some others, with production for customer data, sales for sales and marketing data, devs for developer repos, and like some shared tools and stuff. But basically, everyone has access to almost everything. I think we'll share this whole board. So like, if you want to screenshot it, like it's fine.
Yeah, some people asked for a link to this Miro board if it's possible.
Yep.
Great, that would be great. And while you're coping it, one more question, which I think is relevant, and I think we can proceed. So does it happen that some leaders update the workspace, but they don't proof check what AI has actually done, as it can mess up something? If yes, then how to prevent it?
Oh no, people are always responsible for everything that happens in work. So if somebody generated AI slope and didn't check it, like that's a problem with the person, not with the AI. So like it's results oriented environment. Like if work moves forward, then like great, it's perfect. If something is not good enough, like we'll talk about that. What's going on here?
So many people join. We actually grow significantly in the numbers of participants in this room. We have almost 300 right now, so let's keep it moving. Yeah.
Okay. One more thing I can share is around October last year, I just made a like anonymized, simplified copy of our workspace with explanation how that works, with cursor rules for agents to like navigate this. So basically, you can use it as a template to start. It's a little bit outdated in terms of the content. Basically, like our structure has grown a lot, but the basic principles are there, and it's just enough to start with. How can we access offline mobile? So offline, those are just files on your computer. You wouldn't have updates, but you still can work with them. So like it's a benefit. Mobile, I personally set up an OpenClaw instance. Please don't press the presentation mode. It's for some reason it opens it for everyone. I just set up my personal OpenClaw account that has access to the same shared workspace. So I now, when I'm in an offline meeting or traveling somewhere, I just talk to my Telegram bot, and it has the full access to shared workspace alongside with my personal setup. By the way, this is one of the important benefits of this system. It's agnostic of specific tools. It's basically just files, and we can easily transition from Cursor to Claude Code to Codex to OpenClaw to like whatever future AI agents would arrive, because we collect the whole context of the company and rules and skills and tools and make them interconnected and improve that over time, and it's compounding over time. And we can move from one tool to another pretty easily. Okay, we have 11 more minutes. Let me show you where things go from there. Why is that gray? Not sure about that. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, the next idea is how value chain creation changes, but in order to explain that, I need to show a little bit of what we actually do as a company. So we're B2B SaaS AI company. We used to build data platforms, attribution dashboards for companies that spend a lot of money on ads. Now we build agents for them. Like these companies that spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars on ads, they typically work with ad platforms and their own BI systems or data platforms or whatever, but they're like overall loaded with stuff, and they generate new ideas, create new ads, launch it, optimize it, scale it, analyze what's going on, what's happening, and then repeat the cycle. And larger companies, they launch hundreds of thousands new creatives per week, managing thousands at the same time. And like they have whole teams of media buyers looking at dashboards and changing something in their ads. So we've built an agent to automate that. So we used to do dashboards. Now we do agents that look at the dashboards and actually optimize ads. And we're going to close the loop pretty soon. But what's important is that this doesn't happen on its own. Our team actually connects to ad platforms, to internal data, builds context, builds workflows for them, automate those optimization actions, runs agents running ML models, analyzing historical data to improve those rules to get better results on ads. So basically, it's a high-touch sales, high-touch integration where we individually onboard each customer and help them run their ads more efficiently, and also learn how to do that on their own using our agent. Like they can ask questions, they can create new workflows, they can create automation and rules. And why I'm showing this is because like this is important. It's a typical B2B SaaS with integrations. And what I've shown so far is that we have a team of 30-something employees that have a shared workspace, and they use skills and tools and sorry about the noise, and to improve individual steps of their work. So like marketing generate leads goes to sales, close deals go to customer success. They ask analysts, data engineers, AI marketing engineers to onboard specific customer. When they don't have something they need from the product, they go to the product people to add a new feature to the product. That goes to devs. But basically, these people and these people live in a little bit different worlds, because these people deal with the customers directly. This just lives in the background, improving the product for these teams, with a lot of Slack messages, meetings, cross-task, and so on. Now, think about this concept. If we slightly switch the process, now employees, whenever they have a new customer to onboard, they ask the main agent, like, hey, we have a new customer, do the onboarding, please, and integration and adaptation. And that one, and that started as a like 200 line instruction, like of the step-by-step integration with links to other skills, other tools, data connections, and instructions for humans as well, things that only humans can do, like talk to the client and so on. It's a slight difference, but it basically changes the whole process. Because yes, people are still responsible for what this thing is doing, and they're constantly guiding it and improving it. And there are so like hundreds of thousands of bottlenecks there and edge cases. But previously, solving those edge cases stayed the results, like they were kept in some instructions or kept in minds of the team. Now everything is every learning is integrated in the main workflow or some sub agents or some sub skills, tools, code, specs somewhere. So the whole process took, like, instead of weeks, it takes days, and learnings are accumulated inside those instructions and skills. And basically everyone on the integration team became a product person, improving this flow over time, and everyone on the product team starting delivering their new features and results and instructions and so on to this agent, improving it over time. And to be clear, it is extremely simple concept. It's just a file with 200 lines of instructions, how we do the process step by step. Of course, over time it grows. It may be thousands lines by now, but it starts with a simple thing. So this is how we switch the value creation chain inside the company, and from there it compounds and have a lot of benefits over time. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, couple more ideas. We have customer success managers that look at the dashboards that show priorities, what to do next, and what to pay attention to with each customer. That is generated by an AI workflow that takes into account every conversation, every best practice, everything to like highlight and set priorities for humans to pay attention to. That is developed by head of customer success and head of integration team. So if they want to change something in how their team works, they just improve these instructions that changes the dashboards and task lists that helps their teams pay attention to what's important. It's like a sandwich structure between humans, AI agents, humans that eventually, again, run their own AI agents to implement things. And we already had examples where customer success told their agent, like, hey, create a task in the task list. And then like a data engineer saying their agent, hey, go read that task and just implement it. So that loop is also working. Like, there's still a lot of humans in the loop, but over time it just compounds and gets better and better and better at solving typical problems and compressing the timelines, hours, and improving results for everyone. 2 minutes. One last thing to highlight. Getting back to our product. So right now, the product product is built for head of user acquisition teams and their media buyers, and involves a lot of like learning. Like, we help them adapt these workflows, help them adapt these automation rules, help them improve over time. But smaller companies actually started asking, like, hey, we don't want to deal with any of that. Can you just take responsibility, full responsibility for like one media channel or one advertisement of one product or advertisement in one country, basically one segment, and do all of that on your own. We just want to talk to you about results, not about this like tens of workflows and optimization steps. So what happens is we're moving from employees using our tools and agents as a co-pilot while being like responsible to us as a company being responsible for the end result. So our customers will start using us as a service provider. In our case, basically as a marketing agency, but like highly specialized marketing agency. The whole work is done by agents, but like just think about what that actually means. There's a whole team, currently like 30-something employees, working and improving those agents, checking edge cases. So there are still specific humans responsible for what the system is doing, but they have so much expertise and so many skills and tools and other agents to improve this process over time. So it just makes sense. So it just like generates so much higher results for customers and so much more value, because like yes, this team will be big enough. Like I think it will land at somewhere like 100 people developing and improving all the steps of the agent, even with the help of all those skills, analyzing of usage and improving it, analyzing outcomes and improving the agents to do that better, and auto testing and updates and all of that. But it will be able to serve a disproportionate amount of customers and doing it much better on every step. Yeah, so
Seva, we're unfortunately running out of time. So yeah, if you could provide the links how our attendees can connect with you, that would be great. And we have to wrap up.
Of course. Yeah, so I already shared the link to this whole oh, I see. I copied a guest link with edit rights. Okay. I'll share the link to this board again. There is my LinkedIn where I share these stories like this, my X account, a few posts like about the adoption and the insights from each step. And yeah, happy to share more, happy to answer any questions, happy to connect on LinkedIn and X. And like, I love to share this journey with you.
Thank you so much, Seva. It was really a hands-on workshop, really practical, but we have to move forward on our agenda. And next up, we have Anastasia Krivosheeva. She's leading marketing and growth at Kinetik, an AI co-pilot for content and marketing. She spent over 8 years at JetBrains, Zalando, and Google figuring out how to make people not only try the product, but genuinely love it. Her workshop is titled, Your AI Cannot Help with Marketing and Content, This Agent Can. Anastasia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, George, and thank you a lot for having me here. I'm really happy to give this workshop, and I hope that you will find it very useful and also fun, because I think that AI, and especially AI agents for the creative tasks, this is the funnest actually part that we can do. Let me start sharing the screen, and let me know if you can see it well and hear me also well. So what to expect from this workshop, basically. We're trying actually to make this workshop as useful as possible, and please feel free to put your questions to the chat. We have also our team members who will be answering your questions, etc. And the biggest actually and the best part part is that you can also start using Kinetik already with us during this workshop, because this is actually the best part, in the AI, that you can try it yourself, you can set up it for yourself, and you can actually already get a chance to understand how these AI for creative tasks work. My workshop for today will be actually focused on the product and marketing tasks. So in case if you're like from engineering team, for example, or from any other team which is not marketing and product related, maybe for you it's going to be a little bit interesting angle, but I hope that you will also find something useful here. For product and marketing, this is actually a hands-on experience and hands-on workshop on how to use AI for product and marketing tasks, which is not very obvious when it comes to, I don't know, comparison to ChatGPT or to Claude, for example, where basically marketing tasks and especially content tasks are not really executed well, to be very honest. So we actually found a way on how to tackle and how to teach basically AI to solve the marketing tasks a little bit better. But let's start with the first one. So on the screen now, you can see the QR code to Kinetik. So please scan it from your mobile or just, pass the link basically to our website from this chat. Let me also share it here so you can start easier. It's going to be very useful if you already start using Kinetik. This action will basically take 3 minutes of your time. Well, let's go. I hope that everyone get a chance to actually start and direct themselves to Kinetik. If not, please shout in the chat. So just a little bit about myself, though George actually explained it pretty well. Now I lead growth and marketing at Kinetik. So we have a pretty small team for the startup that's actually creating the full marketing, the full scale marketing. Of course, we're using AI a lot. And unfortunately, we had a chance to try a lot of AI tools for marketing at the same time. So basically, when we say that AI agents can do marketing, this is unfortunately from their basically personal experience. Before that, I was working in marketing at JetBrains, at Google, at Zalando, and I truly believe that basically marketing starts not from user acquisition, but basically from the product story. And this is where we also go from Kinetik. And this is also, for me, one of the criteria on working on the product. It shall be personalized, it shall be somewhat emotional, and it shall deliver the emotional value also for users. First things first, that's going to be like a small warm-up for
Anastasia, it seems there are some technical issues.
So the rules are very simple. Please react.
Could you please repeat that, because you were choppy, we couldn't really catch that. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. We start with the very simple things now, just a small game for the warm-up, just to understand basically the experience of you with AI. So just react in case if you actually faced this experience before. I will basically say the statement from the next slide, and please react if you actually experienced this at least once. Please react with any basically reaction here in Zoom if you ever asked AI to be and to sound actually more human. I don't believe that any of you and none of you actually did this. I think that this is pretty common one. The second one, pasted the text, got back send the reaction to us and collect the points that you already have. The third one actually. Have you ever forgot to remove the word certainly after asking to make a mail more polite? I also don't believe you if you actually don't react right now. The last part, the screenshot is actually real. Have you ever gotten the recommendation like post more often or use short sentences from ChatGPT when you, I don't know, asked for the brand voice, for example? That's actually the real screenshot. This is what I got from ChatGPT, unfortunately, as the basically recommendation on the brand voice. Have you ever gotten the link to the research that never actually existed? In case if you actually shared this research before, put 2 points also for yourself. In case if you put and collected more than 2 points, congrats, you are like on the right workshop actually, and we will share basically the experience how not to actually repeat the same and how to avoid these things. If you get 5 points and more, I'm not sure that actually any workshop will help. I just will give you a hug, because I think that this is very painful. Okay, so let's go to the workshop already. Why we decided actually to start? Oh, I'm talking too fast. Okay, I will slow it down. Why we decided basically to start working and experimenting with Kinetik? As I already told, I'm a marketer, but at the same time, I have a lot of other jobs during the week. I'm also the senior copywriter sometimes because I need to write slogans, I need to write copywriting, I need to write some other captions. Sometimes I'm a junior art director. Sometimes I'm social media manager. And sometimes I'm also analyst by Fridays because I need to actually collect the data and analyze it whenever it's needed. And to be very honest, most of these jobs includes content, research, or social media tasks, and AI, unfortunately, is not even trained for that, which is, I believe, very unfair, given basically a huge advantage that actually AI gave to coding specialists already, to like a lot of people, you know, from any other basically professions, but at the same time, not to creative professions. And it's not that AI is actually bad. The reason is Claude or ChatGPT or any other, basically these generic AI agents, they are inhumanly smart. But unfortunately, they are sometimes useful for work, especially in marketing. And there are basically three main reasons for that. The first one is that any generic AI is basically missing the context. AI is very isolated. So whenever you actually pass any task to AI, it's usually like another one tab. ChatGPT, for example, just sees you for the first time in its life. You know, it cannot really fully comprehend basically what are you working at, etc. The memory of generic AI is also limited of tasks because you need to start every single conversation every single time. You need to basically fight with AI, you know, just to explain the context about your work. And unfortunately, you need to do this every time. In that case, and if you are okay with this, of course, AI actually works great for you. Also, like generic AI usually has a wonderful web search, but unfortunately very weak social media searching. So it cannot really fully get the videos from social media. And this is like very unfair because, like, to be very honest, like all the modern advantages and all the modern events, they are happening on social media first, and then they actually appear on the web search. All of that basically came and led us to Kinetik, and we decided to build it from scratch. Kinetik is basically the AI agent for co-working on product and marketing tasks. Why is that different from ChatGPT and Claude, for example, is basically for the few reasons. First of all, we are actually using the most recent AI tech. We're using the mix of the open source models and agents with our custom agentic development. Our company started from JetBrains, so we've been actually building tools for developers for more than 25 years, and we know actually how to build a really great software. And the thing is that for Kinetik, we decided not only to use our own custom agentic development, but also use the best what we can find in the market. Partially it's OpenClaw, partially it's Opus, partially it's GPT, partially it's our own agent Juni that we has been working on. So it's basically the most recent development under the hood. We also gave the personality to Kinetik, and this is actually my favorite part. So you saw already like a small cat. This is basically our mascot on the first slides. And the biggest maybe personality and the funniest thing about Kinetik is that it can actually answer you, you know, in a much more personal way. For example, it learns from you and your socials. It sounds much more personal and less AI-ish. It's much more interactive, and you can actually talk to this AI, you know, because we actually tried to make it more, make it less AI, you know, not trying to make it human, but at least try to talk to a human, not just, you know, talk to a chat. Sometimes Kinetik can even push back or do something really nice. For example, like on these screenshots, and this is a real screenshot from our user, Kinetik actually advised the user to go to bed because it was very late already, and the user kept brainstorming. So that was a little bit of a care from the AI. What we also actually are proud of is basically that Kinetik is integrated to your services. So we didn't really like, we were not the fan of the fact that basically AI is so isolated. You need to switch between the tabs. Like as a marketer, I actually need to work with so many tools right now every day that this becomes really irritating already. So we decided to connect it fully to your socials. Kinetik can actually read Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, and basically the biggest socials, you know, in the world. It's also integrated integrated to WhatsApp, to Telegram, to Slack, to basically any workflow that you want. It can read the messages, it can watch the video, and it can even understand the voices. And this is like one of the favorite part, because you can just record the voice to the WhatsApp, and Kinetic will be basically keeping the memory in the context about what you're saying every time. And also, very important part is that basically Kinetic is very iterative and learning, given that this is just a chat, and this is the same chat all the time. So the same Kinetic that knows everything about you, it can easily learn something from you. For example, if you are asking to use the best model in the world to generate images, Kinetic will actually do this for you. Don't need to go to any technical details to understand better basically how Kinetic works, and how to actually install it. You just basically need to ask Kinetic to, for example, change to the best model that can generate images and keep it always for you. And Kinetic will remember that, will save it in the files, and keep it going. So just a little bit of a context how we can use, Kinetic for marketing, product, and other tasks. I will start with marketing because it's much closer to me. So what we already delegated to Kinetic quite heavily is basically copywriting and prototyping. And I can tell that this is much better, way better than any other agents, because basically it has the dedicated skills in copywriting, especially if you connect Kinetic to, for example, your Instagram or to your YouTube or to your X and Twitter. Basically, Kinetic will learn how you communicate to users, and it will keep the same tone of voice. You can also share the guidelines, for example, just to share once, I don't know, your brand platform or your tone of voice, and Kinetic will remember how you actually use it. We had a lot of experience already with like writing, and adjusting the skill for Kinetic so it can sound exactly like us. And this is something that I can tell that it does really better than any other basically agents. Another one, competitor analysis. Given the fact that Kinetic already knows a lot about your work, about your company, and it can also keep the context and keep the memory about your work, it can do the competitor analysis much better and the market review. And the best part is that you can actually set up the and triggers, and this is this is simplifying a lot, just searching for web, searching for social media, because like every day you can just get these trends on your WhatsApp, for example, and forget about manual searching. It can also do the great collecting the stats. For example, in case if you have already like a lot of paid ads, or you need to actually create the share of voice report and to understand what exactly people are talking about your product, Kinetic is actually a very good friend for you. I'll be honest to you, like in our previous company, we were paying for the tool like that 20K a year just to understand basically what people are just saying about our product. Now Kinetic can do that in like 5 minutes, every week. And the results are very, very similar, like almost the same, that actually this very expensive tool gave to us. And another one hidden gem that we're using ourselves is basically the influencer scouting. I'm pretty sure that for your products, you need to actually do quite a lot of, I would say, creators relationship. You need to find these creators. You need to understand who to answer on Twitter or like Instagram, who to partner with. And actually, Kinetic is doing this job pretty well, because it doesn't just, look for the web search to find out about these influencers, but it can actually collect all the data from the social media and from the social media through the official API. So no illegal parsing here. We're using all the official basically integration to the services. Basically, influencer scouting became in another level for us. We're still using it quite a lot. We create the long list. We create a lot of basically evaluations on that, etc. For the product, I would say that Kinetic is really good for writing the new skills, because like with Kinetic, you can actually develop together with developers, for example, and actually release cycle can be significantly better. Prototyping is much easier with Kinetic because it can create the prototype of the landing page in like 2 or 3 minutes. And also you don't need to explain twice to Kinetic what is your design, what is your logo, where to find the logo, because you just need to do this once and Kinetic will remember that. The product analytics and the market research is also simplified significantly. For example, our product team currently doesn't really do manual creation of dashboards, so Kinetic does it for them. And I believe that this is a great advantage because it's actually replacing your time to actually analyze the stats, because I think that everyone actually was caught in this trap when you spend so much time on actually creating the dashboard that you didn't really have enough time to actually research it, and to understand the data. So right now you can actually challenge the data with Kinetic. You can actually understand and read this data a little bit better. And of course, testing the hypothesis, for example, and understand the product feedback is much, much, much easier. So for this workshop, we have prepared like a bit of a fun actually round. So I will be showing to you the comparison and side-by-side comparison to the generic AI. So no hard feelings, I just chosen ChatGPT because this is the most obvious choice. And this is basically the most clear way to understand, and it's faster, just to give it a task. So how we will work on that? I will basically pass the prompt that I'm actually putting, to Kinetic and to ChatGPT side by side. I will be sharing the screen, so no cheating here. We will be able to see basically what Kinetic shows to us and what ChatGPT gives to us at the same time. As you understand, since this is an AI, the results are always like a little bit different. So what I did before is basically I prepared the prompt already, but at the same time, we will get completely different results all the time. So it's going to be like a very fair game. And a very fair round. If you feel comfortable with that, just open the Kinetic with me and start basically modifying the same prompts, but for your company and for your work, because that's going to be much easier. And at the end of the workshop, you will basically get the setup agent that you can use, that you can work with already from today on. The best part is that Kinetic is currently free, and especially for the attendance of this conference and basically this event, please just go to the landing page, to the website. You will not be asked for any credit card or anything. It's going to be for free. So let's go. The first basically prompt. This is a personalized introduction. I said quite a lot that Kinetic can actually understand who you are. So let's check if it's gonna actually work for real or not. The first prompt that I started, I did with this one. So feel free just to modify that a little bit. And basically add, for example, some information to Kinetic, the same one, but for your company, for your basically data and about yourself. So let's start with Kinetic. So you can see basically I'm sharing the screen now with Kinetic on WhatsApp. This is the easiest way to chat with Kinetic. So everything is live. Starting pasting the same basically prompt, and I will do the same for ChatGPT. So as you can see, I've prepared completely the same setup. So the clean Kinetic and the clean ChatGPT, it should be a very fair play, I would say. And I will also be keeping the context, for ChatGPT at the time, so ChatGPT can understand a little bit better what's going on. So right now, I would say that everything is kind of more or less the same. So let's start with ChatGPT because I'm still on this step and ChatGPT is already ready. The funniest part is that, again, ChatGPT and all the generic AI are very good at, the facts about evolution, not about very specific and niche things. So as you can see, ChatGPT couldn't really understand what exactly is Kinetic. I can't really blame it. Kinetic is quite a small product and quite a new one. We launched only 1 week ago. But at the same time, basically, ChatGPT did quite a job, it tried to evaluate the company that we have. It's not our company, but okay, it is what it is. There is nothing we can do with ChatGPT. If you're from Google, I'm pretty sure that ChatGPT will not make the same mistake. But this is what it actually created for me, help with positioning, help with competitive intelligence, etc. I would say, as for me, it's quite just basic skills, and basic competences that you need to cover as the growth manager, for example, or like a marketing manager. So let's go to Kinetic. What Kinetic actually gave to me. Kinetic knows me already because we have been working together, and it actually gave like an honest snapshot about basically Kinetic and the company. And as you can see here, basically Kinetic was a little bit more precise also because it knows already something about me. The data, I explained who I am. So Kinetic is much better for this, competitor analysis when it comes to especially very niche professions, and very niche companies. Probably for Google or bigger company, the results would be much easier and much more useful. But well, as you can see, Kinetik spotted the points, exactly explain how it can help me. For example, with the content drafting, with research on demand, with quick analysis and visual assets, and some ad hoc tasks. So, like, as you can see, like, experience is a little bit different basically with Kinetik and with ChatGPT, because Kinetik is always trying to tackle the experience by you. So it knows already something about the company. So it tried actually to get the data from what it knows about me. Well, ChatGPT, unfortunately, just this is how it works. You know, there is nothing bad and good about that. It's just ChatGPT is better with the wide information, not about you, but you know, about the world overall. Just please repeat the same and pass to the chat how you feel the difference, you know, between Kinetik and ChatGPT. We will be super interested to actually see the results and see basically the difference. And in case if my team is still here, please help to answer and to support people with on the way with them. With their basically questions probably or some comments which are needed. So the second task that I actually gave to Kinetik and to ChatGPT at the same time, it's basically the recent news about Instagram. Maybe you saw already when you opened the Instagram today, for example, in the morning or yesterday, but Instagram dropped a new feature called Instance. So that's quite new. It was a little bit confusing because I had no idea. I had no press releases. So I didn't know that it's actually happening or launching, for example. And what I wanted to understand today is how actually users perceive that. What did it say about this feature, about the instance? What is the sentiment? What is the size of the news overall on social media? And how to compare it with the latest tech news? So quite an analytical tasks, I would say. I will also post it to the chat so you can try the same, but please feel free to reformulate it or maybe even just ask Kinetik something else and also compare it with any other like generic AI. So let's go to Kinetik first also because it was open here, and I just basically passed the same prompt that I had, and I will do the same for ChatGPT. I'm intentionally keeping the same context also for ChatGPT because just so it could remember, you know, what I'm doing, and basically Kinetik and ChatGPT would be in the same competitive advantage, I would say. As you can probably see, for example, I'm using also on the professional level, so there is no trick in the plans. So it's a pro plan for ChatGPT, and it's a pro plan also for Kinetik at the same time. Let's see what it gives us. What ChatGPT actually gave us, most of the actually sources that ChatGPT is normally used is media, you know, so the trusted sources, and the bigger the media is, the more trusted the resources and the information that ChatGPT gives also is, just based experience. So we can see basically that experience with Instant, as usually it happens. Reason meta features are not really perceived well, especially at the very beginning, and it tried basically to do some of the sources, you know, and some of the segmentation, which is well fine, but a little bit too generic, I would say. Like, for example, in case if I used to, and if I, you know, worked at Meta and actually, you know, dropped this new feature, that definitely wouldn't be enough for me, because like a lot of basically information that it gave, it's very, I would say, generic, and I don't fully understand where exactly it actually took it from. For example, like this questionable website, The Verge is okay, but I mean, it's still in media, so I would actually keen to see what exactly users are saying about it. So what exactly Kinetik did? It actually tried to estimate the size. For example, here Kinetik tried to actually estimate the numbers on that. For example, how many actually videos already created? It's 40K views, something likes, etc. What is the current basically growing and trending video about this basically moments and about this news? And it tried to basically also create the sentiment breakdown. I would say that sentiment breakdown less similar to what ChatGPT did, but actually, like what Kinetik did is it tried to pull some data, you know, more than data, and basically more numbers, also from the social media, from I don't know, for example, from some of the tech news, etc. And it also compared to this week tech news. We can ask something, for example, where did you get the data from? Get the data from? Explain a bit. So we could see what exactly are the sources that Kinetik did this time. So Kinetik started working, and we will do the same with ChatGPT, just also to put them into the fair advantages. So let's see what they're gonna actually answer. Are there any questions maybe in the chat to follow up on the demo, or like in case if you want to share something else, you know, and something else about Kinetik also, please let me know, and maybe George or someone else from the team could actually say that, because it's hard to read and tell at the same time. But I will just show a couple of basically a couple of more use cases, and that's it. So what ChatGPT actually told us exactly that it get the results from the tech media coverage and quoted user reactions on Reddit embedded in the articles, which is more important. What Kinetik actually did, the K number for Kinetik is YouTube numbers, also media coverage, user complaints and sentiment. It used quite different resources for that, but also like YouTube comments, it watched that, reviewed that, etc. Yeah, and it explains about the limitation. Okay, good. Another one basically thing is about regular setup. What we really like about Kinetik and what we advise Kinetik to do is basically set up the regular setup. For example, you can just take this prompt and basically ask Kinetik to set it up as the regular alert, and you will get basically the information every day or every week, for example, whenever you want, on the trends about, like, I don't know, like this dynamic of the sentiments with instant feature, for example. It's also fine, or maybe you can just collect, the trends about AI, for example. I will not actually be showing this because it's pretty simple. So it will just set up the regular alerts and basically regular messages for me, and I will get them right on the messenger. And this is exactly what we usually recommend, because this is the best actually part to work with the agent, because the more actually you work with the agent, the better it can understand you, which is a great really part. The second one is that you can connect Kinetik to your social media and actually get your content analyzed, on social media at the same time. It basically replacing a little bit the tools, the built-in tools that you have, for example, for Instagram or for X, and you can get the sum up easily together. Something similar, for example, can be actually done with Sprout, but it's another one tool that you need to use. With Kinetik, you can just combine it all in one, and it's going to be pretty useful. We also recommend to actually connect it to social media and analytic tools. For example, it works well with Google Analytics, with Amplitude, and you will get the prompt feedback and the prompt product data at the same time. And it will also analyze basically the marketing results and how they correlate with the product results at the same time. If someone from you is a marketer, actually, this is like such a pain already, especially for the European Union and for US, because of the basically a lot of restrictions in terms of cookies, etc. So Kinetik has been a great help with that. You can also prototype in minutes with much better quality, because Kinetik can also and has also the skills of developer, so it can build, for example, a very small web app for you to collect the analyzed results that you can easily share with the team for the same context, for everything together. Another one great part about basically marketing and the product too for basically Kinetik is to analyze and get the competitor review for your brand. So given that Kinetik is usually connected to your social media or understand something a little bit more, about your brand, it's about your work, it can actually do the competitor analysis on a higher quality, and the basically much better quality. We need to give a remark here, because you always need to verify the results from AI, no matter what kind of AI you're using. So for any kind of competitor review, for any important results, please use it basically as a starting point, because like AI still can make mistakes. It's not perfect. And you basically always need to verify the data that's coming from it. But what basically we did is we asked Kinetik to do the competitor review. This is just a prompt again. Feel free to modify this prompt. Feel free basically to use it as you want. I will also pass it here. We already asked that a little bit, so I think that it's not really fair to ask about it from ChatGPT, because it cannot really get any data from Kinetik, and it couldn't understand what exactly Kinetik did. But basically, this is a side-by-side competition, so we will basically be comparing, the ChatGPT at the same time. So ChatGPT is shared the tier 1 campaigns. There's quite a lot of them, but at the same time, for example, the strategic positioning looks a little bit too, I would say, generic. I cannot really understand what exactly this company is doing. For example, automation and efficiency is just, is just a very generic word. So as you can see, this is a huge essay. This is a huge, really, information and a pile of actually sections that ChatGPT created, which is basically exactly what ChatGPT usually doing. But let's see to the positioning comparison metrics, for example. So it tried to compare the positioning, of your brand with basically some of the criteria. But I would say that as for me, basically as a marketer, it's just a lot of information, which is like very generic. I saw this basically output already, and I wouldn't actually use, for example, such a review and such a comparison for basically my work. Kinetic is still analyzing the data, so we need to wait maybe for a couple of minutes. Maybe for now, while we're waiting, I can actually answer some of the questions.
Actually, your team does a pretty good job on that,
wonderful.
but yeah, almost all questions are addressed. Although I have one which popped out several times. So how do you actually address privacy issues as it connects to all the medias and personal pages, and it reads all the messages?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So it doesn't really connect to any messages and to any data. All the data basically that Kinetic is providing is taken from your accounts and the messages that you send. So for example, all the data that Kinetic can get, this is a public information. Whenever it does, the competitor report or something like that, it always uses the public data only. So you could see it also took the videos, and it also took basically the views, for example, so only public figures and public information. When you connect, for example, your own Instagram to Kinetic, it can pull the data from basically official API that Instagram is providing. So it's also normally the engagement rate, amount of followers that you have. Kinetic cannot read the messages, especially the private messages. Kinetic cannot really see like historical data, for example, from your account. So in case if you want to see how exactly you've been growing for like, I don't know, 10 years, it will be probably struggling with this because the data is not public. So everything which is provided about you is provided either by yourself in the chat, or it's provided by official API on Instagram. We do not use any custom solutions on how to, I don't know, parse any accounts on Instagram. Or for example, if I ask Kinetic to explain what's happening on Kim Kardashian account, let's say so, it will not actually give me anything. I can just show it to you. Show the data about Kim Kardashian on Instagram. So Kinetic will basically start web searching, but at the same time, it will not get any data from Instagram. So we have only what you provided, and Kinetic is not really trying to do anything extra. All the data is public.
Right. And if we have some time for one more question. So some people argue that, maybe it's easier to just upload MD files into Claude Code and like LLMs. What is the difference with Kinetic, and how does it addresses this issue? So you don't, as I understand, you don't need to upload constantly the MD files to provide the context, right?
Yeah, you don't. So we actually trained Kinetic to do this automatically. So when you share the file, I don't know, for example, you share the file with the brand platform to the chat, to Kinetic by yourself, it will just remember, all the information. So basically, like, let's say your file is created and saved by Kinetic, but at the same time, it doesn't really exchange this data anyhow. So it cannot really fully read your data, for example, in case if you provided it to Kinetic, only Kinetic has it, and it's relevant only for this chat specifically. So it cannot really do like a lot of, I don't know, transfer the data or something like that. So everything which you actually wrote, to the chat, it's saved in the history messages, and Kinetic can actually read it. So you can say that basically this is the huge chat with Kinetic, and it can easily pull the data that you shared already. In case if you haven't really shared it, Kinetic can't really have access to that also. And this is the difference basically between also Claude and GPT, so Claude and GPT, those are very isolated products. It's not like, I would say, it's not a chat. You basically need to start every conversation from the very beginning, and this is basically the product decision that they have made. So every conversation they start from the clean session, from the clean basically start. And that's why you need to prepare the context. Otherwise, you need to share a lot of data. With Kinetik, for example, given that this is the same chat, all the context is created. But if you start a completely new chat, for example, on I don't know, on WhatsApp or something like this, Kinetik will not have this data too. So everything will be cleaned. But basically, until it's going to be collected here. So this is basically what it web research. So we didn't really do any kind of deeper research on Instagram. It just basically used the web search data. In case if you connect the Instagram in the session, it will be using your data specifically. It's quite easy to do. So what you need to do is just ask Kinetik to share something with you. For example, send me the Instagram link so I could connect mine. Mine, and it will prepare basically the link for you. You will click on it, and the Instagram will be connected. Let me show a couple of more examples because they are pretty interesting. So another one example is very useful for marketers. So I'm not sure how about you, but I actually spent hours to get this data and to understand what exactly people were talking about my product and my brand on social media. So I actually, purchased the tools that can get this data. I actually, followed and collected manually all the comments from the influencers or something like that. It was pretty fun. But now actually it's much easier to do if you just put the same basically the same prompt. It will get the same data and very similar one that actually the official tools are provided, and very expensive tools are provided also. I forgot to pass this prompt, so give me a second. I will do this now. Here you can just, use your own brands, and Kinetik will prepare the data for it. I'm not even gonna try this with ChatGPT because ChatGPT cannot really do this. It will just create a very basic web search, but let's try to do that. So ChatGPT is already ready. It provided basically the research about Juni, our coding agent that we used to work on. And this is a very special coding tool, a very new one and a cool one. Basically the review and the overview of ChatGPT was that Juni currently has a strong positive reputation about JetBrains native developers. Most of the sentiment is positive, and basically it tried to position the themes, and the key basically topics that people were trying to estimate. But at the same time, the main complaints was about JetBrains ecosystem, hype and weaker mind share, and performance inconsistency. So we'll not go any further. Let's see if Kinetik is ready. Not yet. It will take a minute for Kinetik. So as you can see, Kinetik is a little bit slower than ChatGPT, for example, but it's actually happening because it usually reads just a little bit more data than ChatGPT. But at the same time, we're working a lot to make it faster. We are never actually compromising the quality. So whenever we have a chance to faster, but a little bit worse, we usually don't take this. So let's check if there are any questions. Wireless. Oh no, am I breaking like often? Because I feel
sometimes,
I'm so sorry.
yeah.
George, please feel free to interrupt me whenever I'm breaking. Just it worked well before.
Okay. Okay. So I just copied some of the questions again from the chat, and I have some of my own ones. Because again, your team is doing absolutely great job of addressing the questions. One of my question is what is the single biggest hallucination risk when letting Kinetik handle brand voice content? Because no AI is perfect, right? As you mentioned, and how do you address this hallucination issue, to put it mildly?
Yeah. So well. Honestly speaking, like hallucination is a technical issue, and it's happening, I would say, rarer than it used to be. For example, I don't know, even a year ago or something like that. But at the same time, we do not give Kinetik access to actually create something like for real. For example, as for now, I would say that the experience is very similar to coding. So whenever, for example, the coding agent does any kind of change to the code, usually the real developer has to commit it. And this is the same rule actually that works for creative work at the same time. So Kinetik is good, and like any AI can be very nice, for your real work. But what AI cannot really do is basically take responsibility. So that's always up to you. We always verify the results that actually Kinetik provides to avoid any hallucinations or something like that. So AI can speed up the results. It can do this on a better quality, but you are still the responsible person for that. So it will never be a replacement for a marketer, which is good for us because I'm also a marketer. So right now, basically, we're using Kinetik as a helper, but not as a basically autonomous employee or something like that. We do not give access to our social media on posting, so it can read the messages, it can advise us something, but it cannot really do. Basically the real things that can harm us. For example, I don't know, we do not allow to post from AI perspective. We do not allow, to do like a very important work. We probably will not even provide, like a very sensitive data, also especially personal data. So this is something that we will never do. Any basically health advices also are not good for basically any AI. So general recommendation, no sensitive data is provided to AI, like never, only public figures, only something that you can actually trust. Try to minimize sending any private information like your photos, etc. Still is not perfect for AI. It's fine when it can read it, but like try to be careful whenever you are sending the any personal information basically there, and always review the results that comes from AI. Even if this is like a very small copyright or something like that, you need to be the one who actually read it at the end, whenever AI is perfect or something like this. So as you can see, basically, Kinetik even visualize the data about Juni. That's basically the data about the last months. And again, I solve it, and it's actually pretty very close to what we also get from the professional tools. So it tried to estimate basically the amount of views, the amount of likes. As you can see, all the data is public, but at the same time, it just collects it all together. ChatGPT, instead, I shared it already, so it gave a very, I would say, generic information about the sentiment or something like this. Basically, the main information and the main difference between Kinetik and ChatGPT again is that Kinetik is trying actually to use a more recent data and the most social media data at the same time. One other hidden gem that I actually wanted to share with you is influencer scouting. So this actually task is perfect for AI. Again, it can only get access. It can only use the data from the public, basically socials and from the public information. But what you can do is basically to share the brief, your own brief to Kinetik, and ask to provide the list of influencers. So for the sake of and for respect to these people, I will not actually share this and showcase it in live basically mode, but I can just give you an example of what it may look like. So basically Kinetik will provide a very similar information to this. So it will basically share the link to the influencers that it usually recommends, and calculate the amount of followers, the amount of likes, for example, and engagement rate that it could find online. Influencer scouting works better for X and YouTube because basically we're using the official API from YouTube and from X that can help the agents to actually parse this information safe and legally. But for example, scouting on Instagram is more limited simply because Instagram do not fully allow this. So any basically influencer scouting has its limitations for Instagram specifically. just a couple of tips on Kinetic and what exactly we're, for example, using. The first of all is guidance, and this is actually something that we can get that we actually got from coding experience and the experience with the coding agents. So when basically agents became very popular, for developers and for engineers, everyone started writing the guidelines like MD files, etc., just to explain basically to the agent what exactly it shall do. With Kinetic, it's pretty much the same, but much easier. So what you need to do is just share the guidelines, the tone of voice, or the brief, for example, to Kinetic, so it could understand and get a better, basically, glance, on the information and your brand DNA. In that case, the results are much better, much more precise. Again, always verified. Do not really rely on AI fully for 100%, but it's much better with texts. With basically imitating, the human voice than any other AI, based on our experience and our users, of course. Always connected to the social media, because like in that case, Kinetic can help you to brainstorm much better and on a much higher quality. So all the connections are provided by the official Instagram connectors. For example, Instagram is providing its own, login, so you don't really give the data to us in that case, and any login data are kept only on Instagram. So whenever you are logging in, all the data are stored safely on Instagram. We do not get any information about your password, about your messages, about anything which is not a public figure. Also, it's very good for marketing analytics, as I mentioned already. In our previous company, we actually paid 20K for the tool per year that can help and that can do very similar, basically, job that Kinetic. And I think that this is a very great job. And just the last basic thing that I wanted to share with you as a tip is I called it as a super round, because basically this is something that I believe is a killer feature, for Kinetic, and very good for both marketers and products. My biggest issue with any AI, and especially generic AI, is that it can be like a great advisors, even though you cannot fully use it, for example. But at the same time, it cannot really do things connected to my work. So they fully don't understand the context. They cannot really, help me for real, I would say, because simply I cannot really delegate the task to them. Let's be real and let's be honest. So with Kinetic, I cannot really show this, for example, this full demo, because it fulls of sensitive data. So I prepared like a little bit of a shorter version without the sensitive data. But as a marketer, I had to create a lot of reports. Like executive reports, for example, when I need to show what exactly changed for the last month, for the last week, or something like this. So I basically asked Kinetic to create this data for me, to pull this data. Like at our job, we actually have Kinetic connected to all our analytics, for example, so it can pull this data and connect it all together. And I basically asked about this demo version of the usages on Kinetic that we actually get starting from the last week. And just the quick results on this. This is actually what Kinetic did for 2 or 3 minutes. That's exactly usually the slide that I would provide, to the executive managers. Again, this information shall be verified. In this case, I didn't do that, but we are really using this feature, and this opportunity a lot. So I didn't do the presentation for quite a while already, I would say. I didn't do really the manual collecting of the stats and number for a while. So I challenged Kinetic, I verified the data, but I stopped actually spending time, a lot of time on creating the manual dashboards. And also I probably stopped even doing, a very simple prototypes by myself. Whenever I need a landing page and I need to show it to a designer, for example, then I usually do this with Kinetic. So it can do quite a nice and decent job when it comes to basically a small coding things. And this is what I like about Kinetic a lot. You can build like a very simple calculator. I don't know, whenever you have the data, for example, on how to calculate the DAU, daily active users, and this is your primary KPI, you can just, give the information to Kinetic about this calculator, stop actually using Google Sheets or whenever you're using there. Kinetic will verify the data and create basically a very small web app for the interactive data. So all the basically team members have the same access to that, can actually use it on the same level. So with Kinetic, you can create like this very small company-wide, I would say tools which are useful for your work. So we use it for calculators, we use it for some simple estimations whenever we need to verify and double check ourselves, and we use it for automated collecting the data. And the last part that I wanted to basically do and to show, I actually like, that's a fun one. So I actually like to challenge Kinetik by myself. For example, I like to ask Kinetik to guess something, to guess what is my age, to guess what is my work, for example, what is my educational degree, and it tries to get this information based on the chat and based on the basically messages that that I shared already to it. So like my last bet and my last actually game with Kinetik was about betting on Eurovision results. As you know, Eurovision is right now on. So basically we had a semifinals, I believe, and right now everything is like full of Eurovision or something like this. So I actually gave the same prompt to ChatGPT and again to Kinetik, and this is what it gave me. Give me a second. I usually like, yes, probably it's going to be Israel, but I also saw the data about Georgia, that it's kind of like a hidden gem of the Eurovision, but let's see, what's going to happen next. Eurovision is full of basically about scandals right now and quite a lot of things. Let's see. So let's remember that. So actually ChatGPT bets on Finland. But what is more important, I also asked basically Kinetik and ChatGPT both to understand what's going to be their audience sweetheart, so who exactly is going to be in the heart of people. So overall winner Finland, okay, let's see, and the people champion is going to be either Finland, Greece, or Denmark. I haven't even seen basically Denmark's performance, to be very honest, but also the reasoning is a little bit weird, I would say, for people champion, but let's see, let's remember that, and then we see who exactly is going to win. Is it going to be Kinetik or is it going to be ChatGPT? The results are not clear, but I will basically put it to the slides, and in case if someone will get the results and and get the slides after the presentation and after basically the final on Eurovision, we will see who actually won, ChatGPT or Kinetik, and that's going to be the best results of this workshop basically when we battled AI. Okay, Kinetik is also done, and current odds are very similar. Let's see, it's going to be Finland in the top 10 or Greece also. Okay, Kinetik is also betting on Finland. Not that I would say not that scandalous anymore. But let's see who is going to actually win at the end. So either it's going to be Finland, Greece, or Denmark. It's also prepared like quite a lot of historical context for comparison. So that was a very small game for all of us to see basically who is going to be the winner for Eurovision or any other sport or like event competition. Thank you a lot for your attention. Let me see if I actually answered any question, and let us know your feedback, because in case if you were actually trying Kinetik together with us, let's see how is your experience overall. Is it good? Is it not? Did you find it helpful? Everything is going to be very, very useful for us. Just join us on LinkedIn, join us on Instagram or on any other social media. Tag us whenever you see any cool use cases. We will be happy to actually reshare it, to give it a shout. So thank you a lot. See you later.
Thank you, Anastasia. Amazing product, amazing team. Wishing nothing but success. And I guess we're moving on to our next speaker. Our next guest is Sandro Gelashvili, a digital creative executive with over 15 years of experience leading campaigns for brands like Coca-Cola, Nike, and Google. Today, Sandro leads Google's Creative Works team, where he's driving the shift toward AI-first creative for the world's biggest advertisers. With his workshop From Wow to How, putting AI to work for creative marketing, he's going to show us a live demo of his workflow and how to turn a raw idea into a high-quality creative in just minutes. Sandro, over to you.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for the introduction. Yeah, sure. So, hi, everyone. Again, my name is Sandro. Currently, I lead Google's creative team. I'm based in Dubai. And my team, we work with largest advertisers in Middle East and Northern Africa, as well as some of the largest global tech companies, mostly gaming and fintech. Fintech as well, but gaming, fintech, as well as fitness apps. So my portfolio, has a very interesting, nice composition of some of the largest advertisers in the region, such as Qatar Airways, Emirates, and others, as well as companies like BetterMe and WellTech, and which operate globally and which mostly focus on performance marketing. Before Google, I started my career in creative agencies, and in 2008, and then I worked in joined gaming companies. I worked at Playrix, at Wargaming, and since 2022, I work at Google. Oh wow! Okay. So yeah, as I said, these are some of the brands that my team work with. Can you see my screen? Yeah, all good.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, perfect. And yeah, we're gonna talk about wow to how, and with the demo. And we're talking about wow. We already know the first wow of AI is a justificator for quite expensive and fancy events. But today we are in a virtual event, but still, I saw that more than 1,000 people joined or something like that. But jokes aside, the main wow of Gen AI, of course, how it revolutionizes the content creation. Okay, so my point here was that only 3 years ago we had really crappy video, and I remember back then many people didn't believe that. We're going to have somewhat decent quality soon. And now we have AI content creators, the new wave of content creators, and we have a full cycle. We have AI viral videos, we have reactions to AI viral videos, and we have making of for AI viral videos. And it's not only content creators, it's actually also Hollywood and some heavyweights like Darren Aronofsky, who launched his AI native film studio, and they've already released their first hybrid production movie last summer in Tribeca Film Festival. Okay, so now when we talk about marketing, for us marketeers, what does it bring? It brings us new levels of efficiency and effectiveness. And we all know that it's faster, cheaper, and also more effective. So our internal team, Google Valley Consulting team, they run research, and so these are some of the benchmarks of how Gen AI-powered creative content performs better. And I want to show you one case that my team produced recently. So for this campaign, we took 2 top AI film directors, put them on a plane from Doha, Qatar, to Atlanta in US, and their task was to produce 2 full 1-minute video ads using only Google AI tools and Wi-Fi that they had on the plane. Okay, let's take a look at it.
Your attention, please.
We all know you can create anything with AI today, but can you generate a whole campaign from a plane at 35,000 feet using only airplane Wi-Fi? Oh, that's what Qatar Airways and Google decided to find out. Sky Studio Challenge was the first ever campaign produced and aired during a single flight. 2 AI filmmakers went head to head to deliver the impossible. 2 complete ads in less than 15 hours. They pushed the limits of both Wi-Fi and AI models to meet the tight deadline, using everything they could to create the most complex shots, prompts, images, videos, and songs, generated at cruising altitude and broadcast by me to the whole world. Millions followed us live, from the hotel to the airport briefing, from takeoff to cabin crew reaction. Sky Studio reached 35 million passengers, and brand searches grew 31%. After 8.4 million engagements, the internet chose a winner and saw what's possible when you combine the latest AI models with the fastest Wi-Fi in the sky. Sky Studio Challenge, the hardest product demo ever attempted, proven 35,000 feet.
Yeah, so we had quite amazing engagement in this campaign, but also the video ads, they were later launched as a standalone ads, and they were also very high in quality. And of course, it required a lot of preparation, but this is, I think, a clear demonstration of how it is possible to do things that were just unimaginable before, even 2 years ago, actually. Now, talking about effectiveness, as I mentioned, we work a lot with international tech companies. And the thing about these tech companies is that they operate on many markets. And we know by fact that it's important when you work on different markets, it's important to have highly localized creatives. And the better creatives you have, the better the better results. And sometimes it can be results can be twice as good and twice as cheap versus non-localized. And a good example was our collaboration with Pocket Broker. It's a trading app that launched a branding campaign in Brazil, and their headquarters is located in Cyprus. And you can imagine what it would take for them to fly over to Brazil and to shoot, full Brazilian ad. It would take like minimum 3 months in the pre-production and production, and it would cost, just based on my previous experience, at least $200,000-$300,000. Okay, so previously without AI, it was just impossible for them to launch such campaigns, and they had to do generic ads like for any other markets. Now with AI, we help them to produce highly localized ads. I want to show you.
Bora botar uma ginga no trading. Pocket Broker!
Pocket Broker é o trading amigo. É o trading simples, com gingado brasileiro. Tem a ginga do futebol, cheia de combinações e escolhas rápidas. A ginga da dança, que curte o balanço, gera emoção e coloca o sorriso no rosto. E a ginga das ruas, com toda a sua velocidade, adrenalina e liberdade. Pocket Broker chegou para mudar o seu conceito de trading.
E aí, pronto pro trading com ginga? Só se for com a Pocket Broker.
Experimente o Ginga Trading na Pocket Broker.
Yeah, so as you see, it's quite decent quality, but also it's important to keep in mind, and now I'm going to switch to demo. It's important to keep in mind that now you can do things that were unimaginable before, but to have a decent quality, you still have to have a human in the loop. And in the first case, we had really experienced folks who produced videos and ads and movies before AI, and then they just quickly learned and mastered the tools. That's why we could get such a decent quality. In the second case, we had a Brazilian in our team who actually made sure that everything that was written with LLMs and designed with Nana Banana and Vio actually looks Brazilian. So it's also important. Otherwise, you can get just some either generic or random material. Okay, now I'll do my best to. I think I'm out of time. Anyways, so when we talk about AI, I like this quote. It says, attributed to Albert Einstein. It says, "My pencil and I are more clever than I." So in our case, we can change a pencil to AI. And this is the point that I just mentioned, right? So you have to master the tools, but you don't want to completely, outsource everything and all the thinking to the tools. And since I work at Google, I use Google tools, but there are so many other tools available. And the good news is that now we have tools that can support you throughout the whole creative process. So you can start with the insights, understanding the audience, and there are tools like NotebookLM and Gemini, ideation, script writing, again Gemini, prototyping, storyboarding with Nana Banana Gemini, and then generating videos, images, music, and sound, and voiceovers. Okay, so the focus of the demo will be on the first and the last part. And okay, now it's demo time. For the demo, we need a product, right? So let's imagine that we work for the brand, for the company that is a fitness app developer. Let's say the name is AnyFit app. And let's imagine that the main USP of this app is that it offers a wide range of personal and group workouts that can be done anywhere and anytime and without special equipment. And our objective is to drive user acquisition during the Christmas time, Christmas season in the US. Why Christmas season? Because everything sells better on Christmas, and also, of course, the fitness apps, because people usually tend to promise that they're going to change their habits next year. So the first use case is understanding the audience, and for this we're going to use Gemini and NotebookLM. So how exactly we do that? And this is now I'm sharing my personal workflow. This is how I do this normally. So I start with a deep research, and for that I use Gemini. And in Gemini now you have a special feature which is called deep research. And the idea, the cool thing about this feature is that it actually does the analysis. So it's not only just a high-level LLM. You can put something quite simple but be precise, right? So I'm saying I want to have a detailed analysis of current and potential users of fitness apps in the US with a focus on motivations and barriers. And then you can see it goes and creates the plan of the research, and then it starts the research. It then takes around 5 to 15 to 20 minutes. So I already did this, so that we don't lose time. And then as a result, you get quite a comprehensive document where you can, share and export it in different formats. You can take a look at the content. So it's quite decent document, quite decent research. And also you have all the sources listed here. And then you can work with this document. So if you're not happy, if you want more details, less details, you can work with that. But then you can say that, okay, but it's a lot of information, right? So how do you deal, especially if we don't have a lot of time? So for that, I use NotebookLM, and this is an amazing tool to work with such a massive pack of data. So in NotebookLM, I add, so the cool thing about NotebookLM is that it allows you to not get into the hallucination trap. So you want to, with your research, you want to be, as grounded as possible, right? So that's why you use NotebookLM. In NotebookLM, you can add multiple sources. So you see, I added that document that I generated with Gemini as a source. You can add here videos, links on YouTube. You can add really a lot of sources, and everything that you get out of will be based on those sources. So that's why it's a reliable tool. So for now, what we are interested in is the audience insights, right? And as I mentioned before, we had a quite comprehensive document. So how do we deal with it? And here you have multiple, cool features that help you work with data. For example, personally, I like mind map. So if you click on the mind map, then you can see all this data broken down by key themes: audience persona, jobs to be done, lifestyle, and other topics, and so on and so forth. So, and then when you click on each of them, you get all the details that you need.
Sandro, so sorry to rush you, but we're 3 minutes off the agenda. So if you could sum it up maybe in 30 seconds in respect to the other speaker, that would be great. Sorry for that.
Okay. Let me just maybe show you one more thing, and I'm done. All right. So this is how we worked with the audience insights, and then then the other use case is actually producing video ads, right? So we know that video ads can they have hook. We need to have a demonstration of the product and ending card. And the idea now is that with AI, we can really iterate way faster and get much better effectiveness. I'm using Flow, and which is a video generator generation tool, and Gemini as prompt expander. Let me skip these two, and I'll just show you one of the examples that I had as part of my production here, and I'm going to finish with that. So I used Flow. Flow is a Google tool, basically, that allows you to generate videos, and it's very cool and intuitive to use. And now here you can see it's another tool. It's called Vids. It's basically, again, Google tool. It's just personally I'm not a professional video editor, but I just use it to put together the material. Okay, so let's take a look at how this ad could look like just in a few minutes.
Man, these workouts by AnyFit app are wild.
All the workouts you love.
Available 24/7. Strength.
Yoga.
HIIT.
Download now and get first month for free.
I'm not really into this hardcore training. I prefer lazy workouts.
Yeah, and then since we don't have time, but essentially what I did, I generated some other hooks. If you give me just 2 minutes, I can show you just quickly a couple of other examples. So why I use the gorilla and animals is just because based on the research, again, talking animals is a trend in ads in general and social media now. That's why I did this. And again, Notebook LM and Gemini deep research you can use not only for audience insights, but also for the competitive insights. So you put all the database of the latest top performing ads into Notebook LM and just work with it and ask, okay, give me 3 top performing, hooks, and then use that to inspire your ideation. So that's why you saw talking animals. But since we talk about, New Year and US market, let's also think about, Santa, who is in really good shape. And again, you can imagine the body of the ad, like you already saw. But then the hook can look. Okay, I don't know what's happening with this.
Sandra, attendees asking for the link to this presentation because we actually have to go further and we have many speakers on the agenda so far. Yeah, if you could join the chat, and there were some questions, feel free to address them. And there was actually a very impressive demo. So if you could maybe provide your LinkedIn profile or anywhere where we can check these slides, that would be absolutely beautiful. But we have to move further. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you.
And we're moving to our next speaker, who is actually Franz Lohier, a senior strategist for robotics at Amazon Web Services. Franz has spent over 2 decades at intersection of AI and robotics, former chief architect at iRobot and CTO at Forvia. He holds more than 2 patents and is currently focused on how we scale AI-driven innovation in the real world. Today he's talking about a big question: why 2026 is the year AI finally leaves our screens and enters the real physical world. Franz, we're ready to see what's happening outside the screen. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone, can you see my screen and can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Delighted to be here. So I'm going to talk about what's going on with physical AI, which is the metaphor that was used to suggest that a lot of the AI techniques we've seen so far are no longer at the simulator level, but they are getting in the real world. Okay, so that's the theme. I'll go over quickly why physical AI matters, what we see our customers doing with physical AI, and and some ways we are anticipating scaling this on AWS data centers. Okay. Physical AI and robotics is an imperative. We are hearing quotes such as this one from the CEO of Ford, that's talking about the need to really bring more automation into the way cars are built. Or in another vertical, CEO of Pfizer suggesting that they need to bring more physical AI robotic system to optimize their operation, right? So we talk a lot about robots, but there's something quite profound happening across the board and across vertical. So if we look at why this is important, when you think about the GDP index of several countries worldwide, it's growing at 2-3%. But the labor force index is a fraction of that. So what that means is within the upcoming 15 years, labor shortage is going to be there. We know that for a fact in several sectors like precision farming, for example. And really, the only way the world is going to fill the gap is through more automation, whether it's robotics systems or not. Okay. The physical AI revolution, we're starting to gather numbers, and if you ask 10 people what physical AI means, you'll get 11 answers. Okay, but we're seeing signs that it's growing. It has to grow. So look at the number of robots in industry. It's 4 million plus and growing now. Waymo has mapped 100 million plus miles of self-driving cars. And if you look at some of the reports, everyone is agreeing that it's going to be a big market, 5 trillion perhaps by 2050, notably with all this fantasy around humanoid robots. Okay, so what does physical AI means and what market are being tackled? So we think at AWS that the main ones are going to be around automation, but also operations, and logistics, and lifestyle. Okay, so we're focused on that from a go-to-market perspective, and physical AI, at a super high level means what? It means you understand the world, you reason about it, you learn, and then you act. Okay. And arguably, this is something that a lot of machinery has been doing for a long time. Okay. But there's new stuff going on. So the challenge, if you want to push the envelope, is world data are scarce and hard to send to a cloud for learning, for example. And then you need to develop models, okay? Train this next generation robotic system to do a better job at mimicking human behavior. Then you need to tune this. And to tune, there's an interesting relationship between what's going on at the edge and what's going on in the cloud. Then as you simulate to validate your model, you also need to send that back to the real world, the robots or the camera systems you're taking advantage of. And so there needs to be quite a bit of orchestration going on. Okay. Physical AI today is largely understood as being similar to VLM or VLA. So what that means is you do contextual ingestion of data with the idea of a task that some machine has to do. Okay, and that gets ingested into a physical AI model that you want to validate. Okay, so let's take a robot that needs to do something interesting. And that flow here is the typical one we know here around VLA, which stands for Vision Language Action. And all this means a virtuous loop of collecting data at the edge, training in the cloud, and sending back the model down to the edge. So that's super interesting for AWS and other players in the cloud, because it means we need to connect pretty much 5 steps in the process. Okay. And what we've done at AWS is sort of map those steps with partners and build optimized services to help people scale the virtuous cycle. So I won't go into too much detail here, but this is the kind of partnerships we have and services we have to confirm and help people scale on that virtuous loop. We have been testing this stuff for a while, even in our own fulfillment centers. We're operating 1 million robots at scale across 2,500 facilities. And everything I'm mentioning here is actually something we are sort of testing for our own operations. So we're eating our own dog food in many ways here, right? And that's robotic system, which we continue to develop, and it's getting more and more sophisticated in terms of scene understanding and programming of those systems in a manner where less and less human are getting involved. But also we're doing this with partners. So we announced not too long ago an interesting partnership with Neura Robotics, with specializing in training machines, and not just in the simulation world, but through what they call a Neura Gym, where you essentially go and have humans mimic gestures in a lab for whatever reason, whether it's surgery that we want to mimic, a surgeon doing an operation, or a robotic system that's going to be assembling something on a production floor, because this linkage between the real world and the synthetic world is so critical that we're working with a bunch of companies that are trying to solve this piece of the puzzle. Okay, and of course the real world deployment is where Amazon data centers and its capability to have many regions covered is something we feel is interesting. So we have a lot of assets, blueprints of how you can use AWS to embark on that physical AI mission of ours. And these are just a few QR code here where you can go and see blogs or solution guidance, as we call them, which are ways to assemble AWS services to implement the virtuous cycle. And we even have very specific things where we explain, for example, how to map our physical AI services specifically for robots programming. Okay. And that is my last slide.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And there were actually some questions from our attendees. So some questions were addressed by some of the other attendees. So what do you see AI is bringing to the robotics that we've not seen before, and why 2026 is specifically the year of this structural change?
Great question. So the advent of VLM and VLA in particular, which is typically very specific to image processing or video processing, is really disrupting the environment. Okay, because VLM essentially means you're able to understand what's going on with an image, and VLA is the same, but you're also able to suggest what needs to be done. So actuate on a particular scene understanding. And those techniques have been there for a while, but in the past 12 months or so, they've gotten so good that they are fueling a new way you program robots, or you understand what's going on in a scene, whether it's for surveillance purposes or industrial inspection purposes, or any other use cases. So what's changing now is we're actually living a Chat GPT moment, but for vision. And that is going to be having a major impact on the industry.
Right, right. Mind-blowing and a little bit scary, you know, as they were shown in those movies like Terminator and so on. Thank you so much. It was impressive, and what a future awaits us. And we're moving to our next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Gopala Gopaladar, an AI engineering lead to Google. Gopala specializes in production-grade engagements in artificial intelligence and machine learning, with a strong focus on LLMs, generative AI, and security, as well as agentic workflows. Gopala has significantly contributed to advancing trustworthy and interpretable AI, and his most recent works focus on large-scale distributed model training. Gopala has published several patents and papers in multiple prestigious venues, and his presentation is titled From Model to Production, Optimizing AI Workloads for Cost and Performance. Gopala, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here. Let me just go ahead and present my screen.
Yeah, we can see that.
Perfect. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much for having me today. I'll be taking the quorum through our works in productionization of models. It'll be dealing with both training as well as inference workloads, and how do you take a model from scratch to deploy it for possibly thousands or hundreds of thousands of users, maybe even millions of users. All right, so I'm Gopala. I work as an AI engineer. You already gave an introduction. So I'll discuss the prototype gap. Most of the times when we build models, and I've seen this personally, we build models, they are supposed to be prototypes. And eventually, if they work out well for our business cases, we finally decide to put them into production, but we generally never considered the cost and the ROI that we will get. I mean, on paper we do, but it generally never translates. So there's always like a chase to get the most juice out of the models that you've pushed and published to, to production services. And, GPUs are expensive and everyone's trying to get their hands onto them. So getting it right is not only important, but it's also the need of the hour. So we want to bridge the gap between it works locally versus it works on my VM versus it actually scales globally to serve, your customer, your user base, right? So what are the main challenges? There are two major challenges that we face. One is the runway costs, which means that if you, naively scale LLM models or even image generation models, both the training as well as the inference costs just explode. These models are hosted on GPUs. They do not operate like CPUs in a lot of ways. So, the API token usage, the idle time of GPUs, all of that adds to a lot of cost. And eventually, that eats up, right? That's why the GPUs are getting so much more expensive. There's also performance bottlenecks, right? When you have models which are mission critical deployed and your internal teams are using it, your external teams are using it, it's very important that there's no bottlenecks in terms of the request response latencies, high inference time of image generation, token generation, or having significantly low throughput. That means you're not able to serve as much people as you want per minute or per second. Those are the two main challenges: the cost and also the throughput, the performance bottlenecks, right? So where amongst these two can be optimized? What are the pillars of optimization, as we call it? The first thing that's very important is the right sizing, right? It's to match the model to the specific task, and also not just to the task, but also to the infrastructure. That's the segue to my second point. It's very important to balance your serverless setups to dedicated cloud GPUs, spot VMs versus dedicated long-term VMs, when to use what, and how do you transition to serverless and back to these dedicated VMs. There is a point of inflection where it makes the most economical sense, right? The other optimization pillar is inference speed, right? Because as they say, right, time is money. So if you're able to do inference faster, you're saving more money, which you can use to expand your business, right, or buy more GPUs. Right, so it's important to apply certain advanced level, low-level optimization techniques to accelerate the output. And also the final thing, which is often overlooked, is ROI monitoring. You may have the best GPU setups, you may have the best inference pipelines, but if you're not getting the right ROI, you're not getting the most bang for your buck, it stops making sense, right? Might as well use a smaller model, might as well use smaller GPUs and stuff. So those are the 4 major optimization pillars. We'll talk about the basics of accelerating inference. Some of these topics may seem familiar, but I'm gonna go through them because they are very important. The first one is definitely quantization, right? You quantize the model, you reduce the precision, which basically means that instead of representing a token by certain bits of precision, you reduce the bits of precision. Means you use less amount of data to encode the tokens that you have, right? Oftentimes it doesn't give you that much, it doesn't punish your model response that much. It actually preserves the quality. The next thing is KV caching, which is very essential for the attention mechanism. It ensures that the previously used KV pairs are saved in cache. Again, it's not that straightforward in terms of, it has its own trade-offs, but this is an important consideration nonetheless. Third thing is continuously batching your outputs, which means that if you have multiple users, you cannot afford to just do a single hit to your GPUs. You need to intelligently keep creating continuous batches so that your throughput is good and your GPU is always on. It's always doing the work that it's intended to do. It's not sitting idle. And the last one, which I like a lot, is speculative decoding. It's quite straightforward and to the point, actually. You use a smaller draft model to predict the tokens rapidly. You save those tokens, the outputs, in a KV cache, and then you use a bigger model, maybe let's say 100 billion parameter or a 70 billion parameter model, to actually validate if the output is correct. If the output is correct, the generated attention blocks or the generation attention output is already in the cache. So you just use that output. You don't have to run the attention mechanism again. You save a lot of time and consequently a lot of cost. This one slide is important. It just showcases the impact of quantization, right? If you move from floating point 16 to floating point 8, you basically slash down the VRAM, the GPU memory utilization, by 50%. So a lot of studies have shown that you may use, let's say, int 8 or int 4, which is like super quantized. Int 8 is I would say it's almost at the pinnacle of quantization. It will reduce the memory requirement by almost 75%, while maintaining over 98% of the original model's accuracy. So if accuracy is not the primary concern, you have certain tolerance of error, then this is a way to go. It will reduce your cost significantly. Also, we can talk about the hosting infrastructure. It's not always advisable to go for dedicated on-prem GPUs. Sometimes you can start with serverless APIs, right? Like all the APIs of the world, like OpenAI, Anthropic APIs, Gemini, so on and so forth. And then you can move to on-prem dedicated clusters, or even on cloud clusters. Like if you have models which are hosted locally, you can host it on them, right? So there's a trade-off, like with most things, right? If you go with a dedicated GPU, you have to pay a fixed hourly, but the latency profile is much more predictable, right? So you don't have to worry about other people in different parts of the globe using the same resources as you are, right? And of course, you can also host everything on-prem if you have a lot of money because all the setup is very expensive to do. But of course, it has its own advantages. It will be super low latency, and apart from the initial cost of setup, the maintenance is generally a little easier. It's not cheap, but it's definitely a little easier, and you can host larger models on it. We'll also talk about hardware accelerators. We all know about GPUs from NVIDIA. There's also TPU from Google. A little, I would say a little known, but it's also used a lot. It's purpose-built for tensor operation. It's super, super fast, much faster than GPUs for the same workload. Optimized primarily for trading, but now we also have TPUs which are optimized for inference. So now we have the best of both worlds. There's also LPUs by Grok, which are language processing units specifically designed to give you like an ultra low latency output for LLMs. They have super duper huge KV caches to overcome memory bottlenecks. And there's also edge devices. A lot of companies are coming up with that for low power on-prem inference. Maybe you'll see them in the next couple of years in your phones or even on your laptop devices. We'll talk briefly about training and fine-tuning. These are the two of my favorite methodologies to actually optimize. One is BEFT through LoRa, which basically suggests, as the name suggests, it's it's a low-rank adaptation. It's just a matrix which is used, a smaller matrix which is used instead of the original larger matrix. It's a decomposed matrix, which drastically actually reduces the memory as well as the memory as well as the throughput conditions which otherwise bigger models have. We use it a lot internally. I've personally used it a lot for tuning image and video generation models. Those kind of models, the open source ones, they're very hungry for memory. So it's always advisable to go with LoRa, and you can read more about it. And of course, there's distributed training. If you have large models, a couple of 100 billion parameters, or even like 8 or 10 billion parameter models, you can go with DeepSpeed from Microsoft, or FSDP, which helps you train across multiple GPUs or even clusters of GPUs. That way you can do much more with much less. And finally, we have these advanced inference architectures like MOE, which is the new type of model that we have. It's a sparse model architecture, which lets you have a higher throughput. There's semantic routing, which suggests you use a smaller model to actually route it to a bigger model. So like an intelligent routing algorithm. And there's of course flash attention, which is a hardware aware or hardware level optimization, which you can do to actually improve your memory cycles. It actually reduces the memory footprint from O(n) squared, the big O of n squared, to big O of n. So which is an amazing feat in itself. You save up a lot of memory and time. So here's the final roadmap. You should always do a proof of concept, then move to optimization, select the models accordingly, figure out your infra, and then finally scale out. Do optimization in terms of unit cost, figure out what makes the most fiscal sense for your workload, and if you have enough throughput to justify having massive clusters of GPU, or if a single GPU can be scaled up or scaled down. That all depends on use case and the number of users that you have. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Gopal. We don't have any questions in the chat so far, but I guess we will have if you go there in the chat and can answer them. But we have to catch up a little bit with the agenda. Thank you for the insightful presentations, and we should move on. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
And we're moving to our next session. Please welcome our next group, Yegor Karabeynikov and Anna Barinova. Yegor is a founder and CEO at Backspace Oddity, an AI-native GTM agency for B2B companies. Previously co-founded Superabundance and venture studio for AI startups. Led rebrand from Real-Time Board to Miro, and later in-house brand studio, and was in charge of marketing Sidekick browser. Anna leads product development at Backspace Oddity. Over the source of her career, Anna shipped over 50 products from scratch and architected design systems scaled across products with up to 14 million active users monthly. They're here to show us exactly how to go from zero to Claude Code in just 30 minutes. This is going to be fast and effective, so stay tuned, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, George. Super excited to be here and take you all the way from 0 to 0.1 opportunities of using Cloud Code, because like the opportunity is massive, and like we'd like to only kind of scratch the surface and to show you how to leverage the most we think two powerful things that could be useful for those who don't use Cloud Code at all. This is supposed to be a workshop, so like I thought that like those of you that would like to use Cloud Code like on the go, feel free to kind of follow our instructions. We're going to show like it's supposed to be kind of live demos / like workshops, like we're going to show you those tools, and yeah, you gotta feel free to follow us to do the same things as we do. Okay, let's move on. What we're going to do like within the next 27 minutes, we'll go through like 3 parts. The first part is like we'll show you how to build your own skill. The thing that turns Claude from a generic chatbot into a tool tuned to your work. Second part will be about like running a live competitor analysis on a company using that scale, because the scale is not only about like packaging some kind of operational processes, but it also kind of could package some kind of conceptual thinking. And the third part of this workshop will be to bring this all together when we put scale and connector like from Cloud Code, and we'll show you how to go beyond Cloud Code, because like I think this is like one of the most powerful thing that you could actually work with other applications on top of Cloud Code. So yeah, we hope that by the end you will leave with clear pattern, like something that you could start using on tomorrow, not even waiting until Monday. So like what we are not going to do today, we are not going to teach programming. We are not going to build end-to-end product. We probably won't walk you through all kind of comprehensive setups. We're always kind of open to chat more, to follow up, but like this is just like out of the scope for today. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Anna will follow up and answer them. Okay, so what we're going to start today with, let me share my screen. It's anyway, right?
Yeah, we can see that.
It's not just a presentation. So probably you those of you who were using Claude, you see like chat. It's a co-work like feature that was quite recently introduced by Anthropic. But like we're going to work with Claude Code here today. Basically, it's an environment where you could actually code, which is fascinating. Like for me, being a non-developer, I was always kind of jealous of like people who could code, and like now I've got these powerful capabilities. So before we start, like the first step, I always highly encourage is to run this command. So like basically, command is kind of shortcut, right? So like it just compresses sort of a sequence of actions into one thing. So like usually puts slash, and then we say like init. It means like it will run the whole thing, because like when you kind of start coding for the first time, you need to for Claude to properly set up the infrastructure. We said like yes, give access to our workspace, this is another thing that you should keep in mind, because like Claude Code works actually with your files, like with your file system. So like you will have to put like all those files like on your folders on your laptop, and like Claude will go there and have to work with your files, change them, sometimes delete them. So I mean, like you need to give access to it. So yeah, what would you like to do? You could just, I'm using Claude Code for the first time. Help me to set it up. So it's super powerful to talk with Claude Code as with human being, right? But like, because like it's so intelligent and it's so powerful, it actually can interpret what you're actually asking them, like what your command is, into the sequence of commands. Like actually, there's quite sophisticated. Yeah, you see, it's already gives you some kind of comments, essentially like slash comments. And I would just highly encourage you just to learn it. So like you click slash, and there is kind of a lot of other skills that you could potentially use. So what we're going to show you today, it's like one of the most useful skill that like we use by ourselves. It's called scaffold. So scaffold is it's a skill. It's a command to properly set up the environment in your folder. So like if you have a look here, let's say it's a workshop demo folder, there is nothing there. So like if you start coding there without like properly scaffolding this folder, for Claude, it will be really hard to understand like what's going on, what files we need to he needs to read, etc. So scaffold is like that exact command that actually execute this and builds. So what we propose and like encourage everyone to do, there is a link in the chat. Anna, you probably shared it already, right? Anna?
Yes, sure. Yes, sure,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. So if you go there, it's a repository where you could actually borrow this skill. We could, what we're going to do, we're going to follow this link. Yes, and here's the detailed prompt, actually. What we're going to do, we're going to copy it. Then we go to Claude, and then we just copy paste it. That's it. Now Claude starts asking you some questions. What work blocks you typically have in your projects? You say, pretty much everything: client work, internal initiative, research, launch campaign, all of them. Another thing just to keep in mind, which is I observed from people using ChatGPT, I've seen multiple times that people use the same chat, the same session with ChatGPT for like random questions. This is like something that probably you should develop different mental model. Like for Claude, every project should be in a different folder. So what they usually encourage to do is for every project, you create a new folder. And every next time, so like right now, this while agent is building, so we create new session. Then we go here, and then we choose open folder. And then we choose this specific folder for project one. So now you see that you'll be working in like project one folder and not just the bigger. The reason why it's important is because Claude Code works within your context. Everything that within this folder is like its context. So it reads this file and like operates. But like if you give too much context, it could start hallucinate. Your tokens could get burned quite faster. So like you don't need to kind of overwhelm. Like think of like humans, right? So like if you give too much information to someone like on your team, for example, that they get overwhelmed. It's the same principle here. Okay, it says that the skill is live. So what we're going to do now, in this workshop demo, we could already say scaffold. Wait. Let's see. So what the command is basically, again, it's a shortcut. It runs a sequence of commands that you don't have to, remember. Think of scale as something that you do on a regular basis. For example, you check the numbers in your reports. You make a proof edit for your documents. So like that's something that kind of you do on a regular basis and is kind of repeatable and like could be replicated. This is like something that you would like to put in a scale. Let's say it's AI scales conference. So agent created a project named AI Skills Conference. Now it will ask me what kind of work blocks. For example, it's going to be let's say research. Now you see that the agent has built this folder structure, and if we go here, you actually don't see it now, but like it already created like all those. No, it's asking me to confirm. I confirm. So Claude now going to build all those folders in this in your directory. I was also kind of usually curious, like what's going on behind the scenes. So like you click here, you can see what's going on behind, like, and it's quite sophisticated things for non-developers. But yeah, Claude reported that the structure is built, right? And you see it here. You see the files, you see the folders. Now the project structure is properly scaffolded, which is good, which is kind of a baseline of hygiene. But you don't need to always create skills by yourself, because like there are a lot of people out there who already doing like creating those skills, and they're ready to share. Like, for example, if we go here, and Anna will share this with you. You could find those skills like published on GitHub, for example. This is an example of the actual skills that we use at Backspace Oddity. And you basically could say, you could copy link, you could go back to Claude, and then you could say, paste this link and say, hey, Claude, I found this repo with skills. Which ones could be useful for me? And then what it basically does, it actually reads everything that is that was put here. All those skills here is actually instructions, right? So it's like the same sequence of commands. And then you could, if you find those skills useful, you could just say, yeah, let's go for it. I really like it. You can borrow it. Those skills developed for marketing, for like sales, for strategic work, for working with analytics, numbers, even SEO, go-to-market functions, etc. So I would highly encourage you just to start kind of looking out for those people who are kind of sharing their skills. There's a lot of gems and nuggets there. That was it. That's how kind of the basic skill work. But those type of skills, like we call operational skills, something that kind of help you to automate mundane tasks, or like don't forget how to go one step after another. Basically, your checklist. Another type of skill is what we call conceptual skills. And those conceptual skills, they package a way of thinking. It could be some kind of method. It could be framework. It could be the way you do analysis. So it's the same skill .md format, but the body is a thinking template and not a procedure. I would like to show you how, yeah. It says that there's kind of new skill called Backspace Oddity jobs to be done. It's the way we analyze customers, analyze competitions, like basically like one of the fundamental framework that we use for like strategic work. So I said, like, in order to install it, it's already shows you that you could run some of the commands here right away. Then, so I click here. You see it's kind of actually copying from that GitHub repository that I was just found on the internet, which is our repository, and it will install it. So yeah, you see it's done. Now, in order to, it also gives you some kind of prompts. So like in order to make it work, you need to restart Claude Code, and then it will work. So we will close it, and then we will run it once again.
Just a friendly
Excellent.
reminder to the chat that you can paste the questions for Igor in the chat for everyone or directly to my message, and I will read them aloud.
Yeah. So yeah, we reloaded Claude Code, so it will pick up a new. And let's say we continue working, or like we could create a new folder. Jobs to be done. And we say, okay, we will work here. And let's say I'm planning to do a strategic analysis using job to be done. And that's it. You start.
We have a question about virus and safety check on new skills that you download to Claude or from GitHub, for example. Do you know any sources that may serve the purpose?
It's a good question. And of course, I mean, like you should be careful while downloading skills. But what is something that also Claude helps me to do is to evaluate. For example, I can paste a link to some kind of skill or like, whatever repository, and it could already flag that, hey, have a look. This repository have like, 1 star. There is kind of only kind of 5 people who downloaded it. I would be kind of careful about like using like something. While for like those kind of repositories that are popular, that are validated, like you say, you've got like 5,000 stars, and like this like something reliable. It was updated like yesterday, so you don't hesitate to ask what are called stupid questions to Claude Code, because like this is like the way you learn. Because like last year, kind of a year ago, I didn't know like a lot of things that I know nowadays, and like I learned them only by kind of asking stupid questions to Claude. So yeah, I would say generally, Anthropic developer of Claude Code, they kind of really cautious about like the overall security. Sometimes kind of they're over kind of engineering the security with the recent releases. But I think that's for the sake of kind of the customers. Okay. How well do you know the customer product? Yes. That the product service do. Skip. Let's say founders. Sorry. There's another. So for each of the questions, you could either answer, take any of those kind of answers, or you could paste another. So like, because like we know, so like we put our answer here. Then what does the product service do? So it's a fictional company. It's called Script. Script connects to Slack, GitHub, and Linear, and observes engineering discussions and other activity. Basically, that's kind of the fictional company that we just wanted to show you how another type of skill, which we call conceptual skill, works. Who buys it? We put it here, and then what customers use instead today. George, how we are on about time?
We're actually,
How
the
much
time is up.
time left?
Yeah, the time is up, and that's why I have to push the agenda forward. So if you could, some attendees asked about the DM files that you could upload there. That would be great, and I think that's the way we can stay connected. And I highly encourage you to answer the questions if there are any in the chat. But we have to move forward. And thank you for such an insightful workshop. Some people say that this should have been the beginning of the track, not the middle of it.
Yeah,
Thank you,
absolutely.
sir.
Feel free to reach me out, and like we can continue working on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. I remember a question that we've had from one of the attendees, Igor, since you're still here. Some of the YouTube recommendations that you can give on Claude Code to, ace it faster.
I think the most fascinating thing about Claude Code is like you actually don't need YouTube. You need to be curious and don't hesitate to ask stupid questions, because like it's so kind of powerful and so capable that it actually can guide you through a lot of things. I was able to learn things like faster, and like my feedback loop was like really kind of quick, because like I was asking, was doing, I was seeing like the result, I was giving kind of some feedback, I was learning on the go, and like that kind of feeling, like how quickly you could learn, I think this was kind of for me the most fulfilling. So I would kindly encourage you to first think of, for me the starting point was like, what are some of the things I do on a regular basis that I have to do, but like probably they take more of my time than I would expect. So like try to think about like those kind of routines that you do on a regular basis. I don't know, reconciling invoices from your Gmail, preparing a report for for your boss based on kind of gathering some data. I guess like one of the most powerful thing that we plan to kind of show, but did have time, like this MCP thing, like when you could connect Claude to Notion, to Gmail, to Figma, to all other tools like Miro, etc. And you could actually work there from Claude Code. You could ask it like, could you please pull up the data from all our kind of Excel sheets and put a beautiful dashboard in Notion, and it can actually do. So like this like really powerful concept, like where Claude becomes kind of a connector with other tools, and it could pull data from one source and like make a beautiful presentation in another source.
Great. Thank you so much. We've got another question. How do you manage your credentials in this example so they are not embedded in your AMD files?
You ask Claude about that?
Right. Ask stupid questions, as Igor mentioned.
Yeah.
I received messages from our team that we still have some time because the next speaker is not here yet. So if you could show us what you've just mentioned, that would be great, I guess, and very useful for the attendees.
Yeah, no problem. So what I'm going to show you now, let me share my screen once again, is the concept of MCP. MCP stands for like Model Context Protocol. It's let's imagine it's a language how applications talk to each other. It was invented by Anthropic, the developer of Claude Code, and it basically creates this way how Claude Code and Notion could not only understand like each other, but it actually execute commands. So if you go here, settings, right? Claude settings, you will see a lot of things. But something that you need is like called connectors. Now they move to customize, but it's okay. So what basically we're going to do now? Let's say we're going to disconnect Notion, but the principle is the same. So if you'd like to add a connector, you click on plus, you browse connectors, and you search for Notion. Here you go. Then you click connect. Now it will ask you. Yes, sorry. Technical. Always. Some
While
technical
we're having
challenges.
this technical issues, one question about security. So should Claude run on a separate Mac mini drive, or is it safe to run agents on our own work laptops?
Yeah, I would say it's safe enough. I remember there was a lot of conversations at some point with OpenClaw, for example. A lot of people like really was on the hype. But I would say Claude is quite safe to run on your personal or like your working laptop. I'm using like all the time on my laptop. Okay, we go again to settings, connectors, and then we add connector, browse. You could actually see a lot of popular applications: Canva, Figma, Gmail, Google Drive, Slack, just like really tons of them here. I would highly encourage you just to explore. And then we click on Notion. It pops up the window. Then it say, okay, would you like to connect with Notion and CP? And then you click continue. Now it's setting up connection between two applications. That's pretty much it. Now you can say, okay, set up some rules, but like I usually go for like always allow. So basically it can create content, it can create comments, it could create databases, it could read comments like when someone left them in for your documents. It's quite powerful. Okay, so what Anna probably shared the final deliverable is our agent using our framework and like our input about like our clients, our business. It generated the whole analysis. But right now, like for example, you would like to share it with your teammates, right? Or like you continue working on it. We could just ask like, put this analysis into Notion document. Also, one really useful tip that I do not prefer to work with documents in Claude. So like when you need actually write, when you need to provide comments, and especially when you work with someone else. So I usually my workflow usually works like that. So like, for example, I was using this agent to make this analysis for me. It puts this as quite comprehensive kind of piece of text. Then I ask it to upload to Notion. Then I can work in Notion like in any way I would like. I can put comments, or like my teammates could put comments. And you could actually ask, you see? So the page was create a new one in English. Okay, let's see. Click on it. Yeah, also what a thing that probably you have to start get used into is longer waiting times. Because like when I remember when I was using ChatGPT for the first time, it gives you kind of instant replies. But actually those kind of workflows take some time because it actually creates documents. It could you can see here kind of a lot of text. You could actually it takes some time.
I was wondering, do you use Claude Code for some, daily tasks, maybe family budgets, somewhat like this?
It's even better. I mean, once you get into this, you get like more and more excited, and like once you realize like what Claude is actually capable of, you will be mind blown. Like, for example, I hated doing taxes and like bookkeeping my whole life. I'm just like not that kind of person. But also kind of as a kind of CEO of the company, you have to. So like I thought like, what would be running bookkeeping and like preparing taxes like in AI native way, when you do not think of like about like bookkeeper first, but you think like whether you could do this with AI. So I was actually able, with the help of Code, not being a developer, I was able to build a system which combines kind of bank transactions, my bookkeeping SaaS platform, our deal flow from Notion and built a system where it shows me kind of my cash flow, kind of tax calculator, kind of on kind of like for the current moment. So like, for example, we say, if I would be paying taxes like now, like how much I would be paying, and it calculates because like it takes all the data from kind of the systems, and it's the real data because like it goes by kind of integrations with my bank, and then you say, okay, now I know like everything about my taxes, but like maybe you could also help me to fill out those kind of declarations. And it actually goes and like prepares my kind of last week. I kind of handed over to my kind of bookkeeper. It was like 20 pages, like document with kind of my tax declaration, and it worked. So like it was kind of done completely, kind of using like thing that like I was building like for myself because like, I was experiencing those challenges.
And we have a question. Do you feel safe connecting Claude to your bank account?
For me, yes. I think again, like we're not an enterprise company. Of course, kind of the level of risks like way higher, like when you could have tried to get access. But like in our case, the advantage or some kind of benefits that you get, they just like way kind of bigger than like the potential risks. And also, I mean, like Anthropic is quite a I would say well-respected company that they really take care about their users. But the thing is that the way Claude Code works is not actually reading your information. It just like creates this kind of connection where a different system can put together. It's probably kind of topic for another conversation, like how it actually works like under the hood. But I would feel safe. At least I personally didn't see any leaks or like thing that I should be kind of that would make me think I should probably stop using Claude Code.
It's actually a great panel, a great topic for the next time panel, next time workshop. Claude under the hood. We should remember the name.
Yeah, but I mean, it will be probably quite complicated engineering talk because like some of the AI engineers working in companies like OpenAI and Anthropic, they even admit like sometimes like we don't understand like how LLMs work, which is kind of pretty fascinating. Like the way I think the kind of the pivotal moment was in February when Anthropic released their kind of Opus 4.6, and it was the first model that was developed by AI. So like all the previous models were developed by humans, and like 4.6 was developed like by AI. So like all the next models will be developed of AI will be developed by AI, which is kind of pretty fascinating.
It builds itself.
It built itself. It builds itself, and it learns from itself, and it compounds itself. So like every time it gets like better and better and better, and the iteration cycle feedback loop is just like got like insanely quick. So yeah, it took us 6 minutes, but like because like the amount of content is quite comprehensive that sometimes just like take time. Should we wrap up, George, or like do we have...
Yeah, I was just thinking if you could, present what we have so far, because I see it takes like quite a lot of time, and yeah, we would wrap up.
Awesome. Meanwhile, if we have any questions, I can answer them on the go.
People are worried about the security still. Fascinating, but is it secure?
I would say kind of like at least the mental model I put for myself, like in the modern world, like you could not be 100% that you are secure like in any time. You always got this news that like some kind of password leakage from this company, from this company, from that bank, from another bank. So cybersecurity is like huge business for that specific reasons, because like on the one part of the market you've got people who would like to get access to your data and they know how to leverage it, probably not only in a good way. On the other side of the market there's kind of a lot of vulnerabilities, and so like you need to understand like on the other side of the market those are like also like really smart people, one of the best kind of in the world, like the smart engineers, and they would like to get access and to breach into your okay, we've got this copy link. Okay, so I'm going to just show it from my desktop app. Okay, this is what you get as a result. So it's a fully formatted Notion page with all the text. But then you could, for example, you could ask Claude, and this is where you could actually leave comment. It doesn't fit our business strategy, for example, or I don't know. Please make deeper research on it. So you actually start working with it like as you would work with any document, and then you can ask, read the comments and come up with potential answers. Let's put it that way. So what it's going to do, because like it already, we set up this connection through MCP. It goes to this document and it actually reads the comment. You see, it's loading the comment and it reads it, and it could even reply in that exact comment. Is it? It has no comments. Then we click here. It's actually the link for the document. I mean, this doc.
Igor, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but
It's okay.
The agenda
I think,
is the agenda, you know how it goes.
Yeah, I know.
So I guess you could share these in the chat, right? With the files that, or Anna could.
Yeah, we did share all of the materials, find them in chat,
Great.
please.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Again, thanks
Thank
for
you.
this beautiful workshop, very insightful. And as Igor said, you just go and ask stupid questions to Claude, and that's the way you learn it. And I'm happy to announce our next.
Just be curious. That's it.
Be curious. Yeah, be curious. That's it. And I'm happy to announce our next speaker, who is David Jayatillake. And David,
Hi.
sorry. Yeah. Hi, David. Pleasure to have you. David is data and AI leader focused on applying LLMs to semantic layers and enterprise data architecture. Two-time data startup founder and regular speaker on AI, venture capital leadership, and data democratization. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Great to be back speaking at the second iteration of this conference too. Let me just bring up my slides. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Great. So yeah, just a bit about me first. So I'm David. I'm co-founder and CTO at a startup called Quarry at the moment, which uses MCP, which is partly why I can talk about this. We have paying customers. That's my Substack there, where you can read some of my other work. What I want to talk about today is about MCP and why it's important and why you may have heard like some shade like thrown about it. So this is the kind of like shade that you may have seen where I launched an open source MCP server called Study Bible MCP on Hacker News. And one of the comments on there was, why MCP? Just write a CLI. And this is a really common thing that you'll see software engineers say, oh, CLI is better, MCP is not needed. And I think this is possibly true for software engineers, right? Maybe it does work better for them to just use a CLI. And to be honest, as someone who's building, yes, it works great. And Claude Code can use it just as well as an MCP. But we are a really small minority of the people who need to become productive with AI in the coming years. There are so many people out there who never would touch a terminal, even once they see how easy it is to use with Claude Code or something like that. So I think it's the wrong thing for other people. And so here's two MCPs I look after. So like I said, open source Study Bible MCP launched on Hacker News recently. And also Quarry. So Quarry is MCP based. We gave up working on our SaaS products. We've gone pure MCP AI agent first. So our customers go into Claude desktop, connect to Quarry, use the tools and data available via Quarry. So Quarry gives them data warehousing, connectors, data modeling, querying capability, metadata about their data, metrics and semantics about their data. But because it's inside Claude, it can effectively become a small part of much larger workflows. We don't really sell a data tool, we sell outcomes. We'll take them from a raw data input to billing some customers or something similar. And so these people who are using these different MCPs, not all of them are very technically capable. Actually, most of them aren't. So the people who I've got using Study Bible MCP are all kinds of people who are interested in that world in terms of scripture. And the people who are using Quarry, they're our customers, right? They are often pretty good at Excel. They work in finance or they work in ops. Some of them have never opened a terminal, or when they see a terminal, it makes them uncomfortable, in all honesty. And so if you think about it, the install funnel is a real problem for using a CLI for everyone who's not an engineer. They may not have a terminal emulator on their machine, or they may not have access to it. That's like the big problem when you go to enterprise managed machines. They'd have to install Python or Node. Not always possible. And even with Claude Code or something like that helping you do these things, there's so many permissions involved that they may not be able to do any of these things or unblock themselves. Whereas with a remote MCP server like Quarry and the one and Study Bible, which I've shown on the previous slide, all they need is a URL, right? And so some of these remote MCP servers don't even need auth. You just plug in the URL and you can start using the content if it's read-only, like with Study Bible. And with Quarry, it will just ask you to connect. And then when you connect, you go and sign in with your username and password or passkey elsewhere, and then you're in, and then the MCP starts working in Claude. That's it. It's so much more easy. It doesn't require installations, no dependencies, nothing. It just works. And this, I think, is so much more suitable for non-technical users than CLI. And honestly, the vast majority of the world are not engineers. Yeah, and so that's the crux of what I wanted to share today, is that the auth matters just so much more than you think. Installation is so much more difficult than you might think. And so, my message would be, yeah, sure, build a CLI, keep it, use it, allow it for engineers, but ship the MCP too. And I know that there is like a lot of noise out there about MCP causing context bloats, and those problems are somewhat outdated now. Like the newest ways that, like, say something like Claude Cowork or Claude Desktop connects to an MCP server, it doesn't just load all of your MCP tools into the context. It finds the titles, the descriptions, and then takes them as it needs them. So these kind of problems that we're seeing that people have talked about with MCP have largely evaporated. And now you're really just seeing something that feels like a CLI with some instructions, which is really what you would need anyway. How would Claude or another agent know how to use a custom CLI without any instructions? If it's well known, sure, maybe it doesn't need to. But for something that's custom or new or unseen, it needs instructions. And that's really all MCP is. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share today. I think, is there any time for questions?
Thank you, David. I haven't seen any yet, although some of them are coming. CLE infatuation is temporary, catering to the population of coders doing their own installs and deployments.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that's pretty much what I was saying. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And I think I think in the next year we're going to see like Codex and Claude Desktop being installed to vast, millions or tens of millions of enterprise machines. And what's the most appropriate way for them to connect those agents to things? MCP, and you're seeing like MCP app stores in both OpenAI and Claude for this very reason. That's the safe way and the easy way to get non-technical users connected to things.
Right. So we don't have any questions yet.
Okay.
I highly encourage you. Thank you so much for supporting the event and for giving this insightful presentation. And I highly encourage you to go to the chat if there are any questions and address them right away.
Thank you. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. So hello once again. I'm happy to be here. So I've got probably 15 minutes, right? Like less than 15 minutes, trying to be quick. And I'm going to tell you 3 things how we got wrong about like building AI native agency, basically AI native company. A lot of people talking about it. It's like quite a big hype nowadays, AI native agencies. And we've been building it for like already a year now. And I would like to share like my experience with you, like something that worked for us and something that didn't. Just a quick context where I'm coming from. I was professionally, I was head of brand at Miro. That's where I first worked at scale, leading its rebrand from real-time board to Miro, and basically learn how the product positions itself. I was then working, leading marketing at Sidekick Browser, which was one of the most fascinating professional challenge. And like 2 years ago, it was acquired by Perplexity. So like a Comet browser. Nowadays, it was like that Sidekick browser that was using. And Superabundance was my previous company. It was a venture studio for AI native companies. It was the first time when I actually encountered with AI and its capabilities, and I was blown away. And now I'm together with Anna and like other people. We're building Backspace Oddities, basically a native go-to-market agency. So we design strategy, build AI execution layer, and transfer institutional knowledge. So it basically compounds after we leave. So we just don't build things our clients dependent on. We build things that make their teams more capable after we are gone. So the talk today is about like how we figured that out and how we got wrong along the way. Let me start with the thing that surprised me most myself. AI didn't make us faster. So like I expected acceleration, for example, same work, less time, but that's not what happened. What happened is actually that our ceiling moved. So like the problems I couldn't tackle with a 6-person team when I was working in like my previous companies and agencies, I can tackle now. And not because like the work faster, but because coordination overhead collapsed. The agent doesn't need context handed it over a Slack thread. It already has a context. And it's not speed. It's a structural change in what's possible. And for the first time, we could bridge the gap between strategy and execution within the same team without like losing context along the way. So that's quite powerful. And for us, it's not acceleration. It's like something that was structurally possible for a scrappy team like ours before AI. And here, what I'm going to share with you today, like 3 lessons based on like 3 real projects. And the first probably lesson, number 1, is that agent quality means like context quality. For the first few months, our agents were useless. So they just don't need improvement. Like they were genuinely useless. So like we first blamed model, then we blamed prompts. We started doing some kind of prompt engineering. So I mean, like we blamed everything, and like we were wrong about it. The problem was the context, and an agent as good as what it knows about your work, your clients, your decisions, your constraints, and we didn't give it to that. So like we gave it a prompt and expected some intelligence, but it's not how it works. And what changed everything? So like over the last couple of months, we've been building a structured context graph of everything we know about like our business, our clients, our frameworks, our mental models. It's not a document repository. It's not just kind of a pile of Google Docs. It's a graph. It's a knowledge graph, basically, where decisions link to projects, projects link to learnings link to decisions, etc. So like once it was in place, our agent output, changed dramatically, and not because the model of kind of Anthropic got better, but because the context that agent was using for executing task got dramatically better. So the lesson here for us was that agent quality is a context problem and not a model problem. And if your AI pilots are performing poorly, the first question, it's not about the model, is what does your model actually know about your business? The second lesson, which cost us real money. We try to solve deterministic problems with agents. I'm not an engineer, I should admit, and like I didn't see the distinction clearly enough at the start. So here's the rule that a friend of mine recently shared with me. If in your workflow the rules are known and stable, if you can describe exactly what should happen in every case, you don't need AI agent, you need a code. You just need a code that you need like put this into kind of some kind of programmatic like sequence that just executes. But when the outcome is fuzzy, when context matters, when you need synthesis across multiple sources, that's where an agent earns its place. If you'd like to, automate confirmation email, that's a code. If you'd like to synthesize a month of client conversations into strategic brief, that's an agent. So we could spend 3 months building agents for like things that should be just like kind of Python script. And the cost was not just the time. For us, it was the false confidence that I was doing AI while the real leverage was somewhere else. So again, the takeaway from that lesson was that like, can I describe every case in advance? If yes, then I'm going to write code. If no, that's kind of an agent territory. Lesson number 3 is the demo always works. As it was like with today's workshop, when we were doing this kind of dry run, everything worked. During the demo, during the real workshop, it started to fall off. So it's always the case that like something that works as a prototype, something that works as a demo, it doesn't mean that it will work in a predictable, scalable, repeatable way for you, for your teammates, for like all the rest of the company. And the gap is it's not a technical gap; it's an integration gap. Everyone probably in this audience have their own story, but like here's mine. We were doing a project for like one of our clients, and we just presented them some kind of report, which was something that some of the references there they just not exist. And like for us, it was kind of quite a painful lesson that like, of course, AI is like quite a powerful thing, but like you still need human in the loop in order to make it work, in order to maintain the level of quality, the level of like accuracy and stuff like that. And this is something that you just learn on the go only while doing project. And probably one of the kind of biggest takeaway for this talk will be that every company has the data, and the question whether it ever becomes a knowledge. That's the pattern I see in every engagement. So like it's like not we need more data, but like we need to read the data we're already generating: sales calls, support tickets, transaction logs. Information that is already there, but it's just like scattered across just like many systems. And you just need a way to properly put this all data in place, properly structure it, like and define a procedure or like a workflow, how you make this data up to date, like all the time. In a way that like it doesn't actually require too much effort from people. So that our principle when we were kind of start working on our kind of context graph was like, how can we harness the data without harnessing it? So how it could be captured like on the go, like while we're working on the project, like we get some learnings, we kind of hit some kind of roadblocks, and like we were able to actually design our kind of workflows and like pipelines with Claude Code and like other systems. So like the data, the learnings that we have, they are updated not on a quarterly basis, but on a daily basis. So like every morning when we meet up with the team, so like we already have learnings from yesterday. Like we already know like what was working, what did not work, and like what is something that we could potentially improve. And it's not just because of our cognitive biases. It's because like the Claude was working across like all the company systems, and it was harnessing, like it was noticing like all those kind of patterns or like discrepancies, and it was highlighting it to us. So like every morning we see kind of report from Claude, like what was good, what was not good, and like what is something that we probably should do. And like this works like kind of self kind of reinforcing system, and the quality of the output it actually produces, like it's super fascinating. Yeah, that's probably kind of the last thought here is a lot of people afraid that like AI will take their job, and I think at least like in our kind of business, things that we delegated to AI was something that actually prevented us from showing our best work and like fulfilling our potential. All this kind of creative, strategic work, a lot of things that were kind of mundane. It was like taking a lot of time. It was kind of manual tasks. We were able to actually delegate, and this is like something that I think AI cannot do. Still, it's judgment. It's like something that it's your call whether this design is good or not, whether this copy is compelling or not, like whether this product really solves like that specific user problem or not. AI won't be able to do that because like human brains are wired like differently. It like still kind of, I think, one of the most kind of fascinating thing in the universe, like the human brain. So the way it makes judgment, the way it makes decision, like gut feeling, like also like something that LLM don't have, like won't be having. So I would just highly encourage like people who are going into this journey with AI transformation in their business is to clearly understand like what is something that you keep for yourself, and like what is something that you have these unique capabilities that can be delegated to AI. And judgment, taste, kind of curiosity, outlook, like something that I would just always encourage people to to grow themselves and to develop it, because like this is something that when everything will be kind of AI, those small things will be kind of your last competitive modes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And a question from me, if you don't mind. Do you think we will get to the point where, I know Claude, for example, will have this gut feeling, character, curiosity to make the judgments, or it will remain only, under humans' power to judge?
I think it won't be able. It won't be able to have the same thing that like people have. Mostly for the reason like the way humans build. I have to got into neurobiology like 3 years ago. When I was working for like Sidekick browser, I need to like one of the kind of big cohorts of our users were saying that they are neurodivergent, they have like ADHD. Like I have to understand my users. So that was my kind of journey with neurobiology started. So the more I get into like the way human brains work, the more I get to kind of quite a strong opinion that like we actually don't know how human brain works. We didn't know like where those kind of masterpieces from art coming from. We don't know like how people invent new math formulas. We don't know how people make inventions. It's wired not only in the brain like itself, but also the brain is connected with all other systems, like with a lot of other ways how we perceive and digest kind of our environment and the world outside of us. And then like with a fraction of seconds, these kind of information get processed, wired in our brain, like all those kind of neural circuits got activated. And then like the next moment you got something we call insight. And like those kind of combination of physical feelings, like emotions, thoughts, and like all other kind of experiences like we're going through, it's like something that AI won't be able to have, like probably, I don't know, at least in our lifetime.
Right, right. Anyway, what a fascinating future awaits us. I repeated this phrase on this conference several times, on the previous one as well. Thank you so much for those insights, and thank you for the workshop again. And everyone, now I'm confident to say that it brings us to the end of the track number 2. Again, thanks so much for being with us, for your questions, for your reactions. By the way, for the ones who are tired enough for typing in chat, just hit a reaction button to show the way you like the conference and this track 2. Yeah, we've got... Thank you for thanking me as well. Yeah, we've got a lot of positive reactions.
Thanks,
Thank you
George.
so much again.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.